Morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3. We are going to get started momentarily, so if you need to fill up your coffee, do what you got to do. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. All right, we are going to open day 3 in a good way with a song from our drum. Miigwech. Thank you so much. I talked to Elder Sam this morning. He was smudging the room, and I said, "Are you going to say a few words to start the day?" And he said, "No. Give Deputy Grand Chief Bobby a little bit more time on the agenda. I'll just talk later in the day." So, without further ado, I am going to. Oh, look at that! I'm putting Bobby on the spot. You thought you had a few more minutes. Sorry, buddy. So I am going to turn it over to Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Awesome. Uh, Bonjour, Anine. Bobby Narcisse, Nishnawbe. I'm from Arrowland First Nation. Arrowland, not Graceland, but just as good. But yeah, no, it's good to be here. I'd like to acknowledge the drum. Thank you for opening us up in a good way. And yeah, and I'd like to acknowledge you all here for being here on day 3 of this very important session that we've been talking about with respect to mental health and how that affects our communities, our children, our youth, and families. And what are we going to do about it? You know, like I think we've had some great discussions the past couple of days. Today is going to be focused on, okay, what are some of the next steps? What are some of those things that we need to do to come home and work within our communities, work within our tribal councils, work within our education systems as well. So how do we need to position ourselves in terms of what we've heard this week? How do we harness a lot of that good energy, a lot of those good solutions that came up from this, from these great discussions that's been happening the past couple of days? I know we did this at the behest of the chiefs back in the Nan Spring Assembly when they told us, okay, well, there has to be something done with mental health, especially during the advent of COVID and all the effects of COVID that had in our communities. Like, how do we organize and really mobilize a lot of our support systems that are in place? And what lessons do we learn during the COVID era, during the lockdowns? And how do we address a lot of those mental health issues that were spawned from the COVID area? So I'd like to really acknowledge the work that's been happening the past couple of days. We are solution-based, and I think our solutions have to come from our communities as well. And I think we showed that this week as well. But I think it's, I know this work has been done before, there's been reports, but as you know, we live in a changing ideas, new concepts, you know, all these things that are happening, new ways of doing things. But also at the same time, really acknowledging our knowledge keepers from our communities. And it's great to have them here. We've heard many times that our healing comes from the land. We should have more land-based education, more land-based healing opportunities. But at the same time too, we need to build up on that. We need to build up on infrastructure in terms of our capacity to negotiate with all levels of government to ensure that there is a NAN-specific process to really look at some of those solutions that you guys identified these past couple of weeks. You know, we've all, in our negotiations, in working with various levels of government, we've been through the red tape. We've been through the red tape, and you know, we're still mired in working with low-level bureaucrats that don't even really understand the true situation of our First Nations and our life in our First Nations. And I'm here to say that, you know, in the, wow, it's almost going to be a year that I've been in this job, but I've always known, especially when I was Director of Social Services, that our communities are unique. All of our 49 communities within Nishnawbe Aski Nation, within Treaty 5 and Treaty 9 are unique and require unique solutions. And that's why we need NAN-specific process, right? We can't be put in an all-Ontario process where, you know, various levels of government are putting fixed amounts of money for all the First Nations across Ontario to squabble over. We need to change the paradigm to make sure that we advocate for needs-based funding, looking at our communities in terms of what do they have, what do they need, and what do we want in terms of overcoming some of the mental health crises that are there. Various portfolios, there's been significant work going in, working with our executive. We have, like, you know, a justice file that is getting underway. We have a lot of work that's happening with health transformation. We've heard that from both Deputy Grand Chiefs Anna Betty, Achni Peniscum, and Deputy Grand Chief Linklater, all the important work that needs to happen. And within my portfolio as well, I am here to report that we are securing NAN-specific processes in education and also child and family services, making sure that there are supports available that go directly to the First Nation communities to be developed at the community level. So many people always ask, well, what does NAN do? What is NAN doing? I know we need to really improve on our communication processes, but although, at times we weren't able to travel to the communities as well, we were busy ensuring that we are focusing on ensuring that there are bilateral tables between NAN and it's in these particular areas to bring that NAN-specific process whenever we're negotiating for many of these solution-based ideas that we just came across these past couple of days. And the work continues, and it will continue. This is not the end all for mental health. There's good ideas in terms of coming up and organizing ourselves in other areas. Because as you know, the work within mental health overlaps in different areas such as education, such as health, such as prevention programs, our youth programs, So it spills into all to those areas. And as our role as NAN being an advocate organization, we are organizing other specific forums to really work at, okay, how do we tear down those different silos at the community level so we could have a coordinated wraparound approach to really assist our children, youth, and families at the community level. And not just within communities as well, because our chiefs have asserted that their children, citizens, are their jurisdiction wherever they may reside, whether they're in Thunder Bay, Winnipeg, Toronto. We all know that we have an off-reserve membership at times that are discriminated against and are homeless. And, there's reasons why that many of our community members are in urban centers, challenged with various mental issues as well. So those are areas too that we want to help advocate in terms of the fact that, our First Nations, our citizens are our jurisdiction, wherever they may reside, to be resourced properly, to ensure that all of our members are given the help and resources that they need. And, we can't be our own worst enemies and discriminating against ourselves in terms of, who's off reserve, who's on reserve. That's a lot of them are our families that are out there, and it's our also duty and responsibility to ensure that they're looked after as well. I'm looking at some of the positive work that's been happening so far. We talked about Choose Life in depth for the past couple of days. And that came across the negotiation process to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal that found the federal government guilty against discriminating against your children in child welfare. Now, why are kids going into care? There's simple reasons like the lack of housing, lack of infrastructure in our remote communities. And, when we look at our 49 communities across Treaty 5 and Treaty 9, our communities are sitting on the most richest resources that gross national product puts Canada in one of the first world categories of countries. But meanwhile, in their backyard, our First Nations are still treated as second-class citizens and within third world capacities and whatnot. So these are the areas where I think it's our responsibilities as your elected leaders to really push for NAN-specific processes, regional-specific processes that really capture what is the real need, what is the real solutions that are coming from our community from there. This is what we have, this is what we need, and geez, this is what we want in terms of, addressing some of these problems as well. Because I know youth is my portfolio as well. I've been honored to work with our youth this past year, and they have a lot of ideas in terms of how their voices should be heard and how they should also be harnessed as well in these great discussions, and how they want to have ideas in terms of reaching out to Nishnawbe Aski Nation territory to mobilize them and coordinate some activities as well. So they also have a say in the development of their future in terms of moving ahead with many of these great solutions that you've come up with these past couple of days. And also too, I just want to briefly touch upon some of the stuff that you've been talking about, especially with the silo busting, the fact that, there's Choose Life, there's family well-being programs, There's Ontario Works. There's areas in health. I know I encourage, and I'm sure there's communities that are doing this as well, that are doing like a interagency sort of forum, looking at complete wraparound services for your children, youth, and families at the community level. And if you haven't already done so, I know that within our department at NAN, we have like Choose Life project officers that help out and assist in developing your program. And we also have our family well-being programs as well that do this regular events. And we also heard the need from the health sector as well, that we need to also coordinate our activities with all these different areas. Also the work that's happening with with our child and family service agencies. I know sometimes everybody are shying away from, well, we don't want to work with Tikanagan, or we don't want to work with Peokatano or Kuna Winamano because I don't want my kid to have an open file. But I know that many of our agencies are First Nation created, because the CASs from the general area weren't doing exactly a good job. But I know our agencies have a terrible job of intervening in many of these areas at the community level. I know like some of the workers get a bad rap for some of the times, and you know there's a lot of sides to each story, and I think at the center of all is our children, to ensure that they're safe. But I think there needs to be more communication between the First Nations, all the different organizations that are out there, not just our child and family service agencies, but the health sector. I think we've identified that during this week as well. And another, as a result of many of our negotiations at NAN within the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process, we were able to secure also what is known as the band rep funding. So as a result of the negotiations through the CHRT, the band rep is now called First Nations Representative Programs. And I encourage all your First get that program organized. There's so much potential for that. You could also, your First Nations rep program could also reach out to your members who are living outside of your First Nation community. And they could also help act as navigators to your children, youth, and families to really look at and access those services. So we are organizing another forum on child and family services, not just child welfare, but what are some of those supports, and how can we to really maximize a lot of the resources that are coming down through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process. So mark this date down. It's September 20th to 22nd. NAN will be organizing a Child and Family Services Forum, where we're going to invite the agencies, we're going to invite the band rep programs, the First Nation rep programs, our leadership, our families, children that were in care, and of course, headed by our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families that really got the work that we're doing at Nishnawbe Aski Nation. So the people ask, what are we doing? How are we organizing ourselves? Well, these are different ways that we are wanting to get everybody together, such as this again, to really engage in focused discussions on, okay, how are we going to overcome these areas within to help our children, youth, and families as well, and keep the family units together, and also organize different supports that are required by our families to ensure that they build resilient lives over challenges that are facing them and moving ahead. I just want to also touch upon the fact that we are working with Minister Haiju. It was a good thing I knew Minister Patty Haiju back in the day. I don't know if you guys are old enough, but at the Labor Center dances here in Thunder Bay, she used to frequent those as well. There's those dry dances. So interesting that we kept up that relationship. So she kind of knows. I know she's a government minister, but she has worked at the Thunder Bay Shelter House, so she's worked with many of our community members at length. So in my conversations with her, like, she's really agreed that I agree we have to have NAN-specific processes in many of these areas, especially with the advent of the new settlement agreement that just came from the federal government back in November. You may have heard of this. There's $40 billion that is being offered by the federal government in terms of the Child and Family Services reform and compensation to children that were in care after 1991. So 10 billion is going into to children that were in care as compensation. The other 20 billion is going to First Nations Child and Family Services reform. And so those are resources that could be accessed by your community. Everybody's saying, well, how do we create our own child welfare laws? How could we take control of our own child welfare and child and family services systems? And so this is opportunities where NAN communities could also access these resources to ensure and begin that path of creating your own laws, your own regulations that are more reflective of your true life in your communities as well. So we're also very concerned of the fact that this compensation package is going to children that were in care since 1991. You're looking at $40,000 per individual. And I think we, especially from our mental health forum, we want to ensure that there is supports in place for those individuals that are getting that compensation. Many of our chiefs have said that, wow, you give $40,000 to one of these individuals that were in care, they're still suffering through trauma and addiction issues. It's like a death sentence. So we have to learn the experience from the residential school compensation packages, from the day school packages, all these different things. And these are children in care. And I think we need to really have an opportunity to really organize ourselves to ensure that when these compensation packages communities across NAN, that our communities are prepared and that there are support mechanisms that are there as well to ensure that there is protection there and prevention. And also, as you know, there's going to be a lot of predators out there. You know, all these, people that want to take advantage of these compensation packages. Like, I don't want to badmouth any organization or store in the communities, but we all know sometimes the service fees in some of our food services in the north could be, could take advantage of this, or services or goods and services, transportation and whatnot. So how do we ensure that, our First Nation citizens are not being taken advantage of whenever these compensation packages are coming forth? So those are very important things that we want to discuss, and that's what we also want to start on with the Child and Family Services Forum that's going to be happening September 20th and 22nd. And look to my staff, where are we doing that again? Winnipeg. So we can't find any space. You know what I mean? Like, we talked to Edwin back there at the manager, but like space is so limited in terms of where we're doing our work as well. We talked in depth about Choose Life and how successful Choose Life has been. I know our deputies have been up here talking about, and our Grand Chief talking about the history of how Choose Life came to be. And a lot of our community members were wondering, is it going to continue? What's going to happen with Choose Life? We know it was supposed to be piloted up until this year. So we've said before that through our negotiations with Indigenous Services Canada that Choose Life will continue and Choose Life will evolve. And how we're going to do this as well, we're doing an AGM of Choose Life. We're going to be doing an AGM of Choose Life. We're going to bring all of our Choose Life partners together across Nishnawbe Aski Nation territory, our leaders, whoever our First Nation. And we're going to have like this opportunity to say and work and have an audience with Indigenous Services Canada and CERNA to really perpetuate the development and growth of Choose Life. We're going to have a signing ceremony there with our Grand Chief and Minister Haiju to be there to say that, okay, well, these are some of the, we need to celebrate some of the successes. All right, I know we have a lot of challenges that are in front of us, but still, we need programs that are working, should be continue to develop and evolve as we move ahead. So that is going to happen in Ottawa, September 28th to the 30th. So our team and our staff will be looking at that in terms of moving ahead of some of the next steps and how do we organize ourselves. And when we have the ear of the Crown there, this is what we're bringing. This is what we want. And, it's their fiduciary responsibility to really ensure that they fund the work that needs to happen within our communities. So another thing too, last thing I just want to touch upon too, is the fact that we've secured a education reset table. And as you know, many of our students leave our First Nation communities to pursue their educational goals and aspirations, and they will require also mental health supports, student supports, navigation supports as well. So with the help of our education team and our director and our jurisdiction and we've created what is called an education reset table. So we are ensuring that NAN has, again, a specific NAN process to look at our own education needs. We have to ensure that we advocate for our schools to be properly funded, to be also properly funded with support systems and support mechanisms that are required for our students. You know, the perpetuation of discrimination should not continue within education as well. With all these different investments that are going through, but now we have to do the same thing for education. I'm glad to see many of our education partners here, and an opportunity to harness our education committee with the directors and all the different services that are there to really look at we need to really ensure that there is a process moving forward that recognizes our unique educational goals and aspirations, and some of the areas where we still fall short and are discriminated against in terms of funding and various categories that are, even our private schools are put in, and they're not really funded as equal or at parity with provincial schools. So why do we let the perpetuation of discrimination continue? And that's where it stops. As your leadership and as your chiefs have mandated us, we are paving the way to ensure that regional processes, whether it be in in the Mushkegwa Council, Matawa, KO, Shibogama, Wendigo, whatever your individual regional processes are, I believe it's the office to help strengthen and support those regional negotiations that are happening. Because, like I said, NAN is not a government. We're an advocacy organization. We're here at the behest of the chiefs and the community and community members and organizations as well to help push our agenda forward, push our goals and aspirations forward in terms of, how are we going to improve our system? Because it's been long enough that we follow, top-down regulations, standards from the province that don't even make sense in our communities. I always refer to this, our good colleague, Charles Brown from Wendigo, always said that this elder came across one of his grandsons. He was wondering why he came back from school so early. I guess he went to Thunder Bay for school. And then at one of the Thunder Bay high schools here. And home so early. He goes, oh, well, they said I'm failing. I failed on my courses. He goes, well, why are you saying you're a failure? You're not a failure. I don't see you as a failure. Well, they think this, they know that I'm a failure in their courses and stuff. And the grandfather looked at his grandson. I don't think you're not a failure. I see you out in the land. I see you hunting. I see you, out camping, or for your grandparents, for your family, or you're hunting, you're fishing. You're part of the community. You're not a failure. So, and those are some of the paradigms that we need to also change within our education system. We always said that our First Nations have jurisdiction over that. Well, let's create an education system that is reflective of the true life of our communities. Our land-based teachings, our ability to, go out in the land or organize all different roles of our people, using our knowledge keepers as well. Accreditate them according to our own standards, rather than some bureaucrat that's making curriculum in Scarborough or Toronto that has no idea what's going on up here. And that's where we need to also ensure that we have investments in early years. I know many of our communities don't have like day school or preschool or early years the daycares. Many of our young families want to go out and work and pursue their goals as well, but sometimes they're hindered because of childcare. So we need to make some of those opportunities exist for our young families and moving ahead and providing also the mental supports that are there. And this season in June, we saw a lot of people graduating, and that was great. I was able to see some of the graduation ceremonies, and we have so many graduates going through many of our education systems. That was very empowering to see. Time they're going into post-secondary. How are we going to support them through post-secondary and post-secondary supports when even education is still their treaty right and they're getting denied access for further education? How do we, those are some of the areas that we want to instill as well in our NAN-specific processes with decision makers across the table to say that identifying these areas, these are the areas where we need to support our post-secondary students. And not just people coming out of high school. Our elders have always said that we're lifelong learners that are still there in later part of their lives. They're still continuing to learn. Elders continue to learn. That's always they always say. So we need to also have opportunities and supports for many of our community members at the community level or even at the officer level to access those particular areas. So I'm asking you to really join us in terms of going back to your communities and bringing back some of the solutions that are there, working with your chief and councils and your leadership ways to really maximize the resources that are available at the community level, and also identify some of those key areas that are your own priorities. There's 49 communities with different languages and different ways of life and various access and various degrees of remoteness that are there. So I think we need to really have a coordinated effort and bring a lot of those priorities together so we could have a really a knowledge-based, strength-based discussion with all levels of government in terms of how we want to secure resources for our First Nation communities. So also within our work at the AFN, I just want to just this one last anecdote. As a result, we created a national organization. We called it the National Assembly of Remote Communities. I was going to call it the National Assembly of Remote Communities Implementing Social Services Equity, Narcisse, but it wouldn't work. So we just called it the National Assembly of Remote Communities, which is NARC. So we're NARCs now. So who's on NARC? Well, we have friends and supporters from MKO, Northern Manitoba, experiencing the same issues as many of our remote communities. We have communities within Northern Saskatchewan, which is from FSIN. Vice Chief Pratt and his communities. We're organizing ourselves nationally to have that national voice. We have the Dene in Northwest Territories that are also a part of ARC, and also the Yukon has invited us to really share a lot of the experiences that we have. Because many times, as you know, like no offense to our southern brothers and sisters in Southern Ontario or Southern Manitoba with larger populations than us, they seem to get, when we're doing these negotiations, they seem to get most of the resources. And many of our remote communities are sometimes left with the short end of the stick. And we're forced to really work with meager investments in our remote community partners across this country that say, well, we had enough. We want to work with NAN and NAN communities to make sure that our voice is also heard and that many of our priorities are resourced properly in moving ahead. So we just had our initial meeting in Saskatoon, where FSIN did host the first NARC meeting. And so we're going to be having opportunities where there'll be different sites that NARC is going to be looking at. And these are some of the areas too that we're going to be bringing to the table, all the challenges we identified this week, but also the solutions and all the different areas that need to happen and what sort of investments need to be made by the Crown for its fiduciary responsibility to its First Nation communities on whom it serves. Page 2. Yeah, let's get what? Let's get. And I just want to also mention too, just on a housekeeping note, who took the toothpaste from the men's room? That's supposed to be for everybody. No, just kidding. I'm just bugging. And other things. But anyways, those are some of the areas that we're working on, and we're really looking forward to working with you all. The discussions this week, Carrie, you and your team have done a phenomenal job these past few days in terms of organizing our thoughts and creating a pathway forward on which for us to work on. So with that, I'd just like to say, the work continues. We got a lot of work to do ahead of us. And this is only an initial step of the work that needs to happen. There's going to be other opportunities. We have our education forum. We're having a special forum on education coming up as well. That's coming in the fall. I believe it's in October, but I'll get those dates for you as well. So we are mobilizing. We are looking at ways to get all of our people together to address these areas within a non-specific format. And we just look forward to seeing and working with you on these very important files as we move ahead. So with that, I'll say Chimigwech, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bobby. I love hearing the update of all the great work that Nan is doing. Amazing, amazing work. All right, I have a couple of announcements I have to make, and then I have some prizes to give out. So, did anybody did you belly laugh, like literally bend over laughing so hard? Yes, he's awesome, isn't he? Yeah, I know. I love him. So if you missed the Brent Olympics, if you ever have the chance to go to one of his events, he's pretty wicked awesome. And when I was an event planner, I would hire him as often as I could to do fun stuff with teams. Okay, for tonight, there is a jamming session with a guitar. There's a language matters training. So those are the two things that are happening tonight. Also, I wanted to give everyone a reminder that we have elders in the house today. If you are triggered by anything, if you want to sit with an elder, pray with an elder, or just just come and see me or find one of the elders or one of the NAN staff, and we will put you in touch with one of them. Also, reminder of the displays in the hallway and out in the big tent, and also the teepee and the sacred fire. You're welcome to be at any of those places. And contact the next mental health summit. To enter, there's a box at the front table, at the registration table. So you just need to submit what you think the name should be and write your name on it. And we will be drawing a prize at the end of the team or at the end of the session. And also there's a new activity in the hallway. So just if you go out the door here and just go to the end of the hallway, there's a big tree on the wall with a note on it that says, what has taken root for you? How can you grow in your community? You are welcome to take a Sharpie and write something on that tree, and everyone who shares will be entered to win a prize at the end of the day. And that is oh no, I have one more announcement. Is Mike Morris here? Oh, there I see a Mike Morris right back here. So Mike Morris gave me an announcement here today. So he has some books that are called We Are One with the Land, A History of KI, also known as Big Trout Lake. The books can be used in your schools or can be purchased as gifts. If you are interested in purchasing a book, wave your hand again so people know who you are. Mike is here, and they are fundraising to work towards their own CAS book to record the history of the people of Casablanca Lake, and your support is appreciated. All right, on to the recap from yesterday and the day before. So when I'm facilitating sessions, I never really know what's going to be said. I like to know what's going to be said in advance, but unfortunately, I don't know what's going to be said in advance. So I plan, and then I just let it roll out however it needs to. And so I sort of never know what it's going to look like at the end of the day. And so what I realized yesterday was by the end of the day, there was a lot of repeat stuff. So you were saying the same thing over and over and over, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it's actually a really good thing, especially when you are saying what you're saying and you're saying it over and over. That's going to let the NAN leadership team know that it's really important and it needs to be in every single piece of the strategy. And so I know by the end of the day yesterday, people were going, oh my God, I got to say it again. I already said it. I get it. I totally get it. But I'm glad you said it again, and we captured it all, and we will be getting all of that information to the NAN leadership team. So I appreciate that you were present and that you said it over and over and over, and I think it's important. Also, we heard that many of you would like to hear success stories, things that are happening in the NAN communities that are working really well in the NAN communities, and much like we had in the morning yesterday. And so I will tell you today is all about that. Other than the piece that I'm facilitating in the morning, the rest of the day is about NAN success stories. What are other communities doing? What might you be able to take back to your community? So we're getting there. We just, I had actually asked when we were planning the 3 days, I had actually asked for most of the day yesterday because I knew we would need most of the day to get where we needed to go. And so the fact that we only had the 2 presentations in the morning, that's on me, but it was because I wanted to I didn't want to hog the time. I wanted to make sure we got your voices heard, and I needed the day was you all talking. So today we are going to be, and so if you're an agenda follower, I'm not following the agenda for the piece that's on there for my facilitated session this morning. This morning we are going to be talking about guiding principles. But before we talk about guiding principles, I have a prize to give out, but it's over there, so give me a second. So I'm not actually sure where these names came from, but somebody handed me a name or a bag full of names with cards in them and said, draw some prizes. So I'm doing that. You have to be in attendance here right now in order to win. Alice Kisekwesh. Is Alice here? Woohoo! Yay, Alice. Diane. Okay, now I'm gonna have a team prize. Proofy, can you put the penny? Slide up, perfect. All right, so you all have 6 pennies on your tables. I would like you to, did somebody steal my pennies? Are you all excited? If you don't know what those copper looking things are and you haven't seen them forever, do you need some at the back table? Okay, I'll get you some pennies. So I want you to set them up like on this screen here. So you have 6 pennies on your table, set it up on this screen. So the first table to get the answer to this wins a prize. Everybody at the table wins a prize. So the challenge is you have to move 1 penny once to make 2 rows of 4 pennies. So you get 1 move. You get to move 1 penny once to make 2 rows of 4 pennies. The rows must be straight, but can be vertical, horizontal, or diagonal. With them all you want while you're thinking about it. What's that? Done? Holy, have you seen this already? Okay, just wait, I'm coming over there. Don't tell anybody the answer, just wait. What's that? So try and figure it out. Move 1 penny once. Yeah. Did you really get it back here? How many of you are saying that's impossible? You can't get 2 rows of 4 pennies. Oh, you got it too. Good job, buddy. Hola. So I will tell you, the first time I did this, I had my brother who has a master's degree say, impossible, it can't be done. And my 12-year-old son said, sure it can, Uncle Sandy, and did it. And so the answer is, and we're going to get a prize for the awesome ladies at the back of the room here. The answer is take the bottom penny and move it to the center of the top row. So you like on top of the other penny in the center. So you've got, no, right on top of the penny. So the pennies are right on top of each other. Got it? Oh, yeah, you had it right. All right. So a lot of people, so first of all, I have never seen anybody get it as fast as some of you. Ever. I've had people that have doctorates and master's degrees sit there for 10 minutes and get really, really frustrated because they can't do it. And so why do you think people struggle with this? Why when I gave you the answer, did people go, oh? Well, so because they followed the instructions, but people put limits on their own thinking. And so when I do this activity with the pennies, people say, you didn't tell us we could put them on top of each other. And I say, I didn't tell you you couldn't. You put that limit on your own thinking. And so the whole point of this exercise is to remember that when you're brainstorming, when you're thinking outside the box, take the limits off your thinking. A lot of times we have all these blinders on because of things that we've learned in the past. Take the blinders off. Don't limit your thinking by rules that you think are there that actually aren't. I want my pennies back. You don't get to keep them. So maybe Aaron, could you grab the pennies for me? Okay. Prutvi, might you be able to put up my PowerPoint, please? Oh, so just so you all know, the ladies at the back table, you get beading kits. So I think can you grab 6? They're right here in the box. I think there's 6. Awesome beading kits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 6. Right. So now what I need you all to do is I need everybody to be sitting at a table that has a pink table number at it. So what's that? Sure. You just don't want to get, it's all good. Grab number 1. So there are 18 tables. I need everybody to be sitting at a table that has a table number at it. And the table numbers are pink. If maybe people can hold, well, actually, you don't even have to hold. Actually, maybe if somebody's at a table, hold up your table number so people know where the tables are. So there's a table at the back there that doesn't have a table or that doesn't have a number. I need you to find a table. And our note takers or facilitators, you're going to need some flip chart. You're probably only going to need 1 piece of flip chart. Or you can take the whole thing, but there's some here and there's also some over here. We have nobody at table number 7 right here. I don't know if that's table number 7. I think it might be table number 9, but there's nobody sitting at this table here. So if you're at a table that doesn't have a pink number at it, I would love it if you could come and sit at this table here. Somebody? Anyone? We might need to share the flip charts. We're on the home stretch, so I didn't actually ask to get more flip charts, but you probably will only need 1 or 2 pieces. You don't have any paper in that one? Yeah, you could probably grab some from over here. Okay. Yeah. Does anybody have extra paper in their flip chart? More than two pieces? Stephen, right here, do you have more paper there? Is that empty? Okay. There's paper here too. Does anybody need paper? Yeah, Aaron's got. Okay, so we've got table number 9. We've got an open table here. You know what, Brian? I think if there's nobody sitting there, I think we're good. You're off the hook. Yay! You can join another table, Brian. So I see a few people sitting at tables that don't have table numbers. I just need you to know that you're not going to have a facilitator at your table. Oh, does that have a table number this time? Okay, awesome. Okay. All right. So here's your task for the next little bit. When I was speaking with NAN leadership about what this piece of the day should look like, the thought was that the team really would like you all to set some guiding principles for the NAN leadership team and those responsible for developing the strategy and rolling the strategy out to follow. So when we're talking about guiding principles, those are a set of moral values that establishes a framework that guides the work of the people doing the work. And so it's core values or moral standards that the team can refer back to make sure that they're doing the work the way you all think it needs to be done. And so when you're setting guiding principles, you start with a set of values. And if I had you all for another 2 days, and I had a lot of I don't have you all for another 2 days, and I had a lot of time to work on the guiding principles, I would get you all to set some values that you wanted to start with, and then you build the guiding principles from there. But because I only have an hour, I was thinking about how I could make this work in a way that's meaningful for all of you. And I checked with the NAN leadership team yesterday, and we're going to start with the values of the 7 grandfather teachings. So you are going to build the guiding principles based on the 7 grandfather teachings. And so I've got them all up on our sticky wall over here. So when you are building a guiding principle, if you've never done it before, it should include the value. So your value might be respect. And then the behavior. So we believe in the value of respect, therefore we will behave this way. And so that's sort of how, these are the things we will do to live that value. And so when you are building your guiding principle, what I'd like, I'm gonna just go ahead 2 here. No, 3. I'd like you to start with a conversation about how you all show this value in the way you live and work. So your note takers, and I'm going to leave this slide up here once you get started on it, so you'll be able to refer back to it. But at your tables, I'm going to tell you what values you're all going to be working on at your tables in a minute. But I want you to start with a conversation of how you show that value in the way you live and work. So you're just brainstorming right now. You're not actually narrowing it to how NAN needs to do the work. You're starting with just generally, how do you show the value when you're living and working? And then the next step is going to be, okay, looking at all of those ideas, how do you want to write the guiding principle so NAN can refer back to it? So I'm going to say here are the tables. So tables 1, 2, and 3 are going to be working on the value of respect, or the teaching of respect. No, love, sorry, 1, 2, and 3 is love. Tables 4, 5, and 6 is respect. 7, 8, and 9, bravery. 10, 11, 12, truth. 13, 14, 15, honesty. 16, 17, 18, humility. And our virtual room is going to be working on the teaching of wisdom. So this is what your task is right now for the first 10 minutes or so. Is to start with a conversation of how you show this value in the way you live and work. So brainstorm the responses, get as many responses as you can out, and then we will narrow it down in the next part. So you're not going to be moving tables, you're just doing the one. We're not going to be doing cafe style, you're just working on this one. All right, any questions before I let you do your work? Okay. All right, so I'm going to get you to just wrap up that brainstorming conversation. And we're going to move on to the next piece of the puzzle here, which is now writing your guiding principle. So remember, the guiding principle should have the value or the teaching that you're talking about in it, and then it should explain the behavior that you wish to see. And so you can write down, you can do it however you wish. You can write it as a sentence. You can write it as, the topic and then the behaviors you'd like to see in point form, that kind of stuff. But it needs to be clearly written. So what's going to happen is each of your tables is going to put it up on the wall here, on our sticky wall. And then I'm hoping that some people might want to help me sort of narrow it and pull them all together sometime throughout the day, but we'll get to that later. So anyway, so review your flip charted responses. Think about how the NAN team and those responsible for developing and rolling out the strategy should be living the value. And so again, this is the template that you should be using. It should include the value and the expected behavior. So we believe whatever the value is, therefore we will, this is how we will live it. So this is going to guide them. These are the things that they're going to refer back to if they get off track. These are the things that people can say, but is that living the guiding principle? And so be really clear in how you're writing it. So you've got a couple more minutes, but once you have fine tuned it, you all have blue paper or maybe green paper in front of you. Just write your fine tuned guiding principle on the blue paper because we're going to do a bit of a report back and get them all on the sticky wall. Does anybody need more time to build their guiding principle? Okay, you got 2 more minutes. you get one, right? Is everyone done? Does everyone have their guiding principle written? Put your hand up if you need another 30 seconds. Come on, people. Okay, checking in one more time. Are we good? Does every table have theirs? Does anybody need more time? Brian, do you need more time? No, we're good. All right, we're good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to get the stickies on the board. So we're going to do a bit of a report back. So your well, let's just get them on the wall and then we'll go from there. So I'm actually going to get our virtual crew to go first, and our virtual crew had wisdom. So if everyone can there's lots of conversations happening. If we could quiet the conversations and hear what the online crew came up with for wisdom. You got to come over here. No hiding in the corner. Is there more than one?
No, ours is very long. Okay. Where am I going? Oh, okay. Okay. So, I heard Carrie walk by and say that what she's seen coming from tables is incredible. What my online crew just came up with is it's just amazing. Seriously. And what was that, like 15 to 20 minutes of conversation? So in the realm of wisdom, we believe in wisdom. We will use wise practices to make the best decisions based on the information we have learned from the past. We will use our wisdom to be objective and incorporate a holistic approach, past, present, and future, to how business is done. We will use our wisdom of the past to work toward a better future.
Woo! Good job, online crew. So it was true. I went around to a bunch of the tables and I read them, and I have to tell you, my heart is full. I actually was getting very teary reading your guiding principles. They are so spectacularly written, and I'm excited to hear all of them. So let's start with love. So tables 1, 2, and 3. Who are our presenters for tables 1, 2, and 3? Come up with your blue papers, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So our table, there's a lot of love for themselves, their community, and the work that they do. So we came up with 3. We believe in the value of love for our community, our land, our culture, and tradition. Therefore, we will take care of our land, love the work that we do within our communities, protect our land and the traditions within them that Creator has provided us. We believe in the value of unconditional love. Therefore, we will love all of our people and the people within it, regardless of race, situation, and we'll do it without limits or expectations. And we believe in the value of self-love. Therefore, we will teach our people to love themselves and to be able to love others while respecting ourselves and our boundaries. Miigwech.
Okay, so we were table 1, also working with love, and we believe in love. Therefore, we will be compassionate and understanding from the heart and practicing loving ourselves as well. We believe in love. Therefore, we will know our people and be accountable and not show bias to communities. We believe in love, therefore we will spend quality time providing security, support, and encouragement to communities.
Okay.
So can I just take this for a second? So the reason that this table right here is giggling is because I didn't give clear instructions apparently, because I only wanted 1 from each table, not 3. And so I went to this table and said, no, you have 3, you need to make it 1. And they're all arguing with me. I'm like, no, make it 1, make it 1. And then these 2 were like, we have 3. I didn't realize it. And so they're all like, we want 3. So anyway, that's why they're giggling.
Interpretive dance I'm not prepared for. Okay. So we believe in love, therefore we will demonstrate lateral kindness, generosity, genuity, and humility. We believe in love, therefore we will seek opinions, input, and feedback.
We believe in love, therefore we will role model in leadership and guidance. No, that's the one that I wrote it all in.
I'm gonna take all of them now. Good job, table 3. I was gonna go behind you and like dance for you. All right, tables number 4, 5, and 6 should have respect, I believe. So if we can get 4, 5, and 6 up to the front. Look, you're still first. I know.
So respect. We believe in respecting our environment and others. Therefore, we expect you to be polite, courteous, open-minded, and non-judgmental. We respect people's sobriety and choice of appearance, sexuality, and gender identity. We expect people to respect our ancestors' traditional way of life, learn about our culture, and don't exploit our culture and nature.
Well done, thank you.
We believe in respect is caring, therefore we will honor lived experiences, listen to their stories, and give and create and hold space. We believe respect is listening, therefore we will be non-judgmental, understanding, and empathetic. We believe respect is trust, therefore we will honor their confidentiality, healthy boundaries, and to embody this value.
Great job, great job.
Hi, we believe in respect, therefore we will uphold confidentiality with coworkers, clients, and family members. The second one, we believe in respect, therefore we will be accountable in our personal and professional life. And finally, we believe in respect, therefore we will value our community members' contributions and speak up against lateral violence.
Great job. Wow, these are amazing. So 7, 8, and 9, bravery. 7, 8, and 9. There's 7. Where's 8 and 9? Come on, people. It's break time after this, so if you want to go for break, we need 8 and 9. Be brave, yeah.
All right, I'll ask my dancers to join us up at the front. We believe in bravery, therefore bravery will guide the discussion, testimony, deliberation, and debate over informed decision-making at the highest level on issues pertaining to mental health. And we also said, we believe in bravery, therefore we will not be afraid to try.
Can you give it to Andrew?
Morning, everyone. Table number 8, I have frontline workers in leadership, and we were talking about the taking a stance. And one of the things that we always lose is the sight of taking a stance and not following through. So this is what they came up with. We believe in promoting lifestyles. We believe in promoting healthy lifestyles. Therefore, we will continue to celebrate life by taking pride of who we are and celebrate our successes together.
Well done. Good job. And is there a table number 9? No? No table number 9. All right. 10, 11, 12, truth. 10, 11, 12.
Hello. I was at table 11, and ours is not set up like the other ones, but to honor the Deboywan at our table, we spoke about language, and our guiding principle was that the NAN mental health strategy should be based in and promote our language, as our language allows us to capture all the truths.
Thank you.
So I'm going to do this a little untraditionally. I was at a table with some beautiful, amazingly wonderful Cree women. I don't speak for them, so I would like to invite Deputy Chief Charlotte Nakaji from Fort Albany First Nation to share her guiding principle, their guiding principle.
Thank you. So what we, I can hold it. What we came up with is transparency in a way we work with kindness, respect, sharing, knowledge, experience, resources, and to build strength within ourselves and others, and to maintain a sense of unity through collaboration and build up our people in a good way. We believe in the 4 key values that we have, which is truth, sharing, kindness, and strength. English.
Okay, this is coming from table 12. We believe truth, therefore we will recognize there are many truths based on worldview. We believe the truth, therefore we will remain faithful to the natural laws given to us by the Creator.
All right, 13, 14, and 15, honesty.
Table 13, we came up with, we believe in honesty, therefore we will advocate, share knowledge to build trust, respect, and kindness. We believe in honesty, therefore we will be accountable, be reliable to support, follow up, make sure we all work together, and that our work is community focused. We believe in honesty, therefore we will be non-judgmental and accepting of others, will stand upright, noble, and truthful in all thy ways to all of our people.
Excellent job.
Okay. We have a little blurb about honesty. They go at Tebe in the Mitsun, Tebe in the Moon. My group there are very honest women, and so they didn't beat around the bush what honesty means. So we just had this little blurb. Anyways, I'll read it in English. We believe honesty begins with ourselves. Therefore, we will speak the truth of any difficult situation. Nishnawbe Aski. They go deben damen ni deben mitzin. Mishmaken match time ga we got deben dan win kan kino in the kashbesh going unch match sek. Egutasham mishke totamang chiang chikaki gitwang chiabach twang deben the win anini going to be featured tatagas nago ke gun. Gaya teben the win saka gonchika kitaman. Okay.
Morning. I want to thank Table 14 for their honesty. We believe that mutual respect and open and honest communication is reciprocal. Therefore, we will work together towards creating a new policy that promotes honesty and transparency.
Great work. All right, we're going to get tables 16, 17, and 18 to talk about humility, please.
So table 17, we believe in humility, therefore we will be kind, respectful, treat everyone equally, understand different perspectives, and accept corrections for future growth.
Excellent, thank you.
Good morning. This is coming from table 18. What we have is a quote, and what we guiding principle is reflect on yourself, your behavior. Are you showing gratitude? We believe humility is the absence of pride. Therefore, we will find a balance between humility and pride.
Excellent. Thank you.
Table 16, and this is what we have. We believe in humility. Kitapatamin tapsenamon ayamag. Therefore, we will not walk behind or in front, but beside others.
Miigwech. Oh, I'll take it, Sarah Jane. Thank you. Wow. Good work. I'm so impressed. My heart is full. Okay. So I'm not really sure what I'm doing with those yet. I got to wrap my brain around it while you're all on break. And so it is, don't go yet. I got to tell you what time you got to come back. It is 10:50 right now. So we are going to get started again at 5 after 11. Please come back here. We're starting with presentations. So we're going to have a couple of panel presentations for the rest of the morning. So we'll see you back here at 5 after 11. Great job, everyone. Great job. So our note takers, if you want to just bring your paper and markers back to over here, I will do what I need to do with it.
Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith by our peoples. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truth about the treaties and the colonial, racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected our peoples from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and support the many First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The Nan Territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The 7 Youth Inquest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties. And unfortunately, to this day, that treaty agreement between First Nations people and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 1876. The goal of the Act was First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The Act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run, government-funded schools. Thousands of our children never came home. The Act created reserves. It gave Indigenous peoples European names. It made it illegal for us to practice our ceremonies, and it denied us the right to vote until 1960. The effects of the Indian Act impact us to this very day. The Act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths that are out there in this country. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me, Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't even get enough funding for post-secondary education.
The trauma in the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the reality is that my generation have lived through this trauma. They've all experienced being raised by parents who were not ready to be by people who've been raised in the residential school system. You know, they're taught to hate their own language. They're taught to hate their brown skin. They're taught to hate their long hair. They're taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that is lived on through generations that exist today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other, but there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the future, the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties that need for that fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this. And we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one, so all of our children and grandchildren benefit from this land.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Not how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often use this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills, like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and they look at the world in a different way and reflect a wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
I shouldn't have let anybody go outside on the break because everybody's staying out there. It's so warm out there. So I'm going to let you know that later today we're doing an activity outside with me, a team game where everybody will get in the team will get a prize. So we will get to go in the sun for a few minutes here and there. I think I'm going to just thank you for all of you who came back on time. I appreciate it. A few more minutes because we have a presentation starting and I'd hate for people to just keep coming in while the presenter is speaking. So we'll just wait a couple more minutes and I'm going to go outside and sweep a little bit, see if I can get a few more people to come on in. All right, I have a couple of announcements before we get started. The first announcement is in the Thunder Bay District Health Unit Superior Points tent table in the tent. They are doing naloxone training all day today, and they have naloxone kits for people who would like them. So if you'd like to take any time, they're here until 4:30, I believe. Also, evaluations. You all got an evaluation in your package when you registered. If you could start completing that evaluation and hand it in at the registration desk sometime like before middle of the afternoon, you get entered into a draw. I'll be doing some draws at the end of the day for that. And I think it's a good draw. Like I'm pretty sure it's an iPad. So, what's that? It's a Chromebook. Thank you. And so fill out your evaluation before the end of the day. That would be great. Also, at lunch today is going to be from 12 until 12:30. It's going to be the NAN Day of Prayer. And so we're asking everybody to stay here from 12 to 12:30, and then food will be served from 12:30 to 1. So we're going to take just a half an hour lunch after the day of prayer. So from now until lunchtime, we have a panel presentation, which is a healing and wellness presenters. The first one is Lisa Davies, and she is from the Weejihewiwin Outreach from Mattawa. So Lisa is going to give us some information on their program and the good things they're doing in the community. I will turn it over to you. See off my notes, I think. I'm gonna take my notes. Sorry. Not a lot of people back in. Okay.
Good morning. Can I get my presentation up? Good morning. My name is Lisa Davey. I'm a member of Nishnawbe First Nation. I work for Mattawa First Nations as a lead navigator for the Weejihewiwin program. So in this presentation, I'm going to do definitions and background, causes of Indigenous homelessness. We do the program background for the Weejihewiwin outreach program, our data, gaps, our issues and concerns, and our challenges. Oops, it's going on me. So definitions, Minopmadiswin means the good life or the good healthy life. Wijihiwewen means helping. Our membership includes 8 First Nations in James Bay Treaty Number 9 and 1 First Nation in Robinson Superior. There are approximately 10,000 members and about 4,000 Matawa First Nation members that live in the city of Thunder Bay. Other members reside in other urban areas like Toronto, Winnipeg. So that's a breakdown of, we have 5 First Nations that are accessible by air, 4 that are accessible by all season roads. And then it goes into the population, First Nations using grid and our diesel power, First Nations with boil wateries in effect, the combined well-being, community well-being index, the number of high schools on reserves, we have 3. First Nations requiring airlift emergency response, there's 5. First Nations with increased risk of food supply interruption, 5, those are the remote ones. First Nations with access to rural broadband, there's 4 of those. So the background on the Matawa First Nations. Matawa First Nations was established in 1988, and the intent was to promote the wellness of its members and their communities in the areas of education, economic development, health, social, child and family services, financial, housing, training, water, environmental, etc. And we service our 9 First Nations on reserve as well as off reserve. We oversee and work with the various corporations, the Matawa Health Co-op, Rapid Links, KCATS, 4 Rivers, Nonprofit Housing, and the Matawa First Nations Education Authority. The causes of homelessness. Intergenerational trauma, secondary to residential school system, substance addictions, mental health, injuries resulting from chronic medical conditions or disabilities, low socioeconomic status, poverty, lack of education due to decreased educational opportunities in reserves rather than lack of motivation, structural limitation that inhibits quality and meaningful education, lack of adequate housing in the First Nation communities, lack of support for young and adolescent students. So the deep-rooted historical colonization impacts, I'll just let you read them on your own. So in addition to this, there's residential schools, trauma, intergenerational trauma due to residential schools, the 60s coup, poverty, and systemic racism. So just a bit of background. We initially began operating in the winter of 2021. We started in February, and then we just ran for a couple of months. And in that time period, we had we had 268 responses for people that we assisted that were homeless or people that ended up in the isolation shelters that were homeless. We helped those people too, because they were just taken right off the street and put in and had nothing, like no clothes, no hygiene products, and we assisted with food as well. So we assist people that have housing challenges, food insecurity due to the pandemic, youth at high risk, missing persons, health risk needs, human trafficking, transportation issues, suicide, overdose deaths, homicide, and other sudden deaths. Oh, and that's that picture there. That's one of that's an encampment just behind Landmark Inn. So our hours of operation, we only have 3 of us on staff now. We initially had, we were a team of 9 between June and March 31st, and then we ran out of funding. So now there's just 3 of us on board. And we work Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 5 p.m. And then we're also available off hours for crisis or emergencies. So the program intent is for First Nation members to be appropriately provided with food security, better connected to mental health resources and our health services. And we also do health well-being checks. As outreach, we also provide navigation resources such as transportation, food supports, shelter, detox, and treatment programming. And that's our roles and responsibilities. It's to respond to emergency crisis calls, sudden deaths. We search for missing people, and then we monitor city where individuals frequent. And we also establish and maintain contacts with agencies such as Balmoral Detox, the Norwest Community Health Center, Thunder Bay Police, the Health Unit, Superior Points, Beandigan, Onwa, Thunder Bay Indigenous Friendship Center, and we also maintain contact with other outreach workers that are in the city. So our roles and responsibilities continued. We assist families and individuals to access services. Sometimes we end up calling on their behalf when I'm doing like navigation of services for people. Like there'll be families that call and they're in crisis, and then I'll link them up with services that are at Onwa or at the Thunder Bay Indian Friendship Center. And then I also make referrals to for people to get traditional healing, either mental health supports or just health wise. I do referrals for primary health care and mental health services. And then in addition to that, I link people back in with Onwa and the Friendship Center again, and to so that they can access programs and services. And then I also will contact shelter, Beandigan Salvation Army when I'm navigating housing for clients. This is a homeless encampment located in the wintertime. And whenever we locate an encampment, we usually work with, I'll report it to the police and then the health unit and the Norwest outreach program. And then we'll get people in there and I'll call Superior Points if there's like needles and stuff on site. And then for this particular encampment, we help the people out of there. These people are now housed, and they even have so our what is this? This is our data, our First Nations data. So between June to March 21st or March 2022, we serviced, we had 2,093 responses. And then I have it all divided up, 387, the people belong to other First Nations, not Matawa. There's 863 unknown, because not everybody on the streets will tell their names. Sometimes they'll even give like a Matawa membership because they want the services. So we had 23 responses for Airland, 38 for Constance Lake, 353 for Yabmatung, 19 for Ginugaming, 47 for Long Lake 58, 99 for Martin Falls, 84 for Neshkandaga, and 40 for Nivamik, and 140 for Webakwe. And in the stats, in the data, some of the people that we assisted were people that were in the isolation centers. So they could have been like from the communities here getting health care or an appointment or whatever, here for Indian residential school counseling, and then they end up getting COVID. So then we go in and we help them with their food, their prescriptions, and whatever else they need. And then I'll navigate depending on who the client is. Like if it's like through the Week Wedding Lodge, then we tell them like, you know, this person is in such and such hotel and they need this and that. And then if they can't provide, then we figure out a way to get what the people need. So we had 293 responses. The total number of responses from Matawa membership was 843. And then I'm going to also note that for sometimes we're servicing the same people over and over, like the people from that encampment. So every time we interacted with them, that was a response. And then our data also includes other First Nation members that were serviced, and they're from the Nishnawbe Nation Grand Council Treaty 3 and from NAN, and as well as independent First Nations such as KI and Saging. And then while the data shows a smaller number of responses for Gunuguming and Araland, this is not to say that these First Nations are not represented under the unknown category, because sometimes people just don't want to identify who they are. Oops, missed line. Yeah, I think I said all that pretty much. So it just shows where the other places that people were from. And then we had people like from Southern Ontario, Manitoba, people just traveling through. And sometimes, you know, we would see them panhandling or whatever, and then we go help them out. Next slide. So the type of services, I did service navigation 54 times. We provided crisis support, 41 instances. We provided people with food security 167 times. We conducted 4 missing person searches. We contacted the fire department 1 time. We called 26 times. We called 911 26 times. We found 24 people that were unconscious or unresponsive. And then we called SOS 33 times. We provided 344 instances where we gave out bus tickets. And then we provided PPE to individuals. We provided clothing 229 times. And then we provided 1,584 meals to people that are homeless. Actions through street patrol was 1,651. So we had a total of 1,651 responses through street patrol, and then when we're doing street patrol, we do like wellness checks with people. We had a total of 2 people that we found that had overdosed, and they were attended to, and 2 lives were saved with CPR, first aid, and the administration of naloxone. One was like multiple doses of naloxone, and the other one was just 1 dose. Since we started, there's been a total of 4 deaths among Matawa First Nation memberships with known homelessness and addiction issues. And these people were from Webekwe, Yapmadung, Martin Falls, and Nishnawbe First Nation. And there's been more, like I'm aware of, there's been a number of people that passed from Mish, but we're not keeping, I don't know who's keeping that data. So the gaps, lack of available beds at Balmoral Detox. There's a long wait time in accessing treatment programming. There's lack of programming to support First Nation individuals that age out of child welfare. There's lack of supports for education opportunities, lack of mental health supports, counseling services. So on the lack of mental health and counseling services, this not only applies to the homeless population, but even to our own outreach. Like there's been times that our outreach, like we need like debriefing and stuff, like because of what we're seeing daily. Gaps continued, lack of access to transportation, lack of access to food, lack of access to basic clothing, lack of housing, lack of hygiene facilities. So if we have an individual that has no ID from Matawa First Nation, we have a membership clerk, so we link them up with those services so that they can get their Indian status card. And then the additional gaps is lack of warming centers for the cold winter months and lack of access to healthcare. Okay, I'll just, before I say my next slide. Gaps continued, confidentiality. Matawa does not always receive information on overdose deaths. This information may not be shared by the First Nations, so not all data on the deaths by overdose or even suicide is captured. following clients to the system is not always possible. For example, when we have like homeless people transported to ER, then sometimes we don't know what happens to them because we don't see them again necessarily. Outreach program issues and concerns, limited resources to provide food, snacks, drinks, basic clothing, toiletries, etc. to First Nation members that are homeless. Safety of outreach workers while engaging individuals that are intoxicated, especially when they're gathered in large groups or while intervening during incidents of violence. So on the supplies, we were able to secure additional funding from DSAB for additional personnel and resources for food, snacks, water, and basic clothing. And we also receive assistance through donations. Outreach program issues and concerns, safety and well-being of First Nation members that are homeless due to addictions to alcohol and drugs, safety and well-being of First Nation members due to increased overdoses in the city of Thunder Bay. Last year, there was a total of 152 fatal overdoses in the city of Thunder Bay District Health Unit area, of 50% from 2020. And as I already mentioned, since we started, we've had 4 people that from our membership pass away. And this is under the marina, one of the marina bridges. There's like people living there. Challenges. A large number of the homeless population have addictions to alcohol and drugs. Not all individuals that are homeless want to be helped due to addiction issues. And then we also face like communication challenges due to individuals not having devices to communicate or having access to technology for assisting with housing applications, providing advocacy for shelter, or navigating services such as detox or treatment programming. So there's individual instances where people don't want to be helped, but we still intervene. For example, like we came upon somebody that was abusing solvents, or there's times where people are presenting with like serious medical issues. So we'll always call 911. Challenges continue. The pandemic resulted in programs and services operating at a different level than normal, or at times there have been no access to programs such as treatment programming due to shutdowns. So during the pandemic, like all the services would just be closed down. The COVID-19 pandemic and its effects on mental health on individuals. There were more suicides in the city of Thunder Bay, including members from Matawa First Nations. And in July 2020, the Thunder Bay Police also issued a public safety alert over the rise in suicide among individuals struggling with mental health and addictions. Our solutions, we have the Matawa Health Co-op. They provide mental health services for youth, adults, and public health services to support community members addicted to alcohol and substances. We have a public health team that educates people addicted to drugs and then connects them with appropriate resources in the communities in a culturally sensitive manner. And then they also provide harm reduction education in Matawa First Nation communities, such as the Needle Exchange Program. We have the Safe Sobering site for Matawa students to provide them a safe place to recover from alcohol and other substances. And then we have access to elders in the communities and in Thunder Bay to promote healing. We support traditional medicine and land-based healing practices such as Choose Life program designed to bring families together, emphasize the importance of language and cultural identity, which are crucial steps toward suicide prevention, addictions, and healing from intergenerational trauma. And that concludes my presentation. Here's our contact numbers for our outreach. So we have, right now we have two outreach workers, and then I'm on as the lead navigator. And that's it. And that's my contact information.
And Lisa, thank you so much for that. Are you open to sharing your PowerPoint presentation with everybody in attendance?
Yeah, sure.
That's wonderful.
He's already got it.
Okay. Actually, you know what? Are you able to email it to Martha?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll email it.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And sharing information about the program, about the stats, and all the work that the program. Don't go away yet. Hold on, I got a present for you. Thank you so much for joining us. It is appreciated, you sharing your knowledge and the information with us. Thank you. All right, let's give Lisa a big clap, please. Woo-hoo! Right, next on the list, we have the Nan Choose Life team. That's Marla Murray and team. You are up. Should have like good music playing for you, eh? Oh, I wish we had like the Macarena or something to play while you walked up. That's what I walked into at my wedding 27 years ago, back in the day.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marla Murray, and I am the Choose Life Manager here at Nishnawbe Aski Nation. This is our Choose Life team, but before we get into any introductions, we would like to share a video. I'm not sure if everybody has had the chance to see our Choose Life video, but we would really love everybody to see it. So we are going to share that right now before, like I said, we do any introductions, and if you have any questions, we can address those after as well. So, Magic Man, can you please play our video? Thank you very much.
Togni First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, Choose Life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like, it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp.
My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skidooing. You get to play with your friends.
What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures.
I like to get to eat good food here.
We went ice fishing yesterday. And then we caught, like...
And when we got all that fish, like, we got 6 fish. That looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, you know, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging. And it's like, hey, I know how to do this. And, you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of program when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There was a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I am very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba, and he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just getting worse and worse, and with those problems, they need solutions, and one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the Hope Nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life, and it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful.
Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why
This program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as a Nishnawbe, so that we can be proud of who we are?
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that this is our traditional territory. It's not anybody else's. This is ours. We were here first. This is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great, because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Thank you so much. Yeah, wow, very powerful. I hope you understand why we really wanted to share this with those who haven't seen this before. The program definitely enriches so many lives of our youth. Before I pass the mic along to Archie's Life team, I just want to recognize yesterday, Carrie made an announcement about a lost pendant. Yesterday morning, that was my pendant, and I have it back. So I would just really want to thank everybody. It's my dad's remains, so it was really important to me. But I just want to thank everybody who put in there was little search parties going on for it. There was someone out with a metal detector, and just knowing that everybody was there supporting that part of my day was just really exciting for me. I felt really calm, and I knew that it would find its way back to me if it was meant to be. So I just wanted to let you all know. Thank you so much. Anyways, so as I said, my name is Marla Murray, and I am the Cheese Life program manager here at NAN. I'll just give you a really quick snapshot of what my roles were. Prior to this, I was a part of the IRS program, which is now the Reclamation and Healing program under Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty. And prior to that, I was the Men's Healing Coordinator here at NAN. So I joined this team in March, and it's been an absolute blessing. It's been a great ride. But I would like the team to introduce themselves and let you know all the great things that they can do for the programs, for the communities. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech. Miigwech, Marla. Miigwech for the summit. You guys have been doing a great job with that. My name is Miranda Eacham. My community is Ganogami First Nation, and yeah, just keep doing what you're doing.
Hello, my name's Alan Turtle. I'm the Choose Life Community Advisor. I'm originally from Fort Severn, but I live in Thunder Bay now, and it's a little overview of my job. I work with communities on a hands-on approach with applications, reporting, and pretty much just building their capacity and, having to do skills to start, running that program on their own. So thank you.
I'm Vivian Charles. I'm Ganogami First Nations. I am the Choose Life coordinator for NAN. And a little bit about my role is helping communities navigate and accessing the application process for Choose Life, and also acting in a case management role with following up with our communities.
My name is Kaya. I'm the Choose Life officer on the team. I am from Gull Bay First Nation, and my role is, keeping track of case records, being able to also locate resources and forwarding them to the communities as needed, and just supporting them in the process of the application if any questions, and building a rapport with the communities, as well as identifying any gaps. Pretty much.
So most of you guys have visited our booth outside. With that, I was able to be introduced to the Choose Life staff that are from the communities. So I wanted to extend the invitation to acknowledge you guys here. Yours and our team here that you guys didn't get to see. So whoever is the Choose Life staff in the community, if you can stand up. Or I'll call you out. So yeah, round of applause for all you guys. Now, if you guys have any questions, we're here. You have some.
All right, if there's any questions, I will run around with the mic. Oh, hold on. I always want to do walking lunges this way so I can work on my quads.
Hello. I'm originally from Fort Albany, but I live in Timmins. I had a suicide in my family girl. My daughter was 42 years old, left 6 kids. So I'm wondering, which area do you work, the suicide coordinator or?
So the Choose Life program works with the youth up to their last date of 18. But since then, with like the new processes and the agreement that we're looking to extend it to 25. So it's mostly youth that we're kind of working with.
Yeah, everybody needs help, not only youth, even elders. Some of them commit suicide because they're stuck and they don't know where to go or what to do. So that's what we got to look in the future, is work with the older people. And it's not only youth people that take their own lives, it's everybody.
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody has problems and don't. I worked 37 years in social work field myself, and I did all kinds of things, and I'm still volunteering and everywhere. I don't always think about money. I just want to help people. That's what I do. That's why these young girls drag me someplace where they go.
Well, thank you. That's definitely understandable, and we know that that's also a gap. But we also do invite like elders or parents, aunts and uncles to participate in any of the community activities. So if you have the chance to, then bring your hands there too. So yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for our Choose Life team?
Hello. Will your team go to communities to help our Choose Life group develop their plan? Because at the beginning, they were saying that Choose Life should be working at 100%. I feel like our group isn't quite there yet. Like, we need some more planning. Would your team come to our community to help us with that?
That's a great question. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is definitely something that we can connect with you about. Come and find one of us after we have this conversation, and we'll definitely start connecting the dots with your team. We have done that. We're starting to get back on track now that COVID is kind of, giving us a little bit of a break. So hopefully we can continue on with community visits and offering up our team to really help and support you throughout the whole process, through the application, reporting, and just ensuring that you are requesting the right items that you are looking for to connect with us. Miigwech.
Hi. Do you guys ever think about coordinating a retreat or conference amongst Choose Life community workers so that they can see and learn from one another and highlight the successes and milestones that some communities have, like the Mashkigwa communities, or like what Mashkigugaming was doing with their Choose Life program? And I think that can benefit and it can inspire other communities and show them what is possible, what is achievable, because a lot of these things are such big goals to achieve, but they are doable.
That I totally agree with. So prior to me, there was like a team of 2 to 3 people. They did have previous gatherings with all Choose Life across NAN. And then when I took on this role, we held like a few quarterly events with the Choose Life staff in the community. We were planning a big gathering in March of 2020, right at the end of March, and that didn't happen, very sadly. So after we were all sent home, we did keep in connection with a lot of the Choose Life staff throughout virtually. We've continued with monthly networking calls and just bouncing all of our ideas throughout this whole process and just trying to keep connection. And then, yeah, again, we will be hosting an AGM, and then we'll also be continuing on with like training programs with the community coordinators moving forward.
Hello, I don't have no question. I just no. My name is Lisa Eacham. I'm a mental health worker in Gadugiming for the last, I think, going on 5 years. I think I started in 2018. This last year has been really difficult. The last 6 months, we lost 3 youth to suicide, and 2 is my nephews. They both hung themselves in a basement. The last when I talked to my nephew, he passed away in May, and I remember him giving me a letter to say, asking the leadership, we need more mental health supports. I've been struggling because we're a suicide prevention program, and I work lots with the youth. I'm the frontline worker, and as a leader, and I felt really discouraged, and I felt kind of angry too, because letting down our youth and our workers and our children. So I'm just trying to figure out, we're losing lots of young people to addictions, to suicide, to mental health. And I'm trying to figure out what are we supposed to do as Choose Life workers. Right now in the community, I'm the only one, I'm the mental health worker. What I try to give the youth is a voice. They need to be able to speak up and tell us what they want and give them hope. And this morning, I really enjoyed our, when we did the 7 teachings. And I said, sometimes we just successes in our communities. I mean, this past week I had, I'm attending two funerals, 2 services in our community. We lost a great elder that was part of our Choose Life. She came and helped us whenever we asked her for help. And I think Choose Life is a great program. I had other opportunities probably to take other positions, but I really believe in this program, and I believe in our youth, and I believe in giving them hope. And the one thing that was brought, is self-identity. We got to give them self-help and love. Lots of our kids come into these programs, they're going back home to what kind of home? Sometimes we don't know what, maybe there's no love. Maybe our parents need guidance. And even our homes, we have people, 4 or 5 families live, and that's, we're dealing with so much as leaderships. But myself, personally, as Choose Life mental health worker, I think we gotta just look at the connection to the communities, look at our children, and just tell them we love them, and give them. And the land base, I love land base. I'd rather be in the land than in my office doing paperwork. I could be there all day, all week, but I just, that's one thing, connection to the land, miigwech.
Hello. I just wanted to make some comments regarding Lisa's, what Lisa shared with us. Certainly, of all the struggles that our young people have, years past, it's been shared that there was sexual abuse, that there was other types of violence, or they weren't being heard. And so it has changed a bit right now. But now the other big thing that we're having to deal with is drugs and the high rates of addictions in our communities. And so perhaps from this time that you've been able to participate in this session, you know, it might be an opportunity for you to review as to if your program can meet the needs of what is happening in your community. And the story in Kanugaming is not just isolated to Kanugaming. It's happening right across you know, Nan, and also in our urban centers where our Nan people live. And so I think we need to really stand together to address those addictions that are really impacting, and it has become a learned behavior for many of our people, and not just young people, but also adults. And so you know, I just wanted to share that because I know Kanugaming has done so much. You know, they have a beautiful a school, and you know, in a community center, and then they have their healing camp. So, you know, celebrate those things that we have done, as Lisa said, and then also look at, okay, where's the gaps? What else do we need? And so let's continue to network and share information and build on, you know, the work that we are already doing. Thank you.
Was there somebody else that had a question? I feel like I saw some hands. There we go. Okay.
Oh, you gonna fight over the mic? Oh.
Good morning. Good morning. I feel like I have to talk. I'm not one to go to a conference and not be able to tell you what really hurts. We're really hurting right now. We've been hurting ever since we came here. And I've been doing I'm not coping off. You don't see me here in the room. I'm busy working, trying to help another First Nation with our loss. It hurts, and it really hurts when our own families are impacted. I can help people, which I've been helping. I've been helping my people. But when it starts impacting close to home, that's when it's really hard, because it's painful when we watch our own children, grandchildren hurting. And one of the things that I want to say to Nan is, yes, I'm very thankful we got the funding, Bobby, and all the other leaders. We got all the funding. I'm in a working group with them. But we need to take a look at all the funding that's come in. We have to make sure that the money that came into NAN is going to make a difference for our young families. Right now, we're dealing with young families, young parents that are hurting. We're dealing with children. And we can't take that risk of losing another one. I want to address this group here. The other thing that really bothers me, we can get all the money that we want, and it takes work. It takes work on chief committees here. That's our work. We succeeded. Bobby, so all the others, we got that funding. We went to Ottawa. We actually sat in courtrooms, heard all the. You know how many times when I sat there? There's things I heard I didn't agree and I didn't like. I do not like our people being labeled or put down. I never did and I never will. So I'm not talking down at you, but I think we need to really voice how we feel. We need to be outspoken. I am really dealing with a very big crisis with my own little family right now. I'm worried about my granddaughter. I'm worried about the grandkids. The impact of breakups today is so awful. We got the social media playing against this little family. That does not help. It adds on to the ugliness. So, and I really feel the social stuff is not going to go away because we have the ugly tool of let's see, look at this. You can see anything and everything in here. And I don't use this for an ugly tool. I have to use it because I work. And I don't know where we're going after this meeting. Sachiko, I'm with you. I have we have a newborn baby to think about. A mother's gone. We have to work everything out. And I'm willing to stand with them. It impacts a member of my community, the grandmother. But, oh yeah, I know what I was going to say. The funding. Yes, we have the funding, but we are governed in how we use the funding. That's what's happening. We actually don't have all the say in how we can use the money. We have to follow guidelines. We have to submit reports. The other thing, we cannot forget the on-off reserve people. How many times have I heard, oh, we can't do anything, it doesn't fit the criteria. And I'm specifically talking about these families right now. We need help. No, we can't do that. No, they're not on reserve. No, she moved away a long time ago. And even if they came home, where are they going to live? That's for many of our people that are living here in the urban centers. Even if they went home, there's no home. And so I just had to address you today, and I'm not going to sit back here and not say how I feel. We've been hurting. We've been here. You see us leave the room. We've been in many meetings with everybody involved. And I don't know where I'm going after tomorrow. I'm going to need help. I don't have lots of money. I have a family that I have to support at the same time to walk through this. So I'm not asking you for anything. I'm not asking you to feel sorry for me. I'm not. And I wanted my friends here, Roger, and I don't know your name there. I had a chance to share a story with them the other day. I want to share this with you. We were talking about land base, how we need to get back to the land. And I told them my story, what happened to me a few years ago, where I thought I was gonna give up living. I didn't think about suicide, but I did think about giving up living. I was so devastated that I could not function. And I'm older, and you know, can you imagine when it's our young people? It could be so easy to give up and say, you know, I don't want to live anymore, I don't want to work, I don't want to do this. It happens when you get into a state of depression. Anyway, I was telling my colleagues there, and don't mind telling, because I think we need to hear each other what can happen, and it happens. I was at a point where I wanted to lay down and say, oh, I'm done. I'm not working. I don't care. I'm not going to work. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to help anybody anymore. Anyway, my kids were going camping, my two sons and their families. And what they did was, my youngest son came, Mom, we're going camping. Oh, okay. I'm going to stay home. Because I already had in my mind, I'm going to stay home. All I felt was being in a room and staying alone. That's all I wanted to do. Comes back the second time. I know they're packing. I know what they're doing. I live with one son with this little boy, and the other one down the road somewhere. We're going. Yeah, I haven't changed my mind. I'm staying home. The third time when he came, they were already hauling stuff down the lake, and he says to me, Mom, get your bedding together, get your bag together, you're coming. He was not going to take no for an answer. So I said, oh, okay, son, okay, I'll go with you. And we went to the next lake on a little island. But I forget, I lost count of how many grandkids, 4, 5, 2 sons and my daughter-in-law. We slept in a real big prospector tent. They made a big tent. And I slept by the door. They slept all in a row up. But you know what happened? My little grandchildren, they were all heads up. Where's Coco? How did they know? How did they know to reach out to me? But I wanted to tell that story to these two men that if I feel safe, I will tell my story, and I did. I just want to tell you guys that story because that was the journey back for me. Being on that little island, surrounded by my grandchildren, being on the water, listening to the water at night, cooking in the open fire. That was on my way, my journey back where I thought I was never going to get back up. I just wanted to tell you guys that me got you.
Thank you. So is it okay if we make this the last question, or what? I'm looking to leadership to tell me what we're doing. So what Marla said was she would appreciate if we just could keep the conversations going as long as people feel the need and desire to share. But I'm here. You can use this one, Bobby.
Hello.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
your magic, Bobby.
Thank you. Yeah, I can repeat myself for anybody that didn't hear. I just would appreciate it if we can acknowledge anybody who does have a question. I feel everybody does have a chance to use their voice. That's why we're here, to share and to teach each other. So if you don't mind, I'd really like to proceed with giving people opportunity to, have questions for us.
Absolutely.
Miigwech.
I'll try and make this really quick, and already I can feel my heart beating, so just bear with me. This isn't a question, and I apologize. It's just something to tie into this beautiful woman's story she just told us. But I felt very sad on our first day on Tuesday, and it took everything for me not to stand up and say something. I was very touched and moved by our speakers in the morning of Tuesday, and I couldn't help but look around and see the amount of people that have heads down and on their phone. And I'm guilty of it, I know. But, we talk about addictions. We talked 3 days about addictions with drugs and alcohol and the addictions we have with our cell phones. And not once, but twice, but 3 times now it's been brought up, and 3 times I've been feeling the way that I've been feeling. And I just wanted to share, if we really want to make a difference and we really want to change, the way our youth are, and especially when you touched on the social media, social media is an enemy because, we can't help but constantly think about what's going on in other people's lives, and we want to always look at our phones. And even while you were speaking that beautiful words, there is still couldn't help. It's an addiction. We can't help but look at our phones. We can't help but think, who's texted us? What has my friend said on social media? And if we're that distracted ourselves, how are we supposed to model a good behavior for our youth to not be distracted and on social media themselves? As a teacher at Matau in education, I see the impacts it has when our teaching staff are on their cell phones and our laptops. Our laptops are there to help us lesson plan and stuff. And when you see students walk in, how welcoming is it when our heads are down into technology? Same thing with our phones. We want to start land-based. We want to start culture. We want to start getting into the land. We can't do that if we don't open up our minds to the culture and land base itself and get out of this technology world. Sorry, I just had to say that.
I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. Charlene, did I see your hand up? Yeah. You're first, and I'll come back here.
As far as programs go, I am, let's go for each community. I am very peeved that we have to apply every year, every fiscal year for money, and also that it was called I know, and it was called, and some communities need more money, and I am peeved that the Nishkatis that it literally takes a lot of doing to get extra money, and also to get extra money to accommodate what each community needs.
Bonjour. Asamina angagagit ni sagichikwe Emily Jacob Ejnikazaman. Ego ni sosumat na sneeze dasubone. I am 72 years old. And I started working when I was 16 years old. How many years is that? I don't know. When I used to work around the clock, it was supposed to have been a 9-to-5 job. I never even followed that. I don't even know how many overtime hours I did over the many years I did. Money wasn't in my eyes that time, but now money is in my eyes. Sometimes, when we get so uptight and emotional about all the losses that we face every day. I had my share of losses as well. I lost a 14-year-old here in 1990, and he was going to high school. And he didn't make it because the 7 inquest youth that came along. His death was considered suicide. Sometimes I don't even believe that, even though the coroner phoned me that day. Well, your son died from suicide. I just let it go. I let all these things that happened to my family, I just let it go. My brother was killed here in Thunder Bay in the early 2000. And my grandson was murdered here 3 years ago. And that's the hardest, thing that I had to deal with. Even now, too, like at the end of the month, it's going to be the verdict. What's going to happen? But it's, my family, when I lost my brother, we never said anything to the family that was involved. And today, it's the same. We don't dare say, we don't say anything. I met the mother of the accused, about 2 years ago. I gave her a hug. I even gave her a kiss on the cheek. But the hardest part is the forgiveness part. Because I have 2 grandchildren that are still alive from that family. And there's so much anger at times. Even the mother, so angry at times. I try to soothe them. I try to tell them, me as an elder, what I try to, I ask my Creator every day to give me the strength, to give me guidance, and to carry my grandchildren that are still here. The legal side of things, when you go to trial and all that stuff, they use a drone nowadays. Our family, my family, they had to put us through so much pain. We saw what happened to my grandson. We saw him lying there full of blood. How would anybody feel? I just went down to my hands and knees that night. Every day we get through so much. We lose our people, and it's up to us now. We have to stand up. In my time, in my family, I have lost my 3 of my own children. I had 4 children. I only have 1 more left. And I had 8 grandchildren. 3 of them are gone. I had 20 and I lost one about 10 months ago to suicide. 13 years old. And I lost all my family. Every one of them is gone. I lost my last uncle about maybe 3 weeks ago. He was the last living uncle that I had on my mother's side. There is so much pain that we go through. And you younger people, there's a lot of work for you. You know, I tell stories so your people can learn from my stories and build upon the stories that the elders tell you. That's how it works. That's how I learned. I sat with the elders when I first started working. I went to visit the elders to learn from them. They told me that, you know, our indigenous people lived to be 100, over 100, you know, when they lived in the bush. Why? Because everything in the bush is alive. Everything that the Creator made for us to use is alive. That's what they told me. So maybe, so that's why, you know, land-based treatment, maybe treatment centers would be nice in every community. Oh, I wish I would. And this elder would be so happy. I mean, we have to. You have to. That are falling on the wayside. It's up to you, young people. People that are just, you know, starting out in the world. Don't, you know, don't forget about any, I mean, we don't want to give up on them, I would say. Don't give up on them. That's what I did when I worked. Even, you know, before I had this walker, I had 2 canes for 10, 15 years. So I was a mental health worker for 25 years. How did I last that long? My mother-in-law, my late mother-in-law, and my late husband used to take me out in the land. Emily, it's time for you to just leave. Come. You know, they didn't want me to tell the chief I'm going out for the weekend. No, in the bush. No, let's just go. So that's how I survived to work as a mental health worker for 25 years. Being refreshed in the bush, in the forest, where everything was so quiet. Only the trickle of the river flowing by. You know, I heard so many stories from the elders for a long time. And sometimes I like to share them with you guys, you know, the young people, the young people that I sit with. So, you know, my heart goes out with the people that I just heard. Donna, excuse me. What's her name? Lorraine, because I used to work with her late sister Donna for many years. I worked for Northern for many years too. And I went, you know, all over the Northern in my time, Northern communities. And every single community that I went to had their unique way of doing their stuff, trying to help their people. Let's continue, people. Let's continue to pull up the people that have fallen down. You know, sometimes I think about the Bible story about the Good Samaritan. Let's try to be like the Good Samaritan. Help. You don't have to get paid to help somebody. Right now, every day, I go out stepbrother who is 75 years old and who's on the street. And I go and look for him. But I haven't seen him, but somebody did see him 2 days ago. You know, that's how hard it is. All of us, we come through so much. And I know each and every one of you has been through so much too. Losing people. That's one of the hardest things that you can get through. One of the hardest grieving process that I got stuck on for a few months was my great-granddaughter. Because, you know, when you have your children, you love them. And then you get your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, you love them. Okay? Your love just goes up. But my Creator has given me 20 little precious gifts for me to continue to stand up for them, to teach them as much as I can. So on Sunday, I'm going up to Webekwe, where I'm from. I'll be there for 3 weeks only to visit my little great-grandchildren. Even the last one that was born, we shared the same birthdays. Oh, that was it. So lifted me when that happened. So people, be prepared. You know, strengthen yourself. There's only one person through your hardships. And it's the Creator, that one Creator who made everything. So thank you for listening to an elder. And I hope you understand the story that I'm trying to get across. Love you all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much for sharing and for the wise words. Is there a hand up over here? I don't see a hand. Sorry.
I'll make this thing short. I want to talk about the high-risk kids in our communities. That we're dealing with 2 high-risk kids in our community, and where the workers are don't know what to do anymore, and it's really like while we're at the Choose Life topic, how can Choose Life advocate for the high risk children in our communities? Like, we don't have a building or to house them, and we have no resources. Like, I think Choose Life has they're not funded for I'm not sure, to assess really high risk kids, and that's where we're really having a problem now. Is how to help those kids. And the other one now I'm thinking about is I know he's out of age now. And we're really having a problem getting a place for her that has an autism. And how the families are really stressed out. They don't know how to help their granddaughters or their children. Nishnawbe sang in our community. I know there is funny, but I think there should be more funding for high risk or medical needs children for our community. We're really lacking in that area.
Thank you so much. All right. I'll turn it over.
Yeah, I'm just here. I'm standing with our team. Choose Life is under our portfolio, and I just want to really acknowledge all the work that they've done. It's a thankless job sometimes, but they go above and beyond to service you, the communities, and these comments are very important as well as we take it as well into the next phase of Choose Life, our AGM that's going to be happening in September, where we come to say, well, there's not enough funding. You know, we need to go needs-based funding. Why are we always at particular areas? We have special needs, high-risk youth as well that need to access those resources as well. And those are the times where we are able to bring all these areas when we're negotiating with Indigenous Services Canada. But excuse me. I just want to also mention and also invite everyone too to, you know, bring these comments, bring your concerns as well, and because we want to go towards needs-based resources. You know, we don't want any child or anyone's special needs or high risk to be left out. You know, just because a youth has problems with addictions or alcohol or mental health, they shouldn't be excluded in programming just because it's difficult to deal with them. You know, there's Jordan's principle that we could also access. You know, Choose Life was born out of Jordan's principle funding. So we could access, we have at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, we have a team that could also assist you in identifying resources for those high needs, special needs individuals at your community level. And I know at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, we have to do more to communicate this information to you, that there are resources available. And we just can't stop and say, and let them say, okay, well, you're not funded for that. And that's not under the parameters of the funding. No, you know, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found the federal government guilty against discriminating against your children, and they're saying no still. So they're still perpetuating the discrimination. That is stopping, and that's why, you know, we have a high-level table with Indigenous Services Canada to bring priorities such as this. You know, why can't we be funded for this? Why can't we, you know, that is representative of the true needs, our high-risk youth, our special needs, you know? Like those youth shouldn't be turned away just because they have addictions. Oh, it's too hard to bring them on trips. It's too hard to bring them in the program. No, those are citizens of your community as well, and they have the right to access needs-based resources as well. And we're here to help you. This team is here to help you. Call upon them. This is their role. This is their job. This is what they do. You know, assist in overcoming some of those funding barriers. And, you know, we'll work with you. We'll work with your communities. That's what this team was set up to do, to serve you. So I just want to acknowledge the team, and I stand with them.
And there's one at the back as well.
Just listening to the elders and people that are struggling, and I'd like to thank you guys all. You guys do pretty good. Do at your Choose Life, pretty good program. And I just thought about our youth that are the youth that are 18 and starting their adult life, and some of them are end up becoming homeless in the community, isolated reserve, and they kind of move around and couch to couch or shack to shack or whatever, and just to give them a help if they qualify with the age group you guys carry, so you guys could help them out with maybe funding to get them a canvas tent, wood stove, and stuff like that. So or lumber to build them a camp or something. Would that be possible in you guys' portfolio or something for youth? Some of them even are homeless at the age of 14, 15, 16, 13 also. And that's one thing when I think about Choose Life, it's a strong word, choose life. So and ask, maybe you should go ask Choose Life. Maybe they'll get you a tent or something, or help you how to build a tent or something, right? But I don't know if they go there and ask, or they're just too scared to. So that's my question to you guys, but I don't know if
I could answer that now. Thank you for that question. And we always go back to the fact that why not? It's needs based. This is what your community needs. This is what your youth needs. We have a problem of youth aging out of care, aging out of services, aging out of education. So why are we still capped saying, oh, well, you're 18, so you're no longer eligible for these funding? So we've been advocating for the fact that, the age should be higher, even up until like 25, 26, because, or even like, not even like an age gap, because, it takes time for our young people, our individuals to, get a load of what they're doing and supports that they want. And so Choose Life was meant to be developed at the community level. This is what the community needs. They're looking at, like in working with housing or infrastructure. There's capital resources that are also attached to Choose Life. And it's just like I know one of the teachings, it says bravery, and I think we have to instill bravery in our community members this is what I need, this is what I want to, help myself out or get myself back on track. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. And that's where, Choose Life could be used and also harnessed to deal with some of those areas. If they want tents or why a tent? Like why can't they go ahead and work with infrastructure, access to capital funds to work in housing? I said in my talk this morning, if we could maximize those resources, we could, ensure that there is opportunities for housing or, youth aging out of care, to ensure that they have those services as well. So I say, my long answer is, yeah, why not? You could use your Choose Life funding for that. And if, Indigenous Services Canada gives you a hard time, well, call us, as we hold them to task with our table.
Thank you. So we have a hand up over here, and then this is actually going to be the last hand for now, because then we're going to go into the Nan Day of Prayer, and we're going to have, which I think is really timely and necessary for all of us, because this is heavy, and it's good to go into prayer after this. But I was just talking to Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty, and we're going to open up some time this afternoon for more dialogue. So if you still wanted to share, I respect that. I want to give you time to share. We're going to finish off with this one for now, then we're going to go into the day of prayer, then lunch, and then we'll have some time this afternoon for open dialogue.
Hi. My friend, her name is Martha Sutherland, and I doing proposals to help residential school people. When we're stuck now, we asked NAN for $30,080 for rooms and meals. Everything is paid by the band and other organizations. But I'm wondering, like, it's hotels and one meal for 35 people. This is where we get stuck when we want to help people. It's dollars all the time. Somebody says, I can't do this. I don't have that money. And I'm thinking, they all went to Vancouver for a meeting, a $500 hotel room plus travel. Healing, we're stuck. We can't help these people. We take young people like 19 and over. Last year I went, but I didn't go again because I went already. I'm trying to give other people the opportunity to go. And this is where we're stuck, is the dollars. $30,080 we need for rooms and meals. Everything is all covered except the rooms and meals. And these are people that want to do healing. And I'm getting stressed out because it's coming to the end of the deadline that we're supposed to finish. And we work, me and Martha work till 4 o'clock in the morning doing writings and everything. We don't ask for payments. We just do it to help the people go through the healing. And this is where we're stuck, is the hotel and the meals. Now, what am I going to say to the 35 people that wanted to go if I don't get that money? Charters are ready to go. Where are they going to stay over there? It's Sassibi, Quebec. And that's where I went last year. It really helped me. And I opened everything that I went through so that people can do the same. And I went with my daughter. And the little girl I adopted, she's 11 now. When I raised my kids, it was different. It was a rough life. It was a rough life, and but now it's different because I stopped drinking, I stopped doing drugs, and I stopped everything. Or it's a different life. But with my kids, when my grandson was born, he's 32 years old, I started to think, I can't continue living like this, drinking and partying and doing all kinds of stuff. So we need help for these 35 people to get the rooms and the meals. And this is where we asked Nan for the help. But we still haven't heard anything yet. I'm texting Anna Betty here while I'm sitting. I said, what's going on? When are we going to find out the answer? This is the deadline is the 14th. That's tomorrow. So we need to hear that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Choose Life team, for your time and sharing your knowledge.
I just want to respect that question as well. Yeah, I think we need to meet with you as well. Perhaps I could coordinate with Deputy Grand Chief as well to see how we could find a solution as well. So I think we'll come and talk to you.
All right. What time is it? Sorry, Deputy. Okay. So just so everyone knows, let you know a little bit of the timelines at this stage. We're going to now start the Day of Prayer, and then we're going to take lunch after that, and we're going to come back here at it's 12:45 right now. I'm going to say we're going to come back here at 2. So it'll be 1 hour and 15 minutes for the Day of Prayer plus lunch. And so if everybody can come back in here at 2, and for those of you, if our presenters for this afternoon at 1 o'clock are in the room, you're now on at 2 o'clock, not 1 o'clock. So just so you know. So I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty, and you can start the day of prayer.
Okay, thank you very much. We're just so if we can have Sam, Roma, Pastor Roma Fisher, and Grand Chief and Deputy Narcisse up here, please. What we had decided to do is that we would, as part of this particular gathering, you know, we've always shared that message, the importance of prayer, and that we wanted to acknowledge that and ensure that we were acting upon it by sharing this day with you. So we put it as part of our time here, so that you could all be involved. And so Sam will share a message about the importance of prayer, and he will pray. Pastor Roma Fisher will also share a message and do his prayer as well. We'll have a moment of silence, and then we will have very short comments from the NAN executive.
Thank you. If I have to stand for 30 minutes, you all have to too. I'd asked some of the staff to hand out tobacco ties, and that is to ask your prayers for our people, also to be part of the importance and the understanding of prayer. When I was asked this morning, I was told what was expected. And how faith and belief sometimes gets them through to the hard times. When I'm asked to do things and I come and speak, I never take notes, or I never know what I'm going to say till I get up here. And I always put my faith in the Creator and in God to put the words into what needs to be said, and when I need to share the message that needs to be shared with everyone. I think this half hour of prayer is being videotaped and also on Wawate Radio as well. So it's going beyond this room. So you better be on your good behavior. And I think you know, when I grew up with my parents, and they would always sing songs and pray evening time or on Sundays. They would take their hymn books, and they would sing songs and they would pray. Even if we're out alone all by ourselves out in the land, trapping, you know, they would sit together and we would say prayers. And till today, my daughter she has a cerebral palsy, and her and her mother every evening take out the hymn book and sing in the language. They sing hymns every evening, and she won't go to bed unless she does that. And so that's very good to hear when I sit there and I listen to them sing, and I know that it brings some calmness to my heart. It makes me feel good. And I think when we listen, you know, in these times that we each one of us have encountered, we all know. So we have lost someone we knew. None of us are exempt from that. We have experienced loss and all the all the hardship that we have gone through with our children and grandchildren in our communities. And faith has put us through all of that. And if we don't have that faith, that we would not be able to stand up and would not be able to put ourselves together and go through all of those things that we have experienced. I have to have losses and lost grandchildren in this city, and they're very, very difficult times. And people, how can you and I think it's not a matter of strength. I think it's the faith that you have in the Creator and the belief that you have in the Creator that things will get better. That there's a reason and a purpose for everything. Sometimes we don't know right away what the reason, what the purpose is. But I think somewhere along the way we will find the answer. We will find some comfort in the words and in the love of our Creator or our God, as we may know Him. And as I walk through my life, I'm pretty close to 70. Now I've been here a long time, and I have never. My faith has been tested a number of times. When things didn't go right, but when things were bad, I would pray. I would pray in the heart to try and to find the strength to go on and to do the things that I needed to do. I know that my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren, my wife, depend on me to be there for them. And they are there for me as well. It works both ways. And so each one of us is here for a purpose. We were given a reason why we were put here on this earth by the Creator. And we find that purpose in our life. So many of you have spoken the last couple of days about the work that you do in your communities, how you go beyond what it is that you were supposed to do to help your brothers and your sisters and the children. And that is the purpose of why we are here. So I think when you reflect on your own journey, and you reflect on the stories of people, and you walk with them, you help them, and hopefully that your children see that, your grandchildren see that they will walk with you, and always include them in whatever you do in your prayers, and pray for them. My father would always only have 2 words whenever I visit him. When he lived in a different place, and I would visit him every now and then. His last words to me were always, "I miss you again. Pray. Look after your family." And that's what he would always say. So I have tried to follow that, what he said to me. So when I pray, and I do my best to look after my family, because that's what I'm here for. And I think that's we heard some of the elders talk this morning about their stories and about their belief and things. So we sit here today, and all of those who are listening out there and their struggles, and we offer our prayers to you, and we offer our love, our kindness, extend our hand to those who are struggling, and that we should not leave anyone behind that we see. We go out there and we do the best that we can to ensure that they know they are worthy of love, that they are worthy of our kindness, and that they do belong somewhere. They are our children. They are our daughters, brothers, and our sisters, who we cannot forget them. So as we go forward from this day, we carry in our heart that little flame, that little prayer, and we reach out to our people who are struggling, and we do the best that we can but most of all, we put our faith in our Creator, in our God, to be able to do the things that we need to do. And so that those who need help will understand that how beautiful and how important they are. But God didn't create garbage. God didn't create junk. Every one of them is beautiful. No matter what they are stage in their life, they are beautiful beings. So with that, I will pass on the mic to Pastor Roma Fisher here. Say a few words. Aho.
Thank you very much, Elder Sam. Understand this is a time of reflection on prayer at this moment, and so you've had a lot of activity, and it's a time to think about looking to the Creator for our support. I just want to just address Anne and regularly. In fact, I pray for you every morning. I wouldn't tell you to do something I don't do, so this is the time to pray. So. It's essential part of our lives. I've been a pastor here for over 32 years in this city. We have a television program that goes across the nation 6 times a week, and we encourage people to pray. And a lot of our people need to realize that that's an essential part of our day, that we start every morning and pray. Every nation that I know, every people across the world that I know pray in some fashion. We might do it a little bit differently sometime, but we must respect a prayer. When I was teaching at the college, which I did about 20 years there at the college locally, I was teaching social work, and one of our textbooks tells us that we're more than just mental, intellectual people. We're more than physical creations. We're also spirit people. We're more spirit than we are natural. So when we leave this body, Sam, I see your body is getting a little larger. They're too like mine. But our bodies go back to the earth. The scripture says that, and our spirit goes back to the Creator who made it, who gave us the breath. The word spirit actually is breath. That's what it means, breath. And understand that in the last while we've suffered a lot with especially think about all if you just go around downtown, our downtown core areas, you see a lot of our people there. I drive a lot of areas, and I pray for the people on the street. Sometimes individually, or I just make a notion to pray. A lot of our young people, our family members, are on the streets, roaming the streets, and they're lost, and they need us to pray to have a divine encounter, divine connections, and divine interventions in their lives. And so this is needful to pray, and that we would have mental stability, that we would give our leadership, Derek and the rest of the crew of the NAN, to give them wisdom so that they can deal with all these issues. And there's a lot of crisis, a lot of stuff that they deal with every day. As a leader, there's stuff that comes to you from different angles. People want this, want that, and you have to deal with it in a way that's going to make sense. So that's why we need to cover our leadership in prayer, and the people at the grassroots level as well, everyone who's helping. And we all need not just mental strength, but I believe that our spiritual nourishment really, really helps our mentality, or helps our mental health. And I was reading a scripture earlier this morning where it talks in the book of Philippians to pray and don't worry about anything. Leave your cares to God. You don't have to struggle every day to try to serve. It's not our business to try to solve everything ourselves. We must do what we can do, but also we must let the Creator handle all this stuff. He's the one that's going to eventually do the work. Of course, there's always opposition. If we pray, there's opposition as well. The negative spiritual world as well, a conflict in that. So we see that. And so I want to encourage everyone to practice to pray and to seek out your own individual. There's time that we need to pray ourselves individually, and we need to pray collectively or corporately together, to join together and pray. And I think I want to thank you, Betty, for incorporating this part of our conference where we just get together and be mindful of the fact that we need each other in our prayer time. One could put 1,000 to flight, but two could put 10,000, and there's more, a lot we can do to carry the work in the spiritual realm as well. And so I want to encourage everyone to pray for the communities, pray, lift up our leadership, lift up the people that are on the street, so that they'd have the healing that they need, and they'll have the whatever helps that's available. Those that are also giving, helping people, they need strength. And a lot of times over the last couple of years for sure, I was doing like maybe 1 or 2 funerals every month, and that was kind of taxing. I saw all the people there during this time, and it was a sad situation. I try to offer my help to the families and different ones that are struggling. Just recently, I went to my home community and did a few with so we need everyone, not just chipping in physically or this natural part, but our spiritual end of it as well. So I think we're lacking in that a lot. We need to believe in our own prayers as well. Believe in our own prayers, and don't just pray and just talk negative about what we pray about. We need to talk positive. After we release our prayer, we have to talk positive that the Creator heard us and He'll do what He said He is going to do. And so that's what we need to do, is believe in the Creator and God, and believe that He will answer your prayer. And so that's where our mental health comes in. Well, if we have that background, we know that He's going to take care of us no matter what. I always say that we know Him as Creator, but He's also a provider. He's also healer. He's more than just one area. So we wanna get to know our Creator more and more in prayer, that we begin to understand who He is. And so I want to urge everyone, and I'm continuing praying about our leadership in our city as well, and different things that we could help work together in helping our own selves and our people. So Betty, I want to congratulate you on part of incorporating prayer, which is so important. I believe everybody here would agree with that. It's so important to pray and to seek God's help and intervention for everyone. So am I supposed to pray, or are you supposed to pray, lead in prayer? Huh? I pray? Okay. All right. So anyway, Father, I want to thank you. I come to you on behalf of the people here, of Nan and all the rest of the folks. I come to you for your intervention and your help. We pray for everyone that's associated in this room here. We pray for all the family members. We pray we cover our leaders, the rest of the crew, and all the 2 deputies that are here, the 2 chiefs that are here. Not only that, but we also pray for our national chief. We pray for her, and we ask that your intervention be upon her, and that our people would get the help that they need, and give them all wisdom so that they can implement different things that are supposed to happen according to your plan and your will. Your plan is that we be healthy and we be whole, we be safe. And so I pray for every family member here, every man, woman, and child, every boy and girl, grandparents, and we cover them, Lord God. We cover them with our prayer. We pray peace, the peace of God. We pray the strength of God for every single person. We pray the success of this meeting. After they go home to their own places, I pray that every office person in this room would be reminded to pray in the morning wherever they go, and they lift up their work progress that's there. We thank you for it. We pray for Bobby right here and Annie, and we pray for them that they would do the work that they're supposed to do, and that they stay focused, that they'll have exact wisdom and when to do things. And we thank you for this opportunity that we can stand here and look to you for help. And so we thank you for that. Bless everyone here with the healing power. I pray this in the name of Jesus, that everyone here would have a healing, physical healing, mental healing, and the rest of the, whatever they need, every need be met, provision-wise, material-wise. And I thank you for every family member, everyone that's having trouble in their emotions, that they would have the healing that they need in their soul, that be a rest assured that they'll be okay. We give you praise for this, Lord, in advance, because it's a faith thing. So I believe as we leave here, we'll say, thank you, Lord. When Roma Fisher prayed, I'm with him. I'm joining my faith with him. And I'm joining faith with everybody here that every need is going to be met. And bless the food as we eat. And may all the calories be diminished. And no one will get fat. But Jesus.
So I guess now we'll have a moment of silence, and each one of you, I will give you a tobacco tie to hold that. And after somewhere during the time of the day, you can go put it in the fire or the teepee over there, or put it in the ground somewhere. And after that moment of silence, I'm going to sing a song. As nobody ever heard me do that. You will be prepared. That sounds just like Elvis. How? So each one of you, in your own way, wherever that you may be today, have a moment of silence and a little prayer for everybody. How? Now, there was a spirit phone there in the back somewhere. I'm going to sing a song, and we'll let them speak after. Aha, bojo. Kawas kene the sins you can. Ita go examine it when I'm going to go to Imam Quim died the good Nishnawbe Aski to Quim Sugaya Watuma, where he was now. When I come on, where up to Annie to go. Where they go and Jim got with there, and she killed nine with there. I cooking it to go, car day to go. I always didn't need squares there. I the crown of is in the car. Most of the time I need to go. You go to my no, Nagamon never, again on dog, and Nagamustangi to go. You go to my need to go job to Toyani to Sema Nigimina in the go. Miss away, no man couldn't make away, no more guy she got away. We got away the niche crazy. A book send him a way. The minister, he took him to get on with Matsu, no chance, and or Sunny to go. Aha. Name show me Wabandung. I wonder Kebian. Mr. Wake Gongagi Kendaman, Ohio, hey, Ohio, hey, hey, Ohio, hey, hey, Ohio, hey, hey, Ohio, hey, hey, Name show me. Kawandung, Kawanda Kebian, Misty Wake Gungagi Kendaman, Ohio, hey, Ohio, hey, hey, Ohio, hey, hey, Ohio, hey. Ohio, hey, hey, Name show me Nangabianong Kawanda Kebian
Mistiweke kungagi kendaman, Ohio, hey. Ohio, hey, ya, hey, ya, ha. Ohio, hey, ya, hey, ya, ha. Ohio, hey, ya, hey, ya, ha. Ohio, hey, ya, ha. Nishnawbe Iwetinong Awanda Kebian Mistiweke Kungagi Kendaman Ohio hey Ohio hey ya hey ya Ohio hey ya hey ya Ohio hey oh hey ya Ohio hey ya Ne mama akinga shugita biyan Mistiweke kunga minishiyan Ohio hey Ohio hey ya hey ya 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 Amiga Chamenda, Amiga Chamenda, Amiga. That's to acknowledge everyone in all directions, all over the world. Amiga. Come on.
Can sit down now if they want, because we're just making comments. Okay, you can take a seat, and there's three of us that are going to be speaking. Myself and Deputy Narcisse and Deputy Linklater, who will be joining virtually. And at this time, Grand Chief, because of our rescheduling here, he's already committed to another meeting right now. But the message that I want to share is that, you know, each and every one of us that are here, you know, we are gifts from God. And, you know, each of us was given a mind and a heart and a spirit and a body. And that it's up to us, those four beings, and to take care of them. And we must share that message with our children. I know many of you already do, and you're helpers to ensure that happens. But you know, we need to do a whole lot more on that. And in your prayers, I ask that you pray for our people who are out there on the street, our children who are in the child welfare system, our people that are in prisons and correctional facilities or might be ill, but that we also pray for our people who are going to school, who are working, and no matter what job they have, you know, they are fulfilling a very important role, and to pray for them as well, and I acknowledge all the NAN leadership that have been part of this summit, and for all those that might be listening. And I thank you all very much for the time that you have spent here. It was very uplifting. It was very encouraging, and that is what we want you to walk away with. And we will make sure that we take care of your spirit before you leave here. So get me Gretch, and I will now pass it over to.
Miigwech. Oops. My voice is too loud, I guess. So I just want to say very briefly, Miigwech for the prayer, Pastor Roma, and Sam as well for that song. Very Elvis-y. It was really good. But no, I just want to also acknowledge the prayers. I'd like to thank the Creator for all of you. I'd like to thank the Creator for all the discussions that happened here these past couple of days. I thank that needs to happen. And I'm a firm believer that, whenever we have trials or help you along to reach some of those solutions. And I think the Creator brought us here together this week to help begin and restructure that work that needs to happen for our community. So I really thank the Creator in that regard. And I asked him also during the prayer to watch over our families. I know we travel a lot. This is very important work that we need to do. And all of you here shows that commitment that you are many of the community champions that come from our communities. And I thank the Creator for you. And to also look after your families and your children who probably miss you as well, because you're doing this very important work. And may they understand the sacrifices that you are making in your own communities to help those people and children in need. I thank the Creator for that, and I acknowledge you for this. And I look forward to the wonderful work that's going to be guided by these conversations that we had. And may the Creator guide you in all your personal journeys of health in moving forward. Miigwech.
Hi, I'm not too sure if you guys could hear me. Deputy Grand Chief Linklater. I'm actually in Timmins doing a meeting. I did join the session this morning, was there the last 2 days. And I echo all the sentiments. Prayer is a beautiful thing. It is a spiritual exercise and it needs to be practiced by all. Even as we speak, as we are holding the conferences, all throughout NAN, there are many families that are still hurting. So I really appreciate all the frontline workers and, the last 2 days and the discussion this morning, and our prayers are with you. We covet your prayers as leadership because, we do a lot of traveling, we do a lot of advocating, we fight on behalf of our people, but remember your own leaders and, pray for your chiefs, your councils. One of the things we all need to work on is we need to continue on the healing path, and we need to be kind people, and we need to work towards healing. And prayer is a beautiful exercise that could help us get there. So I'll leave you with those words. I know you guys must be very, very hungry, but we'll leave you God's blessings and take care.
This concludes our portion of the NAN Day of Prayer. This is something that we're going to do broadcast on a regular basis, either 4 times a year, which is what we're probably going to be doing. And so I thank each and every one of you for being part of this. And I know that the prayers that you have shared will go a long way. For the prayers for yourself, for your families, your communities, and all our relatives. Miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech. Thank you so much. So we are going to break for lunch until 2, so please come back here at 2. But before people go to the buffet table, if we can just ask our elders and our drum group and our firekeepers to please help themselves to the buffet first. And we will see you all back here at 2. Also, if Randy Ray is in the house, please. She's on her way. Okay, awesome. Perfect. Thank you. All right, we'll see you all at 2 o'clock then, folks.
Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life. Children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words, sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing. Pencil, or taking the same route home from school, or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills, like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beading, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support, and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect the wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort, and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, joys, and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunder, and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
Ontario First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, Choose Life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp. My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skidoing. You get to play with your friends. About being here is the snow and all the adventures. I like to get to eat good food here. We went ice fishing yesterday, and then we caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net. And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, you know, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging. And it's like, hey, I know how to do this. And, you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There was a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I am very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And add in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a youth in my First Nation, Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba. And he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just they need solutions, and one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life, and it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's just...
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful. Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as a Nishnawbe, so that we can be proud of who we are?
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that this is our traditional territory. It's not anybody else's, this is ours. We were here first, this is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great, because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Where did the country we call Canada come from? Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith by our peoples. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truth about the treaties and the colonial, racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected us from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and support the many First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The land territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The display was quest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties. And unfortunately, to this day, that treaty agreement between First Nations people and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 18. The goal of the Act was to assimilate First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The Act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run, government-funded schools. Thousands of our children never came home. The Act created reserves. It gave Indigenous peoples European names. It made it illegal for us to practice our ceremonies, and it denied us the right to vote until 1960. The effects of the Indian Act impact us to this very day. The Act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me as a First Nations person here in Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't even get enough funding or tuition money to go to post-secondary education.
The trauma in the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the realization through this being raised by parents who were not ready to be parents. You know, what do you expect by people who've been raised in the residential school system? You know, they're taught to hate their own language. They're taught to hate their brown skin. They're taught to hate their long hair. They're taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that has lived on through generations that exist today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other. But there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties, that need for that fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this. And we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one, so all of our children and grandchildren could benefit from this land.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Repetitive behaviors like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds or planes or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look a different way and reflect a wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
Nishnawbe First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words. Choose life. It means a lot of things to me. That there is hope. That our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like, it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp. My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skidooing. You get to play with your friends. What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures. I like to get to eat good food here. We went ice fishing yesterday. And then we caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net. And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like, they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. Do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging. And it's like, hey, I know how to do this. And, you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There's a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming lives. You cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I'm very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a youth in my First Nation Nishnawbe Aski Nation in Manitoba, and he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
With Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely it was a good educational experience for them as well to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just getting worse and worse. And with those problems, they need solutions. And one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life. And it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful. Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as a Nishnawbe, so that we can be proud of who we are?
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that national territory. It's not anybody else's. This is ours. We were here first. This is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great. Because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Where did the country we call Canada come from? Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truth about the treaties and the colonial, racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected our peoples from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The land territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The display was created after the 7 Youth Inquest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties, And unfortunately, to this day, that treaty agreement between and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 1876. The goal of the act was to assimilate First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run.
Hello, all. It is now 2 o'clock. We are going to round up the gang from outside, but we will get started in about 2 minutes.
To this very day, the act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths that are out there in this country. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me as a First Nations person here in Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't need funding or tuition money to go to post-secondary education.
The trauma in the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the reality is that my generation have lived through this trauma. They've all experienced being raised by parents who were not ready to be parents. You know, what do you expect by people who've been raised in the residential school system? You know, they're taught to hate their own language. They're taught to hate their brown skin. They're taught to hate their long hair. They're taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that has lived on through that exists today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other, but there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the future, the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties, that need for that fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this. And we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one for all of our children and grandchildren.
All right, folks, we are going to get started. So if you'd like to come and take your seats, that would be excellent. Welcome back from lunch. I wanted to, for those of you who are agenda followers, I have switched it up a little bit. So it's now 2 o'clock. And so we're going to do the panel from 2 to 3. And then I'll open the floor again for open dialogue for a little bit. And then I'll open it for the chiefs to provide input and their thoughts. and then our elders will provide their input and thoughts, and then we will have Grand Chief Fox join us, and then I'll do some giveaways. So it's a fairly full afternoon. I'm looking forward to our final afternoon together. I also wanted to tell you that the activities tonight have changed. It's karaoke and bingo in here tonight. So karaoke and bingo, which sounds like a ton of fun. Also, don't forget to fill out your evaluation. If you haven't already done that, please fill it out and bring it to the front registration, because you have to sign. You know what? I'll do it for you. I see the lady. I don't know the lady's name here in the burgundy. Dorothy? Oh, I'll bring it down for you. Yeah. Well, so no, I know we're hearing lots of different things. So I don't want to collect it because then I won't have your name. But then I won't have your name for the draw. It's on there? You signed your name to it? Okay, then I'll just collect all the evaluations if you've signed your name to it. Okay, I haven't looked at it. All right, so anybody who wants to fill out their evaluations, we'll put it on this table here. I will get them to the people that need them, and we'll do a draw at the end of the day for it. So I'll take that right there. Thank you. All right, so we are going to start with our first. Do you need something? She's in half an hour. Yeah, but you got time to eat your lunch, Randy. So that's okay. So our first presenter of the day is all the way from Sandy Lake, and he is presenting on Paw Patrol. And so we have Jeff Mikas. I will turn the floor over to Jeff to share us information about Paw Patrol. You want to say a few words?
Okay, so we had a request also, actually a sharing of what was happening in many of our communities, and we're here to look at some of the best practices and also look at ways of what is being done in many of our communities across the north to really help our community members, our most vulnerable people. And I know many of our communities have different patrol watch over our children. And when my friend Rod Fiddler from Sandy Lake told me about what happened in Sandy Lake and some of the challenges that are happening for our youth and young people and individuals, especially with mental health, we really wanted, the Paw Patrol to really come and tell their story and what they've done and what's been happening, some of their challenges, how they overcome the success, but also the champions that are also attached to the program as well. We want to really have an opportunity to have them share, and we want to hear your story of what happened. So it's great to have you.
Thank you, Bobby, Deputy. Thank you, Miigwech. I'm a member of the Sound Lake First Nation. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Mikas. I've been around for a while, but I've done many presentations and workshops and that before. I worked with some of you. I've seen some of you around too. Like we gotten a little older. I seen one lady friend who I haven't seen since we're young and wild and free. Way back in 1989 or 92, around there. Martha Sutherland. Nice to see you again, Martha. Yeah. I just wanted to give you a little history about how we came about and how all this came about. Back in the 1990s, 89, 90s, we're, as I mentioned, myself and Martha, and of course, there's another lady around here somewhere, Lillian. Lillian was part of, but Martha and myself, and I believe one of the coordinators here was talking about Stan Wesley. He was part of that group too, that I wasn't, that we were part of that group. And what has happened and what began, but when we got together as youth, like we are in our mid-20s and teens and 20s. Man, that's like over 30 years ago now. Oh my goodness. Martha, we're old. So I'm just bugging Martha because she's a remarkable woman. I haven't seen her for a long time. So, and yeah, when we got together, and there was a lot of that was during the height of when the youth suicides were going, and as well, and the elder from Wobakwe was speaking, she was there too. We are guided as well. From Wobakwe, we were guided by her. She was there too, and as well as I acknowledge our friends that who have passed on, as well as moved on, as their spirit lives with us and with you guys, Mr. And I want to acknowledge he was a kind of a mentor to me, who guided to where I am today, who walked the path and gave me strength. And I like to acknowledge his name, and he's a good, remarkable man. And I think the older ones that are here today might know him, as the younger ones, maybe. I just wanted to say the name, Mr. Frank Beardy from Muskrat. He was a remarkable man, and he is the one that guided me through this process, as myself, Martha, and Lillian, and other youth at that day. And when we go, because we didn't know what we were getting our hands into, or put into, because that was during the height of the youth suicide. And boy, back then, it was tough. It was really tough as service providers back then, and we as youth trying to do something, trying to create change and give support to our youth back then. So as you see, and from the based on like throughout the years and throughout the like we've been invited to so many things during the, I believe, maybe 10 years of that, and we've been involved in chiefs meetings, and we were part of a special committee. We did a lot. We participated in a lot, and we did a lot of work. Then we were part of the AFN as well. Lillian and I, Stan, part of the AFN Youth Council, and we did a lot of things, a lot of change, and we did. But it was a lot of hard work, determination, sacrifices that we had to do. So again, I like to acknowledge, without them too, supporting each other, supporting one another was great. So and during that time, I worked a lot. I was still working, and I went to I've been involved with I've been involved since 1988, and I'm still doing it today. I'm in the trenches. What I mean by in the trenches, I'm in the front line. I've been there since '89, and it's 2022. Almost like what? How many years is that? It's a lot. And I've been involved for quite long. But as I mentioned, I forgot, I'm a member of the Stanley Lake First Nation. Sorry about that. And when we got together, all these things, being part of these committees and everything, looking at all their recommendations, and we were part of the youth forum. If you guys know about the youth forum, the Nan Hope, that's where all the recommendations came from. And this is based upon all these recommendations. This is what has happened where you guys are right today. That took us a long time to happen to where we are today. These are the recommendations that we made back in 1993, 94, to where you guys are today and working on towards right now. The non-hope, the books, the youth council meetings, youth conferences, the books, it all happened at the work that we did back then. So I'm glad to be part of it. And I just wanted to share that a little bit about you, about me, I should say, toward you guys, because as I mentioned, I've been doing this for a line of work of being in trenches. I had my struggles. I went through a lot too, my personal journeys. When we talked about youth suicides, and I lost a son to suicide too. I lost my son to, it was about 10 years, 11 years ago. I lost a son to suicide. And I still carry these things inside me. And for a while I struggled with it, my mental health. I carried that burden inside of me because it was so hard. Losing a loved one, and when it was very hard for me to like talk about it and even to think about him at times, but I got over it with the support. I kind of fell down for a bit, but with the support and guidance, as I mentioned, Mr. Frank Beardy, that thought there kept me going. Yes, I fell, but I got up with my supports. So I wanted to acknowledge that. When we struggle as service providers or mental health workers, or in the line of work that we do, that you guys do, we do, there's going to be struggles. It's not going to be easy peasy. There's going to be many challenges, and there's going to be challenges to you and how you do your work. There's going to be people coming up to you, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And they'll try to take pieces away from you. No, people don't like that. They think that some of them might think that you're better than them, but in reality, you're not. You're just doing something, trying to do something positive. So and that's what I was doing. I was working, and currently, as a member of the Sound Lake First Station, we have a community about almost 5,000. In the community, we have roughly about almost 4,000. It's like a town in the middle of nowhere. We have street lights, we have high school, we have elementary school, we have restaurants, we have mall, we have police station, we have 4 ball fields, soccer field, arena, and beaches. We have our muddy water music festival, our traditional grounds, our treaty grounds, and the only thing that we don't have, and I was telling my friend Martha that she was kind of surprised that, do you have pavement? And I said, no, we're still muddy and dusty like everybody else. Especially in the summer night. If you ever go to Sandy Lake, make sure you bring a couple bottles of shampoo, because when it gets hot, it will get hot, and with that heat, there comes that dust. So you might be all come there. I bet you'll go there the way you're all dressed nice. By the time end of the day, you're gonna be gray. You're gonna be very dusty. Believe me, because roughly about 30 feet in the air, that's where the dust, and then down there, and you're in the dust. That's on the hot day. But but it is great when it's raining. Yes. But anyways, and as well, again, I'd like to thank Bobby. Thank you, Bob. And my friend Betty. I've worked with Betty too, like in my many work fields. I worked with her at the Nan Legal when she was there too. I was part of that restorative justice team from sexual abuse and a lot of cases. And there's this bad guy there. I would just say there was a bad guy. I think maybe you guys might know the bad guy if I say the bad guy. I think many of you guys know who I'm talking about regarding that sexual abuse and all that cases within the north. You probably know who I'm talking about. So so we are working. I'm glad to. So again, thank you very much. But I just want to let you know about the struggles that we, as a First Nations, face as my First Nation. You know, we're no different from anybody else. We have our ups and downs. We have, as I mentioned, we have a roughly a big population, and with that big population comes with natural deaths and everything. Because it's like, you know, as I mentioned, we are like a town or city. You hear sirens, police sirens, fire trucks, police. If you see, it's like in a city or town, when you hear these sirens, that's all like our community. So when, if you ever come to Sandy Lake and you hear these things, don't get worried. That's just the way of life back, the way life is back home. So, and because our fire department, our emergency responses is always on the go, constantly. And being part of the service provider, being part of this first response team, which I am, I'm also the lead, one of the leads in regarding that, the first responders. I've seen a lot, I witnessed a lot, and it's not, you know, you have to be your body and your mind will have to be very tough and strong, because the things that I saw and see, you know, it affects the mind and the soul and the impacts of your mental health. You know, you'll carry that. And what is important when you do that is to make sure you have your coping, your support staff, your buddies, your friends to be with you and support. So, as I mentioned about our community, we had, in the last 6 months, I guess a year, we had a lot of deaths, many deaths, due to tragic, due to natural causes, as well as we had tragically deaths. We had a plane crash right in downtown. We had literally had a plane crash. This happened last month. But yeah, about a month ago now. We had a plane crash right in the middle of downtown. Lucky it wasn't a busy day that time, because it's literally just our mall is just right here. The police station's right here. The other buildings here, and what had happened is that the plane clipped a tower, a telephone or a communication tower that was from the NAPS, you know, but that tower is like about 70, 50 feet more, no, close to 100 feet up in the air, you know, those big towers. So unfortunately, the pilot, he was a good man too. He was a bush pilot, and may rest, he's up with the grandfathers. because he is a member of our community. And I believe, if you guys know who Rachel Fiddler or Rachel Nishnawbe, that was her father, Mr. Tom Brotherson is his name. And he was a member of the Sound Lake First Nation, and he's been there for about 60 years or so. He's been there a long time. So unfortunately, he tragically lost his life due to that tragic accident. His wing clipped the tower and then crashed right in downtown. So, and as well as that, we had struggles with COVID. We had many deaths in COVID as well, COVID related, and as well as suicide. We had suffered about three suicides, and we had many suicide attempts. As I mentioned, like our community, we go through a lot. We go through a lot because it's just like as I mentioned, it's like the town, city. There's always a constant flow of people going to the nurse station. It's like in the ER, if you go Thunder Bay ER, how there's a lot of people there. That's how our nursing station is too. There's lots of people there. So, and we get overworked. Our nursing station staff get overworked. Nurses get overworked. Doctors, and there's a nurses shortages going on right now. So they're only taking emergencies right now because our nurses are getting burnt out because there's a lot of things going on in the community. But we, as frontline workers, we're doing what we can and the best we can because we care about our people. And we have a high rate of an isolation list. Our list is very high. But as for the COVID related cases, I'm not sure to how many COVIDs we have. I can't say to be certain, but I do know that we do have some COVID cases, but our isolation is high because if one person kind of has symptoms or whatever, then that whole house, there's usually about 8 to 10 people in a household. And I think they did a count in our community. There's like about over 700 houses in our community. So roughly maybe 25% of our community is under isolation. So, and with the supporting staff of people shopping for people, family shopping for one another, because there's a lot of needs. A lot of people's needs that specialized diet and all that stuff that's needed. Even the elderly, our home support staff, our home care staff is really working really hard. So these are the kind of a little struggles that are a thing, but during those tragic deaths and unfortunate deaths that's been going on, and with the suicide attempts, there was a call with myself. I spoke to the chief, and then we spoke to, and the various members of our frontline staff got together and said we needed additional help, and this is where we brought up the youth and to kind of patrol our streets at night. We had this done before, but the thing kind of doing it due to I guess funding and all that stuff. And that's usually the nature of a lot of things, a lot of programs when because funding run out, and sometimes things stop, unfortunately. But I wanted to share this thing with you. This tragic. I shouldn't say tragic. It was kind of like a success thing about uh, this Paw Patrol. I call it Paw Patrol because, like me being young man, I'm saying young man. These guys, these youth are very young, so I took them under my wing and with other staff, and we were trying to find out what their name, good name. And someone said, "Well, how about Paw Patrol? Because they're patrolling our streets." And so, if you guys know if you guys have children or grandkids, you know that Treehouse Paw Patrol. So that's where that came from. So that's where it born. So we had roughly about when the leadership suggested that we created a youth patrol unit to patrol our streets, because with the high rate of at that time, with the higher suicide attempts and the suicides that happened in our community at that time, it was, I shouldn't say at that time, but what was going on, it was important to establish this patrol unit to patrol our streets. So we identified there were at first 18 youth were identified, but we lost 5, and there was 13 committed. So out of these 13 youth in our community, there's 6 sections to our community. We have the RC side, the River side, Center side, Osama side, Ghost Point, Airport, and Big Rock. And these sections that form our community of Santa Lake. And I live in the Osama side. I'll just give you a little reason why it was Osama back from the early 30s or 40s. There used to be an Osama there. So that's why they call it Osama. But when these things were happening, those patrol units were assigned different areas to like two or three patrols to the sections of the reserve. So they were given 4-wheelers. And who helped us is that how this all began, we brought all the service providers together, everyone. We had Choose Life, Jordan's Principle, Mental Health, NEDA, Home Care, Long-Term Care, Nursing Station, NAPS, high school, like the school, the elementary school, education, and community members, like volunteers. We all got together, and we were discussing, so how are we going to accommodate this patrol? So that's when that Choose Life stepped forward and said, because they had all these bikes already in place for their program, so they offered their bikes for the Paw Patrol. So I'd like to thank the Choose Life for letting them do that. And our coordinator in our community is Jamie Ray, and the True Light, and as well as I forgot her name. Andrea Pritchard, those two. So, and John Jordan's principal and other staff too, and of course the chief and council. They offered and the health staff, they provided the vehicles and vans as well. So, what again during that time? They were patrolling. They were offering rides to all youth. It was going smoothly. It was going right because there was a lot of times they will see the youth. Some youth, we're no different from any other community because we have our I would say extra activities. Our youth, what I mean by extra activities, they go out and do their bad stuff, like go drink and stuff like that. So, and they will assist them if they see somebody staggering home or something like that. They'll offer them rides home, just to get them home because even our streets is not safe too because there's a lot of bad people out there, and we're no different from any other. So they will, especially the teenagers and girls. I got 2 minutes. I'm not even close to where my main thing is. I better move forward. I know when I start talking, I can go on. I'm like, we have another guy in sounds like Gary Manakizik. When he talks, he goes on for hours. So I'm not like him. He talks. But anyways, just I'll get to the itty bitty. So with this Paw Patrol, on June 6th, they were patrolling our streets, and this was late at night. It's around 6 a.m. After they come from their shift, they received a text. One of the patrollers received a text, and this text from this girl informed because this youth was a friend to this Paw Patrol member, and texted that I'm gonna do something to myself, and she literally told what she was gonna do. She said, I'm gonna go hang myself, and that's what she said to that Paw Patrol member. So what had happened? They took that message seriously. The Paw Patrol in it. At that time, there was another fellow member, coworker, I guess, visiting just before they go on, just like literally getting off their shift. So that's when she got that text. The youth told where she was going to do it. So they took it seriously. So, and they were calling the other members because they didn't have no ride because they put the bikes back. So they contacted one of the fellow members and who had his truck. And I'm going to share the names with you. And the names of the three who took part in that morning incident was Grace Goodman, Lenny and Snabby, Simeon, Kakapitam. They literally, all three of them went to that site where that girl told them where she'll be. So then they went to the site without knowing what to expect. They didn't know what they were going to see. They had no idea what they were going to be walking into. So just picture you're driving a truck, you're rushing there, not knowing what they're going to see. So when they got to that location, what they saw changed their life. What they saw that girl hanging already. They literally saw her hanging. And what they did is they rushed right over there. They drove so fast because they saw her hanging. And what anybody would do, of course, you will go over there as fast as you can, without hesitation. They went over there. One of them picked her up. Two of them picked her up. One went up there because they didn't like they said, they didn't know what to expect. They didn't have no scissors. They didn't have no knife. They had nothing. All they had was themselves. So what they did, two of them lift her up. They had one on top, loosened the rope. One of them loosened, like, they try to put their finger and then kind of like loosen it up a bit. And that's what they did. They loosened it up, and and that's when the adrenaline, that's what they were doing. That's what they were feeling, the adrenaline, that fear, adrenaline fear. Because they saw foam coming from her mouth already. And one of them was checking for pulse. One of them had basic training, emergency response training, basic. So they checked, they did all the assessment, and they checked for pulse. It was a light pulse. And after that, and that's when they called me. They called me because they didn't know what to do. And I told them, they were just like, when you talk really fast, that adrenaline, scary fast talk. I told them, you take her to the nurse station right away. So after I had them on the line. I kind of told them what to do. And the other one that was they called NAPS, the police. But what they said is, man, the police took so slow. By the time they went down the road to the main road, the police was already coming, and they were already going heading back to the nurse station. So within that time, from that corner to the road to where they got to that site where she's hanging, that moment when they lift her up, the nurse said maybe a minute or two, we would have lost her. They literally saved her life. With those three that saved that youth's life, when I met them at the nursing station, after what they did, when the adrenaline high that they felt, knowing that, okay, she's in the quarters, nursing station quarters, but they were feeling like, that high rush. And after that high rush, there's this slowly coming down feeling. And that's when they got really traumatized. They got scared. They literally were crying because what they saw and what they did. And one of these youths were struggling with her own mental health issues. She was too struggling with her mental health issues. And that really traumatized her. And we're supporting her right now. She's going through some counseling and stuff like that. And support, we have a lot of support and debriefing. That's what they're doing. So I wanted to acknowledge, if any chief and council members are out there or are listening on the radio, it's important that the youth be heard. They need to be heard. Because in our community, our youth spoke out, and this is what our leadership brought out. And it does work. It does. It saves lives. And it saved this 17-year-old girl from ending her life. And today, she's very thankful. She's very thankful for what those three did. And it's unfortunate that they're unable to attend. We tried, the ladies behind the scenes, the men and lady, the dance staff behind the scenes, they tried to bring them out. And unfortunately, there was no room. So I hope something is being planned for them. And I like to acknowledge that. And that's why I wanted to share this success story to you guys. Because youth is important to us. They're the ones that are going to be our next leaders, because you know why? As I mentioned, when I was back in 1990, I was a youth. Myself, Martha, and Lillian, we were just teenagers, young 20-year-olds. Where we are today now, we're giving back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Powerful program, changing lives and empowering youth. I love it. One of the great things about the stories that you told was, I love when you talked about how the community saw a need and literally every service provider in the community got together and you shared resources and you figured out how you can work together to make it happen. So that's what needs to happen in communities. If it's not already happening, it's a great way to make the dollars last a whole lot longer and go a whole lot farther. So I have a gift for you. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us. It is appreciated. Oh, there we go. And I'm going to turn it over to Bobby to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you for that. No, I just want to also acknowledge Jeff and those very courageous members of your Paw Patrol and all the other volunteers that are within your community as well. And let that be a testament to all the community members here as well from all the different First Nation communities that are represented here. I know that you have your stories too. You have your testimonials of champions in your community that are going above and beyond. And this the example and the heroism that was shown by Grace Goodman, Simeon Kakapetum, and was it Lenny? Lenny Nishnawbe. You know, let that be also a testament to all of our champions in our communities, that we do have heroes as well that go above and beyond. And they need to be celebrated, they need to be acknowledged, and that's why our office is going to be getting some form of recognition to them. We apologize that we couldn't bring them in here to recognize them formally, but we will. So there's things in the plans for that. And I think it's also an opportunity to really support these programs as well. We heard that all these different service providers came together, you know, to answer the call, like the Choose Life, the Family Well-Being, the Health, the Education, Ontario Works. So it's an opportunity for all of our communities to learn and also celebrate some of the successes that are there. Although sometimes many of these challenges end in tragedy, this time, like 3 individuals stepped up and really came to themselves and did something above and beyond. And it's a testament to their bravery, and we acknowledge them, and we will be acknowledging them formally as well. So stay tuned, Lenny, Grace, and Simeon. Thank you for your heroism. So Jeff also mentioned the fact that many of our rescuers, our heroes, our service providers need some support as well, right? Like what about the caregivers? We need to start having opportunities to provide care for our caregivers. We need to have support for our support workers. There's burnout there. There needs to be, respond to the mental health of the first responders. Everybody has said many times that our our frontline workers, our emergency workers, our volunteers, they get they get burnt out, or they get post-traumatic stress syndrome as well for responding to many of these issues. And this is why we really wanted to also encourage our next speaker to come out and share a lot of the good work that she's doing. And these are some of our NAN members as well that are taking up the mantle to look at solutions that are community-based and to ensure that there is support for our support workers, right? So I'm just going to read this. This individual is a proud Nishnawbe Kwe and founder of Mikana Consulting and Nojimo Health, Canada's first Indigenous-owned virtual mental health clinic. This person has a passion and strong commitment to working with leaders in order to bridge the social and economic gaps across all sectors for Indigenous people. This person has experience educationally and professionally in education, health, and mining as a provincial lead, advocate, strategist, researcher, and learner. Over the past decade, this individual has a strong commitment to continue towards working towards improving overall social determinants of health for our First Nations people, and is grounded by her partner and her 9-year-old, who inspires her passion for helping others to find their vision of Minubimazwin. Please help me in welcoming Randy Ray.
Miigwech, Deputy. I really appreciate that. I had a slide deck up there, and I will do that, but I'll introduce myself first. One of the teachings that I've been learning as I'm trying to reclaim language is to introduce yourself in your language. So, Ani Bojo, Giweda Noden Kwe Indigenous Cause, Flying Post Minwa, Red Rock, Minwa, Naswakmak, Dunjba. My name is Randy Ray. I'm an Nishnawbe from Flying Post First Nation. I grew up just about an hour east of here in a little community called Red Rock on the shores of Lake Superior. So grateful to be home. I'm a little late. I flew in today. I was supposed to be here earlier. I was hoping to spend the whole day with everyone here. I would have been here the day before, but we had our Waban youth gathering, so we were spending some time with our youth on the land in Matagami. And that was really, really important to us as we talked about today. It's so important to connect back with those youth because they are going to be the leaders of the future. But I do live in Naswakmak and Sudbury, but I always look for every excuse to get back home. So Miigwech for having me. I'm very, very grateful. And as the deputy shared, the last couple of years have been really difficult. They've been so challenging for, I think, everyone. And as Grand Chief Fox is in here, but I've spent a lot of time in and around NAN. I've been grateful. My father's been a chief within the NAN communities for 29 years now. So in and around that space. And I'm a firm believer that, I was sent to school, I went to college, forced, by the way. I did not want to go to college at all. Didn't want to get through high school, got through it, because if I didn't go to hockey practice, I wasn't allowed to go. No, I wasn't allowed to go to hockey practice if I didn't go to school. So anyways, I got through college. That was great. But then I did an articulation agreement, and that's when I first had my first ever Anishinaabe professor, and my whole brain just exploded. And I learned about, our ways of knowing, being, and doing. I understood my family a little bit better, understood colonialism, understood kind of what happened in Canada, that real truth that I think a lot of us are still unlearning, is what I like to call it. We're still trying to figure out, what happened here and what that looks like. And that can cause a lot of stressors. Those can cause stressors in ourselves, identity. My mom is non-Indigenous. My grandpa spoke his language. I don't speak my language. There's a lot of guilt that comes with that, right? And so, I'm trying to figure out, who do I talk to? How do I have these conversations? And so again, been very grateful in my life to kind of go on to the post-secondary education and finishing hopefully my doctorate this year in education and helping our communities and our First Nation leaders. I think it's really important that we do all of this really good work. But during the pandemic, as all of you know, you guys are care providers. You're the ones that are doing this work every single day. You're seeing it. And I was so grateful to have been surrounded by really brilliant people. It's the best piece of advice my dad ever gave me, is surround yourself with good people and then get out of the way. And so I'm very, very fortunate in my life to be surrounded by really, really awesome people. Because I was doing some work addressing anti-Indigenous racism in healthcare for the province. And so we kind of sat down in this little new virtual world, virtual circle. We're kind of, gathering as other Indigenous people from across Ontario. And we said, we need to do something. We need to help. Like we're seeing in all of our communities. So these are all social workers, working in their respective fields across Ontario, and they're saying we need to help. Like we need to do something because everyone's burning out. And so we did it in our way, in our way of doing things. We did it in ceremony, and we started having conversations. We all took our seminar, and we all sat down and said, well, what can we do? And they're all social workers, and they said, well, they can help. And I said, okay, well, I'm an entrepreneur. Like I'm like, well, I could use these gifts and let's do it. And so that's really where Nojimo Health was born. And really part of our thing is how do we, help people that are helping people, but then also, as I'll talk about, continue to add. This is never, ever, Nojimo was never, ever intended to take away from the hard work that each of you are doing and that are continuing to do, but it's helping to help you if you need that help. I know myself, I grew up in a town of 900 people. Kayla knows it because we grew up 3 streets over from each other. Where do we go? So my best friend's mom was the counselor in town. Like I can't go there, right? I can't talk to that person. They know my aunties, they know my mom, they know my parents. So I never felt safe to do that. Sorry, I was quick because I know I don't have a lot of time. So I will slow down completely. So really, our goal is, again, as we talked about that Minimabadzo and our good life, that looks differently for everyone. Everyone has a different version of what their good life looks like. And I think that that's all everyone in this room is looking to help and to strive for, is that people have that version for themselves. And so again, our purpose and vision really are to ensure that people have access to that. And with COVID, that is one thing that did change, I think, is that we realized that we could connect with each other virtually. And although, we may not be in the same community, if you're talking to, say, Bill, or you're talking to Lisa, from Wickwemacong, Bill from Six Nations, Haudenosaunee. You've got, Kristen, who's Cree from this, this territory. She grew up in Moosonee. She still gets it, even though, you might be far away. And it's actually nice to be able to chit chat with someone in your own kitchen or while you're cooking dinner or, visiting, visiting with the land and going for a walk, right? So really the heart of Nojimo, and I really want to always emphasize, our leads are off today, and again, as I said, youth counselors, I would normally our clinicians would be here, the ones having this conversation with each of you, because they're the most amazing people on the entire planet. When we started this circle, each of us looked at each other and said, would we have our family members see these people? Would we ourselves see these people? Would, my 9-year-old go and see these people? They're the best of the best, and I mean that in the best way. And I know you all are too. But again, when we were thinking about, that caring for our caregivers, the people like yourselves who are doing this work, they get it, right? Like they've done it, they have worked, some of them still work in community work, with us, with our circle. And the reason that they wanted to work in this circle is so that they had that support as well, right? Because they know how difficult it is to work in community and have this, and then have nowhere to turn. So we often have circles and ceremony. We do ceremony 4 times a year. We're very new, by the way, just a year. So if you haven't heard of us, it's very normal because we're very, very new. But again, we always ensure that we're everyone at the circle has a space, has a place, and is really here to help. And I'm just going to pause if anyone has any questions no questions so far. Okay, I just wanted to pause. You can see where each of them are from, and then growing. So I just focused on our Ontario crew. We've got 2 that are starting in BC coming up, and 1 in Saskatchewan as well, because we're starting to hear from other provinces that they could really use the support. And so really, we are, as we shared, the first. Oh yeah, go ahead. Oh, our office auntie, she's the best. So sometimes you just don't know when you're, calling in and you're like, I don't know who to talk to. Look at all these wonderful people. Like, I don't know. And then our office auntie will sit and she'll say, well, what are you looking for? What are you, what's going on? Is there anything that you need? And then she will basically like triage you based on kind of where you're at. So if I go back, okay. So like Aki, Kristen, are pretty strong with our youth. Those are they're pretty good. And Sarah that just came in. Again, all teach it, all kind of grown up. Some people are language speakers, grandmas, aunties, dog, parents. They've all got their different gifts, right? We do have it on the website. So when you look on the website, it'll kind of show you what their gifts are. Some are stronger in grief, some are stronger, some, different walks of life. So our office auntie will talk with you about, what's going on, and then she'll help to pick. You can also pick yourself. So you don't even have to call our office auntie. You can just sign up online, click the person that you want, and then it goes right to the next dates and times they have available. It's all digital. We designed it in that way because, again, what do I want as an Indigenous person? How easy do I want to be able to get this and do this? The other thing that I didn't realize as a First Nation person, I had no idea that we were eligible for up to 22 hours of counseling a year, right? So I had no idea that. One of the difficult things that I know when I go to counseling is then I got to get the paperwork, and then I got to submit it, and I got to go to NHB. What we do is we directly bill to NHB. So we have back office people that just directly bill to NHB for you, so you don't even have to worry about it. It's like digitally signed, all good, so it's easy. So we try to make it as easy as possible. This comes from our youth. We've been talking about our youth. That's what they want. They want it easy, but so does our tech. So does our demographic as well. You want to make sure, and then it's also anonymous. So you want to make sure that, if you do it yourself, you can just click and good to go. So it's super easy. Our clinicians are absolutely amazing. They're all rock stars. And again, what we've heard and what we continue to hear is that people really like that comfort of their own space and that anonymity because it becomes difficult. I know, as I shared, my small town, your truck is outside the mental wellness specialist or the clinic or whatever, people might say something. So again, going back to that, two of our clinicians were former chiefs. So we've got like some people that were, have had experiences as well, where they may be able to offer you that support in a good timely way. And the goal is to actually have it in a day or less. We are non-crisis. Nan Hope does a really good job at that. Your communities do a really good job at that. There's different options, but if you're looking for, having a conversation, it would be the next day. Within the next couple of days is our goal, and we keep building based on that. So again, we offer individual counseling. As I shared, all our clinicians have amazing gifts. We've done couples, group, family counseling. Oftentimes we'll do, if it's a family, so we may see, the youth first, and then bring in the parents as well and ensure. So there's different ways and different styles to do it. They have tons of facilitation. We've done a lot of lateral violence work with communities as well. I think it's really important, as you would know, to have someone with that skill and background to be able to have those conversations. We've done tons of workshops. More fun too, like our clinicians, I don't want them to burn out. So we do healing circles, we do drumming, yoga sessions. So our clinicians have many gifts. So we try to keep that strength based because we want to make sure that they're having a good work environment too. They want to make sure that they're happy, they're healthy. So they often do things that feed their own spirits each and every day. So we try to make sure that they're always connected, and we do sharing circles once a week where we just like chit chat and they kind of get together. And then we also do, they have a healing circle for themselves with an elder every second week to make sure that they are okay themselves. So they have that kind of circle to make sure that that works for them. So how it works, it's like Zoom. Has anyone been on Zoom? Just kidding. Never. No one's been on Zoom in the last 2 years. Okay, so it's just like Zoom. You pop it up, easy peasy. You log in, you register, do a quick intake form that we design, no colonial stuff. It's just like, how are you feeling? What are you up to? We don't have to follow all that stuff because we're private, right? So we can do things in our way, the way we want to do things. It's pretty easy to do it. And then again, if you need help, as the deputy just said, call the office auntie. She can help you and she'll set you up. She's pretty good at that all the time. And so one of the reasons that I wanted to bring you, so that's Nojimo. I just wanted to share with you the background. And then I was going to talk a little bit about the partnership that we're hoping to create with Nishnawbe Aski in two different ways. I'm going to pause there just to see if there's any questions on the actual clinic. Yes, of course.
Pardon me.
Your thing there, is it 24/7?
So we have not 24/7. So because Nan Hope has like that part. So we are typically, and it's going to change. So typically 8 to 5, 2 nights a week. We have someone set 5 to 8, 3 nights a week. I lied, 5 to 8, and then 1 on Saturdays. So almost we're getting there. We're going to keep building. If there's more demand, like for a Sunday, then for sure. And then we have a clinician that's in BC, so she's got different hours because they're 3 hours behind, right? So she, but yeah, we can accommodate. And if it was evenings that work better or early mornings, your clinician would work with you to figure that out. So it just depends. And I know there's some different time zones here, right? So you want to make sure. But a lot of the people that we see that are in a professional setting will actually take time out of their day, like for example, like 11 a.m. or something like that, because part of their EAP program or whatever, they may be able to see it. So they'll go for a walk, jump on a call or do it from their office, that kind of thing too. So there's flexibility because I think you all know, but your mental wellness is so important, right? The other thing I forgot to add is we do have Instagram and Facebook. I'm not as good as our crew. You'll see. Anyways, they're amazing. So we have all of that for the young people. I'm not as tech savvy as everyone else. So we do have those things as well. And why, again, I wanted to chat here was sat down, Teresa, what been 6 months, 8 months ago? 8 months, 9? Yeah, it would have been 8 months ago. We were joking about how fast the government works, right? So we were good. We got our stuff together. Nan got their stuff together. And what we did was we, again, had these very real conversations. Everyone is worried about burnout, right? For everyone. And, how can we support and recognize that, again, you are doing really, really good work in your communities, but who is there to support the people that are supporting the people? And so what we did was we came up with a Caring for Our Caregivers proposal. And when we put that into Ontario, so that would be to support, the communities, leaders, chief councils, first responders, social workers, Choose Life coordinators, all of the people doing trauma response, everyone doing, basically, let's be serious, everyone in the community is exhausted. It didn't just hit, and we talked about social determinants of health, like it hit everybody. Everybody's tired. And so we put into that because, again, that's the whole premise of how NOJMO came to be, is how do we support all of our communities that are doing really good work. And I'll give a concrete example of how we don't try to take over. So we're working a lot with AHACs. So we do a lot of work with the Aboriginal Health Access Centers. And what we do is when they have a large wait list, like 2-3 months, I know my own AHAC, it's like 4 months to be able to see someone because they're so overtaxed. What NOJMO we do is we help them for the time being, and then we transfer their clients back. So if for whatever reason you have a wait list in your community, we'll do that. And then absolutely, it's like, how do we transition the person back? Because we want to make sure that they're getting the right care. It doesn't matter if it's us, as long as they're getting the care that they need. We are very happy with that. So that's kind of the whole genesis behind that. So we have put in a proposal, and I wanted to share that with you as you are all members of NAN. We're still waiting back to hear from Ontario if this is something that they would approve. But we also had another pilot program that we actually have heard back from, which is really, really great news, because I know we were talking about the youth earlier, and we sat down and we said we really need to start with this, when our little ones are little. And so the Nishnawbe School Wellness Pilot Program would be targeting six communities within NAN and working with each grade to really do like age and stage appropriate conversations around wellness and mental wellness. We do have an Indigenous pedagogue. I don't even know why I'm saying this out loud. An Indigenous person who does good things sorry, I'm trying to like decolonize myself all the time. An Indigenous person who does Indigenous learning and Indigenous ways of knowing, being, and doing, and embeds it into curriculum. And so she's working with us along with our social workers who are also have all this great knowledge. And they're going to start work. The proposed proposal is for them to start working with each age group, that's age and stage, with potentially 6 schools in the Nishnawbe Aski Nation territory. So I'll talk about this in a bit, and the deputy can talk about it as well. But we're still waiting to hear back. But we would like to be able to start selecting schools that may be able to benefit from these programs, where we can actually have the clinicians come in like virtually and have these conversations really intentionally with the students and build their confidence, build their self-esteem, talk about identity, talking about their emotions, their feelings, and start to have these healthy conversations. Because I know it's a lot, again, for the educators as well. They've got a lot on their plates. Oftentimes schools, if they even have one social worker, like, you know, it often doesn't happen, right? So it's that additional help for some of our communities that may be at risk or in need. So again, I'm just giving you kind of age and stage type examples. Grade 2, grade 3, talk about healthy relationships, managing stress. Anxiety is a big word that we didn't even say 10 years ago. What does that mean? What does that look like? How do we do things differently? So again, body changes going through, you know, your puberty fast, you're going through your very fast, you know, what does that look like? Getting prepped for those, getting some of those teachings, very powerful. I don't know if anyone's had the very fast teachings, very, very powerful, very different than when I grew up. And how proud I am as a Nishnawbe Kwe, you know, to be a water carrier, right? So all of those pieces that we didn't really learn growing up, but are really important. So again, stigma, bullying, talking about alcohol and alcohol misuse before they even start exploring, right? So having these conversations can maybe help with some of this stuff. So again, just some examples of topic areas that we had proposed to Canada, and really where we are is just ensuring that we have support for the communities and making sure that we do get a conversation back from the bureaucrats. As we said, everything takes a little bit longer, and it's not on the NAN side. Oftentimes it's having those conversations more intentionally and pushing, because I know they committed $3-4 million in Indigenous health. So again, it's how do we be a part of that as NAN and try to make sure that there's good conversations about mental wellness. I have 2 other contact information contacts up there, but I really personally wanted to give you my own because, again, I am from one of the NAN communities. I will do anything for any of the NAN communities at any point. I do think it's really important to be present and be back here. And so, again, I'm very, very grateful. And if anyone has any questions at all about, you know, NOJMO, the school program, about caring for caregivers, about, you know, how we could potentially partner, if you are interested in some work, we can make sure that your communities are supportive. If we can't be that partner, we'll make sure to find you the ones that are. We really genuinely are just here to help. Yes, me glitch.
No, it's good. You can stand there.
Hi. I was just sitting here thinking about people up north in the remote communities who can access counseling services on a, say, weekly basis. And because some of the clients that I used to have to work with was families going through child welfare. And, you know, when these child care agencies, when they make plans for the families or the mothers or whoever, you know, they're told to access counseling, and it's very hard to come by. So would this be something that would be very useful?
Absolutely. We see a ton of people that are going through that process in different parts of Ontario, a lot. We also work with clients that are going through kind of legal systems as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we work, and then we can sign, we have letters that we've shared that we are seeing those clients. The good thing is we only need about 2, and again, I'm not techie, where's the tech here? 2 gigabytes. So So you don't need a lot. And now that Starlink, thanks again, Nishnawbe Aski Nation, for getting Starlink into some of our communities. But now that we have Starlink, we can start connecting a little bit more. So as long as you have enough juice, if you can phone, we still do phone, that's easy peasy. But if you want that video, it's kind of nice to see, especially like our clinicians say the first couple times it's nice to see each other. Then after that, they say, oh, they're out fishing or they're like walking, they're doing whatever while they're on the phone or getting their nails done or whatever they're doing. So it doesn't matter, but they, the first couple times, but absolutely, we've been having lots of conversations because that's exactly it. I can't see my kids until I have this conversation, and I got to wait 5 months to get the so that's very difficult, right? So we've been working, and we know how difficult, especially if it's a non-Indigenous organization, can be really tough, right? So we're trying to make sure they know about that too. Really, really important point. Sorry, I didn't even touch on it, miigwech.
Any other questions?
I can send out my PowerPoint as well, if is that okay? I'm good. Okay. To everyone, to the contact, and then that way you have contact information and you have everything in case you want to be in contact with us. And as I shared, we're everywhere, not just here. So we've got people from all over Ontario. And I was explaining to Carrie when we talked, we do think that that's part of why we work well too. Is because we have that perspective. You know, if someone's like, I'm looking for a teaching here, I'm looking for this, and you know, they don't have it, then the circle might have it, right? So, and again, as I shared, that that you know, not knowing, but they still get it. They still get what it's like to be, you know, living as a First Nation person on reserve, or they still get being an urban Indigenous person and the complexities of that, right? So they still understand all of those perspectives. And even though they're not, you know, right there. So miigwech for having me. Sorry I was late. Oh, you have a question? Yeah. Oh, where is it? Oh, over
there. My question is, do you have translators for non-speakers?
Yeah, so we have one language speaker, two. He's Haudenosaunee and she's Anishinaabe from Wickwimacong. We do have access to an elder who is a language speaker who is within our circle that we could pull in if wanted, or again, make that recommendation to a clinic. Yeah. Oftentimes the colonial structure is hard, right? Then they're not a registered social worker, and then they're not able to, you know, be a part of the NIHB program, but we still work with our elders, and could figure out a way to have that done. Yeah. Of course, and that's the thing, and that's the whole goal, right? And I think, one of the priorities and goals when you talk about like corporate culture, like working in a circle or whatever, however you want to define it, it is a goal of actually a lot of us to do. Like after I hopefully finish my PhD next year, we'll be full immersion camp for a couple months, right? So I think that's a goal for a lot of our clinicians, is to become language speakers again, because again we didn't have that, right? We didn't have that access to that. Miigwech for that question. Anyone else?
Well, I wanted to just say thank you so much. What a great presentation to end the 3 days with, considering we've had everybody here that has been working really, really hard, and we have heard who's taking care of the caregivers, and so now we know where you can go to get care for the caregivers. And so thank you for doing what you're doing, for creating this service, and just for having the innovative thoughts to do something different to reach the people that need it. So thank you so much for your time, for flying in. You weren't late, you were right on time. It's all good. Thank you so much. Okay. It is 3:19. I'm going to just give you a quick 10 minutes if that's okay. So don't go too far. Just take a couple big breaths outside and grab a coffee and a pop or whatever you need to do. But we're going to come back here at 3:30 and we're going to have a bit of an open dialogue for those who didn't get an opportunity to speak this morning before lunch. If they wish to speak now, then we're going to turn it over to leadership. Then we're going to turn it over to elders, and then we're going to turn it over to Grand Chief Fox. So that is the rest of the afternoon. So we'll see you in 10 minutes.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds or planes or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect the wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
Talking First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, choose life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like, it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp. My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skadoing. You get to play with your friends. What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures. I like to get to eat good food here. We went ice fishing yesterday. And then we caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net. And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, you know, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging. And it's like, hey, I know how to do this. And, you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There's a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I am very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a youth in my First Nation Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba, and he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So there, in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations. Drugs, alcohol, it's just getting worse and worse. And with those problems, they need solutions. And one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life. And it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful. Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are?
All right, welcome back, folks. We are at the last hour and a half of our 3-day session. And so our agenda, again, we're sort of all over the place at this point, but we'll get where we need to go. And so I promised you all before lunch, I had to cut off the open dialogue that we were having. And I just wanted to open the floor again. I promised you all that we would have some time this afternoon. If anybody didn't have a chance to speak and wanted to speak, I'm opening the floor right now. So the rest of the afternoon is going to be open dialogue right now, and then I'm going to invite the leadership, so chiefs that are here in attendance, to give their reflections on the last 3 days. Then our elders will give their reflections, and then Grand Chief Fox will be here, and then I'll do some prizes, and we'll close with a prayer and a drum. So that is the rest of the afternoon. So I will open the floor right now. If anybody has anything that they wanted to talk about this morning that they didn't get a chance to, now is your opportunity to share if you wish.
Hello, what you in the James Bay area, northern communities, we were lack of services like they have here in the other communities. We need to see that because there's a lot of suicide in that area. One time, 1 week, there was 3 youth that took their lives, and nobody came and support them, even though these girls asked for support. I guess they were busy or didn't get the email. And that's what we need, just a remote communities that you just fly in and fly out. In the winter time, it's easy to get everybody out. In the IRS, always, I help a family member of 8 to go to a healing center. IRS lady tells me, why does the whole family have to go? I said, you know that money you guys got is for us. I said, not for you. I said, the whole family need healing, and that's why they're all leaving. And that's what I do in Northern Community. I help anybody that asks me for help, or translating in the hospital or the police station. I got up at 4:30 one morning, dragged me to the police station, and I went. And I'm not even working, I'm just volunteering. Here you go, my dear.
Hi, good afternoon. I was just, I was trying to think here earlier with the Choose Life program. I don't know if they're still here, but I find family well-being and Choose Life. Well, myself, I'll speak about myself. I think it's confusing what Choose Life does and family well-being. All of a sudden they're saying this one is of age, this one can participate because he's this age, that age. And I think it's best with that manager that was there earlier this morning to send in her workers to explain more to the actual workers that are working within their community with Choose Life. And whatever it may be they need help with. I think that's very important. What else was I gonna say? Oh, I thank you for that, elder. And this was my expectation when I attended this mental health summit. I was hoping there'd be a panel of elders, you know, where they can actually support us with some topics that we don't know. Or I wanted to hear more of what the communities were doing in their community with the things that work or don't work, so I can go back home and, you know, do what it is that works within their community. I was hoping each community would have shared their successes and what doesn't work. And I was hoping more on elders too, because an elder once told me about COVID, but nobody knew anything about it. I didn't know anything about it, but he certainly gave me that message, but I just didn't understand it. And so I think that's what I was going to say, but majority of what I said. I think before I think Choose Life and Family Wellbeing should be going into each community, explaining to the workers or to the community members what it is Choose Life or Family Wellbeing should be doing, kind of thing, so they're not as stressed, because sometimes it's confusing in each community we go to. Thank you to all the participants.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa, for that comment. And no, I totally agree with you as well. As Choose Life and Family Wellbeing is under our portfolio, and you also as rep from the Women's Council that sits on our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, also have that right to really question those particular initiatives as well. Our Chiefs Committee guides the direction of those support programs that are in place. But we always want the mission of the work for Choose Life and Family Wellbeing has always been community level. And each of our family well-being and Choose Life derive the needs of, if it needs to evolve in terms of what family well-being should be doing to complement some of the work that's at Choose Life, then yes, we will get our project officers and our managers to visit each individual communities as well. Remember that family well-being is funded by the province to really create safe spaces to get children out of care. It has a child and family service background, but at the same time too, it has to be developed in coordination with the First Nation and also if its supports as well. Also Choose Life. Choose Life as well is meant to, be developed at the community level for its individual needs as well. And, it's really important to also reach out to our Choose Life staff. They could come to each of the communities, our family well-being staff as well. I know it gets confusing, but you know what? These are more resources that are going straight to the community and should be harnessed to its full effect. And it's always going to be looked at as a needs-based funding. I know the Family Wellbeing Program is evergreen funding from the province, so that'll be ongoing, and that'll continue on as well. So it's just an important thing to coordinate those activities with family well-being, but also at the same time too, you also have that additional resource in Choose Life that'll also complement whatever is happening at the community level and the needs. So it's not meant to really try to confuse everybody, but I think it's to complement what each program is doing. And it's really important, like our friend from Sandy Lake said, that we got all of our programs and services together to help coordinate particular activities. We encourage all of our communities to do that as well. So, but there's always room for improvement, and if there's more information as required, by all means, we'll have our staff and our workers help with First Nation, whoever requests it. So, miigwech for that.
Oh, are we doing questions? I just want to make a comment. Martha and the Sutherland National has an Bitabe Fort Albany First Nation. I just want to make a couple of comments as well, and I'm going to try and be brief. And that's the end of the day, end of the meeting. Eh, how go on with man is gisho and jabat havane skat nano. Maga achihen and stamogan hanagigon and mutsagat and gisho and mutsagat it's important for us to not just keep saying language is important. It's time we show action and have our meetings in the language. because it's a challenge. It's a challenge, I know. Some of us don't speak the language yet. And I say that because I have confidence that we will revitalize our languages. And with effort, people do learn to start speaking in the language. I wanted to also make a comment that worker Achikan maga ho kitsamin na gunano kimusta na no gigone ano matamake kitishigisho no ano abchtai. We feel and we connect with what we're talking about when we speak in the language. Agon maga ho tishike moyan mishigisho njabat takabane nagskatih eininiuich emskigo emuich niste ojabomich Nishnawbe mon niste abchta Agon nishikisike moyan so I'm just saying, I was really touched when Felicia spoke in her language. Even though she speaks in Ojibwe, I connected with what she was saying, even though I'm not fluent in her dialect or her language. How managed and we can't just keep saying, oh, language is important and not show action. I know that we are trying to live in both worlds, but we should be giving priority to our own language. So that the youth will pick up the language. But I also wanted to say that I appreciate the services and skills of our facilitator and the consultant that was utilized for this conference, Mingesh. I also want to say, in addition to that comment, that it's critical that we utilize our indigenous people. Mental health summit. That's what we're talking about, the wellness of our people. And it's we know we need to take ownership of this work. We need to utilize our own people. I thanked and I acknowledged the lady's services here. I acknowledge her services and her skills. I am in no way putting her down. I think it's also time for us to recognize our own qualified individuals. I know the ladies that come from my area here, I know their backgrounds. I know their experience, I know their education. And I'm sure many of you out there sitting in those other tables have a lot of experience to share. You probably have educated people of your own too, from your own communities. But we can't just people have personal experiences that help them understand what our youth are going through. Many of us have been in the work field, education, any different fields in our communities. The ladies I'm sitting with here, I know they have education, they have personal stories and obstacles and difficulties they overcame in their own personal lives. That helps us understand what our young people are facing. I wanted to talk about Jordan's principle. Brief comment about that. I've been an applicant for that on behalf of my grandchild. It's a support system that's set up to fail
in a way, so to speak, because I was told you have to pay all that up front first and then we'll reimburse you. For me, I was thinking, okay, I might be able to do that, but it's going to take some time. But what about my relatives and all the other community members who live under the poverty line? That's an obstacle for them. So that's what I ask our leadership to address. That's one thing I request. I know this is a mental health summit, and I think it's related to mental wellness because it's a support that our people can utilize, but there's challenges there for them. They don't always have the courage to come and speak up at meetings like this. And they never get a chance to go to meetings like this. That's why I want to advocate for those people at home in our communities. I had other spaces I wanted to say, but I wanted to acknowledge Nan for creating spaces like the teepee. I really enjoyed that. I went there each morning. And I also wanted to acknowledge Sam for the smudge that he brings to the room. And I also wanted to acknowledge the drum. I go kay kana kay ni ganen da makin nagskat tatto nagskat kay tago kay tabanish the spaganda. Maybe it's here and I don't know. There should be a pipe here too. Those are the support systems we need as we revitalize our cultural practices. We need to bring those here. Migashwan leadership games today. I really, really like that too.
All right, we have a question or a comment for online. Are you able to bring them on, Proofi? Yeah. Do they need a mic? Like, how do they speak?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hi, Wajia. It's quite boring watching you guys having a lot of fun here. But I like, I just want to acknowledge for me to be here, acknowledging leadership and the coordinators that were involved in setting up this very important, these 3 days of important discussions. I'm from the Moosonee, Ontario. I live off reserve. Being off reserve, I too struggle with just being Indigenous. I'm not too far from Moose Factory. I'm just a boat ride over. And I live in a little municipality called Moosonee. 80% of our population is Indigenous. And decision makers are non-Indigenous. I'm sure you've read about apartheid, and that's how it seems living here off reserve in this Indigenous dominated community. We don't have a voice in municipal. We can attend the meetings, but our needs are not met. So we're kind of caught in in between a rock and a hard place. This is not our home. Our home is our community, our First Nation. It's through circumstance that I and my family ended up living in Moosonee. My grandparents, Margaret Wabino, you might know her. She was recognized as being the oldest living residential school survivor. And she lived to be 111 years old. She modeled a good life. She spent a couple of years in the residential school up in Fort Albany, entering in her teens. She was grounded in culture and tradition when she first entered. She went through what we all went through as survivors as well, the trauma. And when she emerged a couple of years later, she quickly adapted to culture and tradition. And that was her healing. And that allowed her to live to be 111 years old. She didn't say, you got to do this, you got to do that. She modeled her way of living. And one time she was asked in a Nishnawbe meeting, well, you know, what do you attribute your longevity to? What are the reasons for you living so long? And she said three things: forgiveness, family, and love. But you know, forgiving is not the same as forgetting. There's some healing that needed to be done. But unfortunately, too, the intergenerational effects of trauma, uh, you know, we try our darndest to prevent that from happening as residential school survivors. But you know, it slips through, and we have little tools to help us from preventing that. And it's just recently that, not too long ago, that the opportunity to heal in our own ways became available. But before that, we had to carry that pain of being a survivor all these years. And in saying that, we have to think the same of our elders. See, when they emerged, they outlawed all our ceremonies, our ways of healing, when they emerged from these institutions. So they too carried that pain, and they still carry it. And I heard it. They need to release that. They haven't had the opportunity. In our work as frontline workers, we're quick to refer you and those who are struggling to our elders. And I can imagine what how they need to be, I guess, what we expect them to be. But at the same time, they're holding down their own pain. And I think in our work, in our pursuit of culture, we're overlooking that pain. And it wasn't only the residential school policy that was traumatizing. It was all the other policies before that. That was in their generation, in their time. I'm sure that had an effect on them as well. I've been working on a mental health project within the Mushkegowuk communities. We named it the Mawachi Hitiwin Initiative. And Cree, it means coming together, working together. And in these discussions we've had over 3 days, I've heard that. And I've heard the desire and the need to work together. We have a common history of trauma. And in our work, we're trying to address the same issue of trauma and all that comes with coping with trauma, the addictions, family dysfunction. And our affairs with child welfare. You've heard Justice Marie Sinclair refer to the child welfare system as a residential school. The monster that was in the residential school now dwells in the child welfare system. We have an opportunity to address that because those services are under our jurisdiction. Why is why are our kids being made to go through what we went through as survivors? And within this project that I'm working on in Mawachihiti, when we went to all the communities. Greg Spence, which many of you may know, is our cultural advisor. Right now, the project is sitting on a shelf right now due to the pandemic. Our funding is still there. We ran into a barrier of having somebody administer those funds. So we let it rest for a bit, and I'm glad I attended just because it goes along the same lines as what we've been talking about here, what I've been listening and hearing. It's utilizing our own. It comes with a central intake and an assessment, and it has a case coordination component as well. We wanted to extend that case coordination component into each community. That is, having a case coordinator in each community. And we've all heard that our communities are different levels of healing, and we can't put a one-size-fits-all model upon the region. Each community is unique in the way they are healing, and this project takes that into consideration. And it was my desire to have a land-based component as well attached to it, but funding prevented that from happening. But I hear a lot of talk of land-based being shared amongst it during our discussions, and there's opportunity there to include it somehow through partnership, collaboration. But I wanted to share a little bit of what it was. It was designed to address the youth suicide in our region. And it include the family. In our culture, one-on-one is not as effective as group counseling, group presentations. Experiential learning, hands-on doing things. That's the way we do things as Indigenous people. It should be included in a lot of our interventions. And also, we wanted to include the residential school, a residential school memorial within the work. And it goes hand in hand with what's going on today across our country. The recoveries, we still need to do our own investigations up here in our region, specifically Port Albany and Moose Factory. And not to mention the Quebec community of Fort George, Chesapeake. In saying that, with the recoveries, a lot of our survivors are being re-traumatized. And with what's happening with the Catholic Church as well, a lot of our elders are, at least in our region, are Catholics, which has been their spiritual base since emerging from residential school. So they become, with what's happening with these recoveries and how the Catholic Church is related to those recoveries, it's left them without a spiritual base, kind of in a void, if you will. They're struggling maybe more so than us, we're heading toward our ceremony in that. And the partners I have, I work with a clinical psychologist from the CPA, Canadian Psychological Association. I'm the indigenous unit of that association. He comes to our community, our region. He has been coming for the past 10 years, every year, to come and observe, come and learn from us and how we heal. And, he's been very instrumental in providing us with some funding in our work. Our funding is, like I said, it's from Laidlaw Foundation. It's very limited, and we managed to do the work that we have been doing. We have a bit left for actual implementation of this project for a year. It could be considered a trial run, I guess, if you will, but I really believe in what it does. It empowers our communities. It utilizes our own people in providing service to our people, our own people, for our people, by the people. And there's always option for more intensive services, psychiatric. But it's there, the work is all there, and I wanted to share that with you. It goes hand in hand with what we've been talking about, and I can email it to the leadership who are there, and they can go over it and possibly consider it, and what decided upon going forward. I'm here if you require more clarification. But like I said, the project is there, and we can hit the ground running with that. Miigwech, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I was actually going to ask if it's possible for you to share the information on the project with your NAN contact, and they can send it out to people who are requesting it. If you could do that, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I can do that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'm wondering, are we all okay if I move on to our leadership, to open the floor to leadership? Oh, one more. Okay.
My name is Michelin Hunter. I'm from Pewanik. And I just wanted to see the work that everybody did here, and it's good work. It's very good work as we sat and shared our stories. And I just wanted to say thank you for the ladies in the back for pointing this out as a person coming from a small community also. I felt really kind of, not, I wouldn't say alone. It's just that I wish I had more people with me here, so that when it's time for us to put those little sticky notes on the board, that they were here to be able to do that too, and to be able to put in their input and give their voice. But it's in their settings, in their home, like not in their home, like with the people that they're comfortable with. Because like what Martha said, when you speak in your language, you're able to actually bring the words out better for them, and they're able to say it in a better way. Because I found that too when I was sitting here. I listened to the writers as they wrote what we said, and some of it's not really what I meant when I was telling them, but it's not their fault. That's just something we have to learn from. You know, we're gonna this is how it's like, and these are the things that we're learning from. And yeah, so mostly that was it. I just felt kind of because we're voting up on the board there, and then I'm just thinking, oh, I wish because I know there's lots of our community members that have lots of that can voice their concerns and wise words that they have, the women and the men up north. If you take the time and sit and listen to them in their surroundings, because when they speak and they're on their own territory, they're able to open up better. But it takes time when you have to come here, to another part of a different land, and you have to sit here and you have to try to adjust. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. And you know what? This is good, like coming together and meeting other people, and this is how we grow. But we just have to make it more available for them, and so they can feel like they are. I know they were invited, but things happened. Some of them couldn't make it, even though they wanted to come. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe you can make another little, before you decide to make this whole what we're working on now totally done. Why don't you still wait for those people and give them a chance to be able to add in what they need to add in? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, thank you, Migas.
So I will say that's not the first time I've heard that feedback in the last 3 days, and I've brought it to the team and said, is there other ways that we can gather input and hear the voices of people in the community? So they are aware of that for sure.
Wajir den got sahi instam gaikit dod go do dem gaikit dod chik kenda twak go agmina chik ken magwak gain kuntikit Jesus know them me gain where these guys knomoshes gain gai guda dami ande go namshum my name is Mike Morris from Casablanca. I'm a council member over there. And, last 2 days, one of the things that Burskin Lake and I wanted to bring forward is and I heard it a couple times, that we need to break down these silos of our programs. Those of us that have been around for a long time, we know somebody's sitting down in Toronto or Ottawa writing out these programs. Somebody that doesn't know who we are, what our lifestyle is, and all that. That's the mindset of all these programs that come to us. But how do you flatten them out to make them good to work for our people? That's the challenge. I went to residential school. I don't like that word survivor, because a lot of us work hard to learn how to live. Like myself, I work hard to live. I don't like the idea of just merely surviving. That's why I said that Jesus might do them. The Bible tells me that I should have an abundant life. And that abundant life to me means that I get hurt, I feel love, I want to laugh. I'll tell a joke to my friend here. I want to live like that. I have, let me see, I have 17 grandchildren, and I have 3 great-grandchildren. And I want to keep on living. I want to see them be here and telling me that you were right. And when we talk about mental health, mental health is mental wellness. That means you can be happy, be productive, be a service to your community, be a servant to your people, and be happy about what you're doing. That's what I think was missing from this. I know that you're just scratching the surface, but like the lady said, maybe we should have another one in 4 months. Bring more people together, not here. It's too far away. But, somewhere in town. The reason why I say that is, for me, I'm a council member, and this afternoon I was gone for about 3 hours. Family business and band business. It's a lot easier for me to zip out of Valhalla or somewhere else. Instead here, I spend 20 minutes just to be on the highway, just to get to somewhere. But I really want, what we want to say is, I'll just say it this way. I belong to a nation that signed Treaty 9 in 1929. There are nine communities that signed that treaty at Big Trout Lake. In the period 1985 to 2005, and those 9 communities, there was, let me see, Wagabona have to leave out because there really isn't people there most of the time. But the other 8 communities, 6 of them lost youth in the mid-teens, 13, 14, 15, around there. There were 2 communities in that 20-year span when the suicide epidemic was happening up north. There were 2 communities that lost only one youth. It's not something that I'm saying just to be proud, but I've brought this up many times. Why is it that those 2 communities could only lost one youth when my neighbor had one of them lost 10, 11, 12 in that 20-year period? What is it that was there in those 2 communities? I can only speak for Casablanca. I don't know what Burskin Lake did, but those were the 2 communities, Burskin Lake and Casablanca. We only lost one youth in that 20-year period. I can only know what we did. We did 2 things. One was the community development. We worked hard to develop our community. The roads, hydro, everything. We worked hard. And the other thing we did was we had a self-government process. We were questioning what is it about the Indian Act that keeps us where we are. We were questioning, can't we do something more for ourselves? Those 2 things combined, the youth saw our community being developed. They saw the arena. And at the same time, they heard all this talk about where we're supposed to be in 20 years. That's what we did in Casablanca. I don't know what Burskin Lake did. I wanted them to share in this forum what is it that they were able to do. But, this thing about scratching the surface, I want all of you to understand 2 things. Teach yourself these 2 things. One is the James Bay Treaty, Treaty 9. I am a leader, and I always carry my copy of the James Bay Treaty with me. Wherever I go, I always carry it. I carry my Bible too at the same time. So, for all of you, read your treaty, understand what it says. Understand what it says when it means there is a spirit and intent of Treaty 9. Understand what it means that there is a treaty relationship. Understand who you're supposed to have a treaty relationship with. I'll tell you this, it's not Ontario, it's not Canada. So who is it? So you guys teach yourself that about Treaty 9. The other thing I want you to teach yourself about is the Doctrine of Discovery. I was 8 years old when an elder at Nishnawbe Aski asked me to translate for him. And he wanted to go and ask for a net from the local Indian Affairs agent. And I was 8 years old, and I could already translate. But anyway, he asked me to go with him. What he wanted to do was he wanted to ask for a net so he could feed his family. So I went with him, and that's what I told the Indian Affairs agent. My elder here wants a net so he can feed his family. That Indian Affairs agent told him to do a little dance, a little jig, before he would hand over that net. That has stuck with me all my life. Why is it that that guy, that white man, would tell my elder, you need to do a little jig before you can get the net so you can feed your family? That has been, I guess, the anger that's always inside me, because I don't think our people deserve to be treated like that. God gave us this land. He gave us a purpose to be here. He wanted us to be here. He gave us our language. We are different. So if we learn to do those two things next time you come around, I want you to talk about them. Talk about Treaty 9, talk about the doctrine of discovery, and make sure you know what you're talking about. And I guarantee you, we'll get to where we need to go more faster if we understand those two things. But thank you very much for watching it now.
All right. I would like to open the floor to any chiefs that are in the room to share their thoughts or reflections from the last 2 days. Sorry, I don't actually know who all the chiefs are. So what chiefs are in the room? Can you put your hand up just so I know who you are? Just you?
No, I'm offended. It's okay. I know I've said my share already, and I want to apologize if I overstepped my boundaries here earlier. I'd never mean to do that when I'm in a meeting, in a conference. When I talked earlier, I don't know what message I got from the floor. And if I did wrong, I'm sorry. But I will not change my thoughts on what I said earlier. Doesn't change. Sometimes I can get, I don't know if I get mixed messages. And I get that all the time in my own leadership. But when we're in a forum like this, when the chiefs are dedicated to come here and sit with you and work with you, I don't believe that, I don't know if I'm wrong, it's just me. If I overstepped the line, when I talked earlier for a long time, I'm very sorry. But what I said earlier will not change. It's not going to change. Nobody's going to tell me I'm thinking wrong or that I stepped out of line. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep defending my people. I'm going to be the way I am. Nobody's going to have the authority to tell me when to talk or when I can't talk. I just want you to know that. And I appreciate all the work Adnan does. I've said that many, many times. But I'm not going to have anybody tell me, go over there and make me think that I was in the wrong place. I don't mean to put a damp at the end of our day here, but I just want you to know that. And as far as Sachigo and myself go, things are falling into place with the family. We found support. We have help with the families. We have mediators, so that's very good. But I am not going to change the way I talk. I'm going to speak. I'm going to be vocal. I'm going to continue to speak for our people. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
Um, um, and the chief had told me to do his meeting here because he's busy elsewhere. I am the deputy chief for Catholic First Nation, and I've been listening to this last 2.5 days, I guess I would say, because I think the most important part is I missed the chief's welcoming remarks here. I didn't hear exactly what was said. I just wanted to share what I have been thinking here, sitting here, listening to people, sharing ideas, and listening to each other with the things that we do in our communities. We are all different. Like in our communities, we are faced with a lot of complex issues in our community, and from here on, I don't think it should stop here. I think it should be um, a raging force to get this going right away. We can't sit on it for a long time, and we have to keep going. We have to do this again as soon as possible. And the people that should be here is the frontline workers. I was listening to that guy here that was talking from Sandy Lake. We have a lot of stories. We have a lot of traumatic issues in our community. And the thing is, we just we never we never have that professional help that the urban cities have. We don't have that. We have nothing. All we have is a nurse and a doctor once a month and police service. We do have Northern that comes in, and also we have Wendigo that sends in their counselors frequently. But it's not the same. I think somebody has a professional counselor has to be in the community in order for them to reach the people that need the help. This is what I think. I'm just going to read what I had written down. It's different from what we were talking about here, but this is what we go through. Our First Nation is struggling with a very high rate of addictions, hard drugs, and alcohol that has resulted in family breakdowns, family detachments, children ending up in care, not really in care, but in different homes, like in the home, because we have a ban rep program now that our our mission is to keep the children in the community, so and the workers do as much as they can to try and find a community member or a family, an extended family to care for a child. And there's a lot of mental health issues resulting from this, as what we are talking about now. Like I'm saying, complex issues. Like we're talking about suicide here. We had suicide here, and what the I know what it was that was behind that. It was the drugs that was behind it, and because that's my nephew that passed away. The drugs are being brought in the community illegally. Very strong drugs such as meth, laced with other drugs as fentanyl, that has resulted in some deaths in our community. Our current Suboxone program is not effective treatment for our people. The local police and local nursing stations are limited to do what they can do. Community-based staff are struggling in the community to deal with this crisis. There needs to be more support from NAN and Canada wide with this to deal with this. But I'm not sure if it's only us Catholic that are dealing with this. We are overlooked. We are a community. We are people that has a little place here. And there's people that live there. There's humans, there's children, elders. There needs to be training that is specialized in providing information and addressing disgraces. Drug strategy needs to be developed. Like we're doing what are you calling this health and suicide strategy. But all these come together in every reserve. Why do I say reserve? I don't like using that. Every community at all levels of government, including provide resources and solutions. This is something that is very real in everyday life we face every day. Like yesterday, I had to get one of the workers to come and help me run around after somebody who is a community member. We didn't get anywhere. This is an ongoing issue. And can we get help? This is what I'm requesting. I'm calling out for help. A cry for help is what I'm calling my dialogue here. That's all I need to say. And I think that all chiefs should be on the same issue of fighting the drug abuse that it is a time to get together. None is a unity. Unity na ni sige in na say inan. Si we tika boy sat na yung everyone na kanin siya man so not somebody. You don't think you're a stranger just because you're sitting over there. We are people. We should be working together. Like Annabelle. Like we should be working together. We shouldn't be strangers. Like the chiefs should be together with the things that are going on in each community. They should be getting together. The chiefs have to advocate for our communities to get the desperate needs in our community. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other chief and council that are here that would like to share their thoughts or insights from the last 3 days? Who are you pointing to? Oh. Okay. Here first. Oh, you first.
Okay, Bushu. Dorothy Tweedo, Nindish Nikaz. I'm a chief of Airland First Nation. Ganin nintanish namin bangiwi ni ko. Sagot sa gibutis imachigagi trying to end up talking English. But I understand the language. Ganin, I went to residential school. And also my group left. I had a youth. I had my deputy chief here, but they had to go. And I'm glad the summit took place to talk about these issues. And also, I had to step out a few times. As a chief, you're so busy. You have other agendas, other meetings. You know, we don't come to Thunder Bay very often, but when we do, we try to, like the nine Matawa chiefs. You know, when we come to Thunder Bay, like on these meetings, we try to have our side meeting same time because it's so hard to get together. And I had to step away. This morning I didn't come because I had to meet with Board of Chief, myself, and Martin Falls, and the Board of Directors regarding some issues that are arising in our businesses that we do. So you know that's very important, and we had to attend that meeting this morning, and you know I feel bad. You know I try to be present. You know, but at times, like I said, we need to step out. You know, I don't mean to be rude by not attending the morning or afternoon session, but I'm not usually like that. Only if I have to, I will. But anyways, you know, last week I was so frustrated because I got a call. I'm not gonna say names, but you know, we all have our community members that struggle with substance, you know, and this parent called me and she started talking about her daughter. That she fell back. She was good for 10 days and went back on, and I was so frustrated, and I called Deputy Chief Anna Betty, and I told her about what was going on, and I told her, you know, we need to do something. We have to take action here because we're losing our people to drugs, alcohol, or what it may be. And she told me, oh, we're having a summit next week, Nan Health Summit. And you know, and I said, oh, I need to attend that. You know, I really look forward to coming here and listen to other First Nations or neighboring communities talk about their struggles in their communities, you know, lack of services and whatnot. But, you know, at one point here, and we're doing the sessions here, like, I just about lost it. But, you know, those guys are doing the notes and that. Just what took it out on them. I think that was Dougie and I don't know who else. It just hit me, eh? It just hit me, and because it's so frustrating. It's like a losing battle. You know, like we all have our rights. You know, we all have our rights. You know, these people that are all jibbed out or whatever, you know, when they do the drugs. You know, I see my members, a few members in my community, walking the streets, waving their arms around or talking to themselves or just standing there. You know, and last week there, one individual came to my driveway, like he came through the back road and he was in my driveway. I have a little store, eh? My customers, they're coming to the store and they see this guy there, and you know, and so I called the NAPS. Of course, you know, they have their shift, but the call goes to comm center, and they will dispatch the NAPS. So they came, and I told them, "Can you please remove that guy out of my driveway? Because I have grandchildren. I have my grandchildren here, and you know, I don't know. I don't want them going out because I don't know what this person is capable of. You know, and this is just a thing that worries me too. You know, and these people do their thing there, and they, you know, the effects, it kicks in whatever it is that they feel. You know, they don't even know their awareness. They're just like spaced out. You know, my husband, he tries to chase that guy out of there. I told her, just never mind. mind him, don't send nothing. You might get him mad. He's gonna come beat us up. You know, we're elders. Siya go mention. So things like that, and then there's their like we have a, you know, I'm happy that we have a naps residing in our community now. Just this spring they got settled in, so you know, kind of gives that comfort to our elders, because our elders are scared when things happen like this, and they're scared these people might come into their houses and all that. And you know, elders, they're victims because they're either living with their children that have this problem and they have to vacate their house, and that's not right. You know, and the elders shouldn't have to leave their home just because somebody is on drugs. You know, they have to go sleep in a bush for the night or something, or go into Geraldton or Long Lac just to get away from this individual. And my elder, I was gonna bring, you know, like I said, he's a victim. You know, you know, he has to leave his home. That's not right. That shouldn't be so. But I mean, he's looking after his grandson. You know, he's about what, 12. He says, "I can't make it. I can't find a sitter." You know, I really wanted him to talk because he's experienced that so many times. But I told him bring him, but he said no, that's okay. So maybe next time. Anyways, okay. So cops come when these people are like that. They take them away. They take them to the hospital. Sometimes they get that form one guy, you gotta take that form you fill out. And then they get sent to Thunder Bay Regional Hospital here. They get assessed. Sometimes a couple of days, 7 days, 10 days. I guess it depends on the individual. And then they get released, you know, and then they're back again and they do the same thing again. Seems like they know how to play the game, that they do not have a problem. You know, they know how to talk their way out of it and act innocent. They don't want to admit that they have a problem. But you know, these individuals that do substance or alcohol, you know, there's a reason for that. It's not their fault. Like I tell my people, you know, it's an illness. They're sick. You know, it's not them. It's just what drives the individuals to get themselves into these kind of things. You know, when I grew up, I seen drinking. You know, I see fighting. When I was young, you know, I saw alcohol. You know, it was scary. You know, but the next day everything was good, as if nothing happened. You know, everybody was talking to each other again and laughing. You know, yeah. So that was my question to Anna Betty. I told her, like, yes, we're leadership too, okay, but we need help too, upper, higher level, that these other organizations that advocate for us at a higher level. So I told her, is there any way, like maybe you need to talk to the health, Thunder Bay health staff, or the doctors, or the high supervisor there, whoever's the boss there. Okay, how can we do this? Like, can the doctor keep that individual and put them into treatment? I don't know. These are just one of my questions. Like I said, they have their rights. They can walk out anytime they want, anywhere, even in an alcohol treatment center. You know, it's up to the individual. You know, if they want to that treatment, or if not, they just walk out. They just walk out that door, and they can't stop them. They can do nothing. So this is where I'm frustrated. Like, is there any way that that anybody can enforce that these individuals need that help? You know, I don't know what their assessment is based on when they do assess. You know, sometimes feel so empty. Look at that pig over there. It's so lifeless. You know, that's one thing that caught my eye. Those branches, they're empty, eh? We need to flourish that tree. We gotta get healthy. We gotta get healthy again. You know, I just wanted to share that, and you know, that just hit me. You know, that tree there. Yeah. So anyway, I'm glad I'm here and meeting people. You know, I like to laugh. I like to laugh. Excuse me if you hear me laugh. Disturb everybody. Okay, guys, I'm glad I'm here.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Judy Desmolin from Long Lake 58 First Nation. I just started my second term as chief this past January. But prior to that, I've been on council forever. And I was just doing some math here after our elder was sharing with us how long she's been working. So in my community, I've been working over 45 years as well. And, you know, when you reflect back, you know, we truly have come a long way. You know, we really are resilient people. I'm sure we're losing people along the way, you know, and you know that goes for all of us. But you know, as we you know, lots of our people have visions and dreams, you know, and we need to keep relying on those visions and dreams and keep supporting the people who have those, because you know there are answers in our communities, there are solutions. You know, but we can't be blinded to those ones that can help and who have, you know, some solutions. In our community, and I want to encourage everybody, but yet not discourage. You know, we have an excellent education system. We have our own child well-being law since September 2019. You know, we have our own land code and environmental law. All those kinds of things we're working towards, like true self-governance, and we're taking them piece by piece. But you know, it takes a lot of work. You know, when we're bombarded with all these social issues as well, you know, because we don't want to leave anybody behind. And through this pandemic, it really showed us a lot also. You know, when we can't enforce, you know, bylaws and things like that. And so, you know, there's a whole area of policing, child welfare, you know, for some education, the justice system, and you know, all those kinds of things. So when I saw this mental wellness forum that was being put on, you know, I thought, okay, but there's so much to deal with mental wellness. It's not just like one thing. It's not just, you know, the wellness. It's all these things that we're all dealing with in our communities. You know, so in my evaluation, I suggested, you know, we take these in pieces. You know, let's continue dealing with the child welfare issues. Let's continue dealing with the education issues. Let's continue dealing with the policing. You know, and then all these kinds of solutions and all this work that's being done in each of these areas, you know, come together and you know, join all these forces, because all of these things affect our mental wellness. when Chief Dorothy was talking about, the ones that we see walking so aimlessly in our communities, there's reasons for that. So, one of the things I make sure our staff at home don't do is be judging. Like if they say, but Judy, we helped them 10 times already, help them the 11th time. The 11th time might be the time that it's going to change. Don't give up. You can't give up. And, one thing I remember, it's been talked about that we have to take care of ourselves as well. My parents did that for me when they saw all the things that I was doing in the community, growing up, and as they saw me taking on different roles and things like that. My mom and dad, like the last time, my mom's been gone for 10 years now, a little over 10 years, and my dad's been gone 12 years. So anyways, before they left, they used to come and find me. My mom didn't drive, but she would make my dad come and find me. They would force me on their vehicle and take me home to make me rest. And I'd be laying on the bed with my eyes wide open, wondering, okay, when are they going to let me go again? But I would sooner or later I would pass out, and 3-4 hours I would wake up again, and not even realizing how tired I really was. So since then, of course, my sons took on that role. Now they find me and force me out of the helping role sometimes to take rests. But one thing that my dad strongly showed me and told me was, we can only do so much in a day. Today has a lot of things to deal with. Don't worry about tomorrow. Do what you can today. Tomorrow is another day, but we'll pick it up again. So and another thing he told me was, we have 8 hours to sleep, 8 hours to rest, and 8 hours for doing personal things, family time, your time, those kind of things. So it's hard to balance that out sometimes when it seems like we don't have enough people in the community to do what we got to do. Sometimes I wish we didn't have to sleep. We could be, keep going. One of my close colleagues at home, how you see on internet it says there's a question, are you a robot? So one time I was filling out something and she was beside me and I said, what do I answer here? Am I a robot? So she said, yeah, Mark, yeah. But there are so many things that we need to do, and sometimes it does get hard when it hits us personally, but thank God we have people in the community that can pick up when we are, when something hits us more personally and more close, kinds of things. But all of our people, all of our organizations, all of you who have made time to come out, even sit here for 3 days, it was a struggle at times, but you sat through it, and that just shows how much you care also. And this is going to go a long way when we get home. And another thing I do is I always make sure I follow up with things when I get home. Like for instance, this conference here, I've already set 2 days at home next week, to share what I heard here and to continue talking at home around all these kinds of situations as well. Same with language. I had 4 days, a couple of weekends ago, I spent with our language keepers. And, we were starting to develop a strategy there. So we need to continue to build that capacity and catch on to the dreams, hopes and dreams and visions of our members, and support them fully as well. They'll take us places where we need to go also. So, miigwech for listening.
So our non-Elders Council member, Ananias Spence, is the one that is speaking on behalf of the non-Elders Council, and he's getting tired It's the end of a long 3 days, so he's asked if he could speak right now. So I believe we have a translator that's going to translate for Ananias, right?
Roger, mga koto kanina, gusto tan siyo kanan daos na kain das ngikidot sin he kanya na kayagin ka ispagin na kidoon.
Hello to everybody. He says I can't really speak on the topics that were spoken on, so I won't be able to completely speak on the subjects that were mentioned.
Yahi tas pakkan kidogin what doesn't get nongum ka doesn't have 3 days as it doesn't down here. Yahi ka bisa sig here. Those got Zimina ka bisa so.
And in regards to our 3-day summit, we've been talking about the concern of issues definitely with our youth.
You are the 7 nuka wiskada don't you ya bittamagi. They got the she not certain known down with doesn't you dig away. Is a 7? Is she not known that?
I've been sitting on boards for many years, and I've heard also there's many years these issues being addressed.
In the skego much nagostone here, Kongi go nagostone here, Kongi doja this stone here. Many of Kaziga doesn't dig your down, is a 7 on them.
I haven't really seen any action to these issues that have been talked about for so many years. Mostly it's been just talking about them and not taking any action.
Can I on the street, I got given Jesus sticky. Can I on given Jesus sticky?
But we know why there is no action.
Sonia got told them. Ana Sonia, Ikitna and Kigonga, Kai told you at the great man, it's heard to go given. And
it's usually a money issue. When we want to do something and when we ask for help, somebody says, either the government or whoever it is says, no money.
People guys saying go again the web, Kani go get told us even Kish Penega Sonia Guy on it. Kani go get told us even here.
It seems like that we cannot move forward when there is no funding, when there's no money available.
You had to start how I money dog out the market, money dog out the market. Can I say go on Oki Packet Nan walking, money dog and Java just doing organization. You're going to go could go Java just start doing it.
But in regards to us mentioning our Creator gave us a lot of resources to use in our land whereby we can move forward.
Kita industry, kikikenda industry, ikagina and maship mendamangia, Kamasigino and give men the seeming and Kagimini going Sonia and Gagimini going and again Sonia.
And it seems like as a First Nations people, we haven't tapped on to those resources that the Creator has given us. Somebody else is tapping onto it.
Me Gagimini going here, Gagi on the Sonia and given. The Kinagay Gagi Sonia Sado to her Giseman do.
So the resources that God, the Creator, has given us, where we could have economic development, we haven't really tapped onto it ourselves.
Nivo the Sasike, Kamagon is a stake on the Coven the Mangi gone. Duenanga Sonia Angen, the Goyak Mitigok, Sonia, Neon Gon Gay Sonia Don. Kinabagoin and Gay Gona say,
And it seems like the resources that whereby we are supposed to develop ourselves are being taken away from us. The mining resources, the forestry resources, the sand resources, our white brothers are taking over in that area. We were informed and given by the Creator that that's how we were supposed to survive for the rest of our lives. Share the resources that are available. But we're losing out. It's being taken away from us. Why we can't do anything effectively in the economic development or the resources that we need to do, the work that we need to do. If we could take back some of these resources for our own development, economic developments, or the needs of other people, then we would be able to move forward, take it off the hands of our white brothers, the ones that are taking over. That's the way the Creator has designed for us First Nations people, was to survive and develop our land resources to the use of whatever needs we have. But right now, we're living like a third world countries because we're not utilizing what the Creator has given to us. We're not taking over what the Creator has given to us. We have to recognize that we have the ownership of these lands that the Creator has given to us, and that's how we could move forward. The elders did prophesy and predict what the future is going to be like. If we had taken over already our God inherent, what God had given to us, we wouldn't be where we are today. Our inherent rights. They said you would be lying in bed and you'd be still making money out there from just lying on your bed. Not making out on your bed. I don't mean that. We have many stories that we had heard from elders way back, but we can't relate them at this time. But the Creator has given us the resources that we can utilize to move forward.
Eko kaya sinago ukikintanan kaya kingamagi kon kaya kanamin ka kinganin anti magi kiyon jabis tuing kon kinebe namin kaya kakki mima uwenong kong kawapan tamang kapat dakisuat mistikok mima chika na wentawas jat jima namin inibiyon ka namin ko nibe ya kete miya kanchi kopman ko kapat dakisuat jika nagmistikok.
Like there are resources available even under the earth, like the water that's under the earth. That's how the trees survive. But there are resources available to us that we could utilize.
Mishega shimini kwanga Hawaii kisheman toki kinen timaji kion joshi toingi van kion ta kion jemene kwengi on tinamang de bige.
We can even also utilize the water, whereby we can survive by the water that we're drinking. We can also survive by that by utilizing it.
Mishega miye mini pange take don hoen mistake avat ayawan nuenan ma mini ko vitva jumot chiga tegen kaitas nuenan ma mi yawan chiga tegen nuenan ka kasit tiba jumona nyon ki nuenan manitona ka kiwan tasik tanan ki nuetia sitan nuenan di kamas higa egimas nama nuenan kinin tikiwan tastot chiga tegen he Miami here.
There's still a lot of stories to relate to, even from where I'm from in Webukwe, where we have written down on how to activate the resources that are available that God has given to us to use.
You just kagi pieces sick with the niskain mayaman je. When you in the most you're gonna kagi pitagasnot, you're gonna kagi piat. We know it that the game of Chenek and not keen new banigi gonna kagi pitagasnot or biskizot.
Now, somehow, something went wrong in the very beginning, that the European people that came would have been just servants of ours if we had done things right in the beginning.
Kinoin kita gyog ma minaban. Kita gyog ma kantana na kinoin. Ani ke kisya no nang kawan. Sikisya na kita going.
We would have had the total land titles, and we would have just assigned them to what to do to work for us.
Kanin chata again kita kiminan.
Not to sell our land.
Jumuchi, when this organ ko kita kiminan kabe Jesus saying given here.
But just to make monetary funds from our land, whereby we can exist an ongoing resource use of our lands.
Mimane ke gashi gashuan segi botanang netamanga kagi pia jigena kangya kawani gyunji abataston hejigi kidwa jigena netamanga kagi poma nyenan ga kagi mesaka ja kitnanang.
That's where the first mistake happened, is when those Europeans came in. There was a mixed message that was given from both sides why things aren't working out for us today.
We got this I say we got this and done with Nicky Sawanung as up and got Jeff Baskog did the Jenny Baskog.
We're beginning to see, even in the north, that the forestry is taking over our land, and it's beginning to be empty.
Me at the steer, I got take me not kispin of Punjabi, I kispinaga, cake the mongoin, gate the steer, kent the mongoin, he got dot away. If we
don't speak out on what's happening to our lands, then we're going to lose out. We won't be able to even use our own forestry.
Skates aseviotisen tanavan asepibisna aktivaskukagatinigadgasdat aningedotiadigikitoon.
Somebody was mentioning that forestry is coming close to their community and was asking, what should we do?
Misevangikitaan yaadmettainiko yaamagadoonian yuavinikuisittivaatjuman oh my God guys think kan ningekitaakiminostamenaapan niuanan panki niuanan at yattaakienkivan niuanan nuanan kakkinan mettikoke asakiintikaasoki keinakisoatiköinak mettikok jossaat ekkonissaattikaan niinikinivaat asakiosipikaasovaniköinak kekiinakisoappan.
Just briefly sharing with you of how we could have moved forward, even in the forestry, we could have sold our trees for a certain amount of dollars.
Ikotasuma minikokkayaan vettigaisaan highwaygaisaan aniinhoosiake niipo mettaavaasok mettikok ukonen tasnenan ukonen niu mettikomanne.
Sometimes when I'm riding out on the highway, I see these big semi trucks with a load of trees and logs, and I'm wondering who owns these trees or logs.
Niissatasche uwataske antaskekionji kekionji tuottamang nongonga tasndamang koe.
So how can we move forward with these issues that we are addressing here in this meeting?
Iwe tastakisassevan hawette mettiga anin esiaat sokkane kuin mettiga kaavattakkisot saatte ekake konga kokkekinima nantakeko.
And it's like the legend that we see of that tree with no leaves.
Mie taskeka kokkatoinkivan he Yunanan leaves, Nanan Gigago Katoinkivain, Yue Jonja Pahagema Kiwi, Yue a Kiwin hima.
Now our role is to try and see how can we get leaves on that barren tree so that we can move forward.
Monsieur Ganji Shagan, you have Madison, Ekage. Ikagagaskitchatik Madison. Ivapanga Awega Anji Awetamago and Gawetimetigawe.
And the tree is like our life. We need something to feed onto in order to grow.
Jenny Mishat Toinge, Kaganin, Kato Tamanginian. Ivagani what the Quanian, Jenny Gani what the Quanian of me.
We have to begin to know how branches, to grow leaves on the branches of our people, of ourselves, how to grow leaves on the branches of our lives. And God, the Creator, shows us how to grow things in our lives.
Jepegop Madison, Jagaminash Jadik Madison. Via gave basically Messiago Keki Maneke. Gatusma, Kekon Maginis not businesses, Magekon Giniagivanin, Kino Intima, Akimini going in Java, Tongue on the Gisonia, Sudot and Giseman.
There are ways we can grow our lives, like the barren tree. We can produce leaves in our lives, plus we can produce businesses for economic development by what I mentioned already, the resources that we have in our lands.
Mise usavat nipo usami patkiki unattamagoen igenaga emettigo nyanan kitakkiminant.
We let our white brothers decide for us too quickly on how to use our own land.
Gegagi going trap plan gegagi was strategic. Kanae mata vindige singo tagawia.
Even they restricted the trap lines, that only that person that was assigned to a certain trap line can go in there and nobody else.
Nini ne taman. Tepo en heki shiwa te siwan here trap line here.
For myself, I don't see any kind of compassion or kindness in that approach, limiting people to a certain trap line for them only.
Good thing anda is na gatoni trap line inge gas no nenon, a gas no nenon.
And those trap lines are the boundaries are very small.
Mina the city kabe mad 1 year. Yagagi se mina ganet game in the get again start nenon manatanan.
Can somebody survive from a small trap line for 1 year and only kill a certain amount of animals from that trap line? Can't happen.
Miega kendaman he aninga pikit na ko piutanang.
That's what I don't really understand, how limited, how they set limits on us in our own land.
Mishe miye anagatendaman he anin ye totia tigiwe aninge totia tigwan kino ingan sniang tigawi jiteng vaniko ko gan sniang kitagiwi jitmeniko ye iwe gagi spnago one trap line here.
So I'm considering that the only way to move forward is to come together in unity and try to address these issues like the boundaries of the trap line and make it bigger so that we can survive.
Uwe the skina ganen snabe, okina na hawete mekkogma. Iwe pesbigan kispinoye kebasit takokkigan takanonagani kikkedo.
The MNR said, here's the boundaries for you. If anybody trespasses that boundary, there will be a trespassing prosecution for that person.
Jesus teogan jikkedon hoe. Gimye ngi pasit skaye. Iwe kotakkivigan. Gikkanoni gotos. Giosipi hamako makke. Evani dodon afpani agi pasit takokkian he. Trap line.
I'm speaking from experience because there was my trap line and I stepped over to another person's trap line and I received a letter of recommendation for doing that, for trespassing.
Vivekandas Mr. Dottazin here.
So I don't understand that, and I don't think that's compassion or kindness.
Dapat ni voge go na nenan. Kegi pintamat na nenan. Kegi simnosting van hogan siniang.
Yeah, that's about all I'm going to say because I'm going to begin to say more if I keep talking because there's lots of things we can say as human people.
Kita kia no na me sini ko kena kami tu cakap kita going ito.
Yeah, we would have been able to use our white brothers as our servants if we had did it right. But we would have compassion and we'd allow them to survive from our land.
Ja, das sind das Tagiogimaven.
So the First Nations people would have been the government. That's all I'm going to say.
Miigwech. So I was just speaking with Deputy Grand Chief Anabetti about proceeding forward, and it's 5:20, and just in the interest of respecting people's times, I know it's been a long day, but I also recognize that not all chief and council that are here got a chance to speak, and I understand that, and I'm apologizing that we're going to move on to handing the mic over to Grand Chief Derek Fox. But if any chief and council are here that didn't get a chance to speak, the non-executive wants to hear from you. So please know that your input is valued and it is welcome to the non-executive. So without further ado, do you want the handheld one or do you want the podium? Go to the podium, come on. So, you telling him what to do? I'm not sure if it's on.
Hello, hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sharing all your comments and experiences and stories. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to disregard my 20-minute speaking notes here. I know it's been a long day for everybody, a long 3 days. A good 3 days, though. We got this mandate from the Nan Chiefs, your leadership. I see some of them here today. We had our assembly in May, and as you know, when we gather like that, we talk about economic development, as our elder was talking about, Ananias. We talk about health, education, our visions, many of the things that our ancestors had talked about, our past leaders, governance, self-control, control of our resources and our territories, and control of our homelands, self-government, and one day even being a government, our own ministers, our own prime minister, all those things that our past leaders have talked about. That vision is still there and is very, very strong within our people, within our leadership, our chiefs, honoring the treaty. You know, imagine if we had partners of the treaty who had honored that treaty. We would be lying in our beds making money. Even if our partner just honored that treaty a little bit, even if we got a tiny percentage of the wealth from these lands, we'd be much better off financially as families, but that's not how it worked. So we're here today. And you know, what my father had taught me, my grandparents, is that your strongest relationship is with your Creator, God, Jesus. Whoever your Creator may be, your strongest relationship is with your Creator. And you live the life that the Creator puts in front of you. And that's what we're doing here today. Unfortunately, many things happen. We've lived a life of, some of us have lived with trauma. Myself, I shared my story many, many times with many of you about growing up in residential school home with residential school survivors. And I know I shouldn't say survivors. I heard someone say, don't say survivors. We're living more than survivors. But just growing up with that trauma, that loss of culture, loss of language, loss of many things, loss of dignity, it was very hard on our people. And here we are today fighting for our rights and fighting for that balance, fighting for our children, trying to bring our children home, and just fighting for equality and equity and many things that we continue to do in our communities. And Ananias talked about economic development, and a lot of it in his words about, you know, there's development coming to the north. They're taking our trees, our resources. You know, there's talk of developing the north, and that's our homelands. That's where we go to cure our mental health, which is why we're here today. Bring balance to our mental health. I know for me, going out on the land, being able to hunt and fish up at the Sasago River, where my grandparents grew up, is better for my mental health, being able to go up there. So I want to ensure that we preserve our homelands and ensure that they're there for our children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and many, many generations down the line. So we have talked about our before I go forward, I want to acknowledge, of course, the day of prayer that we had. I was upstairs and in a meeting, but I know that we wanted to set a day of prayer, something that the past executives have done past leaderships have done, grand chiefs and deputy grand chiefs, and I think it's more needed than ever right now. I know that we have a lot of work to do with our mental health, but I think I've been talking to many people that mental health has only been started. It's only been a discussion maybe in the last decade. As you know, when we grew up, if you had any mental health issues, you were told to toughen up. You know, shut up, stop complaining, get to work, get to school. There's nothing wrong with you. You know, quit being weak. And you weren't allowed to say, I need a mental health day, or I'm weak, or I want to cry. You know, it's just how we were raised. It's how we lived. First Nations, non-First Nations. I think that's just the way things were. So I think it's just only recent that we actually started to talk about mental health and what that means. And I'm still learning what that means to you, what that means to our members. But I know that we need to address it, and how we address it has come from this room in the past 3 days. And what we intend to do as a non-executive is to gather that information, and we want to have a tangible working document when we present this to, whether it's Minister Haidu, Minister Miller, the Prime Minister, or the provincial government, the federal government, even our partners, to say, hey, this is what the people have been saying. And I know someone mentioned have another one in 4 months. If we got to do that, we'll do that. Have another one in 8 months, next year, whatever it may be. With mental health, we need to address it. We need to address the mental health of our people before we can talk about vision and government, self-government, and economic development. I mean, we can still talk about those things, but we really need to address this, given that we just went through COVID. We went through a lot together. And I think a lot of us are still in recovery, but our young people, our people are in the streets. They're suffering with addiction. Some of them are dying, and it's getting really hard on our leadership and our people and our families. And we really, really need to address it. And I think it was Ananias that said action, no action. And I was told by another elder, leadership is action. If you don't provide action, you're not a leader. Enough words. Quit talking about it, I was told. Action. So let's create some action from this. I'm hopeful that tangible document that we talked about, terms of reference, however you want to label it, is something that we can move forward with and help it grow. Growing living document, much like the treaty. I'll leave it at that. I want to thank everyone, our chair. I'm not going to try and name people. There's too much people here to name. Too many people that had a part in this. Our chiefs who caused this to happen in the assembly, the health workers. There's all kinds of people. I want to acknowledge everyone that is on the front lines and working really hard to ensure that the mental health of our nation is improved. I want to acknowledge our drummers, our singers, our elders, our leaders, our people, and those listening back home who know the most. Those living in the communities, they know the most. They know what's best for Nan. They know what's best for their mental health. And they're not here today, so we need to ensure that their voices are also heard, and we're going to do that. So I want to thank you once again, Miigwech. I'm not sure if the deputies, they're shaking their heads no. They're tired. Everyone's tired. I'm not sure. So I'll leave it at that. On behalf of the Nishnawbe Aski Nation Executive, we thank you, and we'll see you again, maybe in 4 months, 8 months, a year, but we'll see you soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
I'll just hold it. It's all good. Okay, thank you so much. So I have a whack load of prizes to give out, and I have Nan staff that are going to help me give out prizes. So, and Prutvi, do you have the wheel? Is there still people online, or have we lost some? Either way, okay. Okay, I'm going to do the in-person ones first. You have to be here. We've got blankets, we've got bags. You can just choose one. Just don't choose like the big ones that are sort of, you'll know which ones they are, but. So we've got Marianne Panachis. Is Marianne here? Where? Oh, right here. Okay, she's right. She's coming this way. Woohoo! We can just give her a blanket. Perfect. Oh, oh, there's a blue bag. I heard there was a blue bag floating around. Oh, this is, yep. This is for the Chromebook for the no, what? iPad. It's an iPad. Chromebook? I thought it was a Chromebook. Somebody told me Chromebook. Somebody told me, okay, so we're going to give away a Chromebook right now. We're going to give a Chromebook and an iPad to somebody else. So we're just going to do two because I feel like that. And I have the mic. Garth, nothing. Is Garth here? Garth isn't here. Okay, Kayla, I'm looking to you. Is Garth, because he filled out an evaluation, is he still getting it? Is this an attendance prize or is it you get it regardless? Yeah, all the people in attendance are saying attendance, attendance. Is it attendance? Poor Garth. Poor Garth. Yeah. I love it. Martha Sutherland. Woohoo! Martha gets the Chromebook, which is in that gray container in the box in the bottom, I believe. It's in a brown box. Let's do another evaluation then. Okay, so that's the Chromebook. The next person gets the iPad. Carrie Chapetta. No, I'm just kidding. That's me. Melanie Waswa. Oh, yay! Melanie gave me a beautiful Play-Doh flower over here earlier. Congratulations. Okay, next prize is going to be, what is it going to be? Just hold one up and we'll say what it is. Sure, another Chromebook. Brenda Fox. Woo! Yay! Okay, let's start with this. So Prudfi, let's do the Wheel of Fortune for online. So AirPods. No, that's not what online is getting. Hold on. Online is getting a fast charge Otter power bank and a really awesome water bottle. Oh, it's a Yeti. Oh, I'm a Yeti girl. Okay. This is online. Who is going to get it? C.G. McKay. Cindy McKay, way to go. Okay, can we just go and bring this? Can somebody just give this over to Prutvi and he will put her name on it? Okay, we're going to do another in-person one. This is going to be for one of these blankets here. Sure. No. Just one of the other blankets. Yeah, there we go. Abigail Wesley. What else is there? Just pick up one of the prizes. The backpack? Backpack? Okay, this is a backpack filled with goodies, and this is for Stephanie Kitchakisik. Is Stephanie here? Oh, Stephanie's in the far corner there. Good job. And this is for another blanket, and this is to Ross is that say Munius? No, Rob Munius. No. Yeah? Are you at the back? You don't have to get up. You got crutches. Sit. We'll bring it to you. It's all good. What else do we have there? Do we have those gray bags full of stuff? Okay. Prudvi, can we do another online one, please? So another online one, and this is going to be for a bag full of lots of goodies. Lots of different, did you just put it back in here? And that is Margaret Wesley. So Margaret Wesley is going to get a bag full of goodies. So can we just bring this bag full of goodies to Prutvi and we'll put their name to it? What else do we have there for prizes? Just hold one up. Another blanket. That's going to be Marilyn McLeod. Is Marilyn McLeod here? Is Marilyn McLeod here? Okay, yay. And then what else do we have? Do we have another bag full of goodies? Okay, another bag full of goodies is Joseph Tate. Is Joseph here? Hands up. Oh, there we go. Yay, Joseph. Grab a prize. Another goodie bag is Dolly Masakayesh. Yay. So I apologize if I'm not getting the last names right. People never get Chapetta right. So I'm hoping you just be kind and not be upset about that. So next one, do we have another gray bag? Is there another gray bag? Roger Archibald. Yay! What's that? So it's half cut off here, but the first name is Kaylee, C-A-L-E-Y. Last name starts with a K. What's your last name? Oh yeah, no, I can't see that at all. It's totally cut up. So whatever. What is there? Another bag? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. What is this? One more bag? Okay, one more bag full of goodies, and that's going to be to Margaret Miles. Who's Margaret? There we go. Yay, Margaret. What else do we have? Another blanket? Another blanket is Dorinda. Is Dorinda here? Dorinda V? No? Oh, bummer, Dorinda. Okay, then let's see who else is going to get it. I think this is Jamie K. Is Jamie still here? Jamie's not here. Oh, she's gone. She was sitting right over there earlier. Sarah Winter. Oh, you got to jump up. I want people to say bingo from now on. All right. What is it? What are these ones? Oh, for the mural. Okay, so for people who put some stuff on the tree outside there today, the winner of, oh, these are awesome, by the way. These are two-way radios, pretty wicked awesome. That would be Bernice. Bernice, with the last digits of her phone number is 5360. Is that Bernice in the room? Yay, Bernice! So Bernice is sitting right next to Rita. Okay, now we have an iPad. Okay, let's do AirPods first. AirPods is... Boy, Garth is a lucky man, but he's not here to win anything. So. Tara Sloss. Yay! Okay, online, Prutvi, we're going to do an iPad for online and then an iPad for in town. So who is going to win the online iPad? Bum, ba, ba. Bertha. Bertha just got the online iPad, so we'll give that to Prutvi and he'll put her name to it. Okay. So this is the Nan Hope names for an iPad. So we've got Jonah M. Is Jonah M here? Is this you have to be in attendance to win? Yeah. Of course that's what they're going to say. I bet you Jonah wouldn't agree. Okay, how about Heather N? Last two digits of the phone number are 51. Oh, Heather. Jeez. I would just pretend I was Heather if I was any of you. I'm just saying. I think this person's here. Lisa Eacham. Yay. I thought you were still in the room. Okay, and what are these ones? I have Choose Life blankets. Oh, a Tim's cards, like with the blankets? Yeah. Let's just do that. They get a blanket and it. Okay. So we're gonna do a blanket and a Tim's card, and this is for last name Cheryl. Cheryl Ugray. No, Cheryl's not here. Oh, bummer, Cheryl. D King. Whoa! Yay! We'll do one more. Did you already capture the vote? Lily Kindla. Lily's still here, isn't she? Lily's not here? Okay. Kaylee K. Kaylee is a lucky duck. And then we have 3 Tim's cards to give out. It's my favorite part of my job. Helen Yeno. Yeno or Yesno? Helen Yesno. Okay, 1 Tim's card for Helen. Jessica Hunter. Is Jessica here? Oh, Jessica's there. So Jessica's at the back of the room. She gets a card. And Chad, who I can't read it. I don't have my glasses on either. Sorry for Kashkish. Chad, is there a Chad in the room? He was here. Oh, wah wah. Elizabeth Iserhoff. Elizabeth Iserhoff. Yay! Is there any other prizes there? Nothing? It fell empty? That's all for prizes. All right. Great job, folks. Let me just wait. No, those aren't prizes. All right. So I am now going to turn it over to our elder to close us in a good way. Is Elder Sam around? Oh, I see Elder Sam. No, is that? There he is. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the. Sam, are you okay? Yeah, I'll just do this. I don't have any wireless.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm going to make this very short. I know everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. It's been a long 3 days, working the mind and the feelings and all the emotions, and it's very tiring. And we need to go out and relax somewhere for the evening and do some fun stuff. So with that, I'm going to say a very short prayer to wish you all a good trip home and all the work that you do at home, and that your family and your community will all be well. And there's a lot of words and a lot of things that were spoken about today, and we carry the good things home and use them to help in our communities and our families. And I hope that you take those home with you. Aha, bojok shaman into kawaskade sindi kenemigo makanzo dam. After me, go see the go no go gagi gakwe. Sergei gonwe gagi non tamangi to go. Gagi mini goangi to go. No magi onani to go. Mr. Way, Yabstuangi to go yakwe. Then when the shike nangwe, the gaunjiangi to go. Economic toy to go and Nishnawbe Aski to go. Ebok send the mangi to go to Ministry to go. But send them again to come out say, Kaya Boadi to go. Quack the duction or in the go. To Minister Mr. Gunago. I will get no tap and mango and meet Jimmy to go examine do. After me, guys to go. After where Mr. Guy mean to and Snabbe on the Madid. After him and I'll shake Mr. Gunaway. Oh my God, you have to hang it to go. After it's me, guys to go. How, me guys. Hi, you guys.
I'll now turn it over to the drum to close us in a good way. Miigwech, thank you so much. So just thank you everyone for allowing me to work with you all for the last couple of days. I really am honored that I was able to be here, and I appreciate all of you and the sharing that you did. In terms of tonight, don't forget bingo and karaoke in here tonight. Supper is going to be served shortly, but before everybody goes to the buffet table, I would like to ask our elders and our drummers and our firekeepers to please help themselves to supper first. And safe travels home, everyone.